All right. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Ansible Contributor Summit 2022, the first edition for this year, and hopefully not the last. We are really happy to see so many people joining us and still coming into the Ansible Contributor Summit room on Matrix or Ansible-conf on IRC. And we'll, hope to please chat there and continue the conversation while we have presentations along. So Gandalo, are you ready to kick off the introduction?
Yeah. Hey everyone, I'll just share the intro slides, which I seem to have misplaced. 1 second.
Gandalo, you're muted, by the way.
Thanks, Ben. Hey everyone, I'm John Barker. I'm the Community Engineering Manager here at Red Hat, looking after Ansible, and I'm joined here as well by Carol Chen. Thank you very much for taking the time to join us for this April 2022 Ansible Contributor Summit. We know everyone's busy. Really do appreciate this. For those of you watching either live on YouTube or watching recording later, all of the links and presentations will be shared. We'll update that in the YouTube recording as well as the conference channel on Matrix and IRC. Just a tiny bit of housekeeping, so hopefully everyone can get the most from this day. This day is all about you. It's all about the contributors. It's not a day for Red Hat or for the Ansible staff. We're here dedicated to this today to try and help everyone else and sort of share what's going on and sort of support you in the discussion. We know quite often it's difficult to try and get hold of the right people, especially across time zones and things like that. So that's why we have these dedicated days. If you're not already in the Summit channel, so that's either by Matrix or IRC, please have a look at the third bullet points there. Do join in. Just keep the chat coming at all the time. We've got a few people keeping an eye on questions. One of the great things about this more sort of dedicated chat rather than a little tiny chat box in, say, Google Meet or BlueJeans or whatever, is that we can have a full proper chat platform. Questions can be coming in and out all day. We can direct people to the right channels, best people to speak to. But obviously that requires you to sort of keep the discussion going. Just a general reminder, as with all of the Ansible projects and the ecosystem, we do remind you of the Ansible Code of Conduct. If we could just get that link put in chat, that'd be appreciated. And so, obviously it is a little bit difficult to do introductions in this virtual world. Hopefully we'll get back together in person soon. But what I'd really love to see is if everyone can just put in the conference channel, chat channel, what they hope to achieve from the Contributor Summit today. That will help all the rest of the presenters sort of tailor their content a little bit. What specific things you use Ansible for, rather than just saying maybe configure Linux systems, what applications are you running on there, what are you trying to configure, and what versions of Ansible and ansible-core do you use? I hope there's no one left on Ansible 1. I'm very sorry if you are. So if everyone wants to put that into chat now, we'll see what people are up to. So we'll have a look through those answers in a moment, but please do keep them coming in the community channel. So we talked a little about this before, but this is really a day for you. I mean, technically, every day is about the community. Red Hat is very much open source focused, and Ansible, I think, is still very true to that. But this is really a day when we can sort of do updates. And these aren't just updates from Red Hat, they're updates from community folks as well, talking about what we're trying to do, and also try and get feedback. Keep us honest. If you think we're going down the wrong route with something, or we've missed a user case out, or you've got what you think might be a crazy harebrained idea for the future, just throw it out there. We often get a load of great discussion. So keep talking. So the agenda, and again, we'll make sure these links are all in chat. This is all in UTC. So we're halfway through the welcome and introduction. Then we're talking a bit about the future of the Ansible package. So that's a new thing that was created after for Ansible 2.10. I'm going to be talking about a new initiative that Prakash and my teams started up about badges and how to recognize community. Got an interesting talk about security automation, which I think is quite good because security is hard. So if we can automate it, that's good. And then we've got some exciting stuff from some of the Red Hat folks on the Pinakes project, which is new upstream development around cataloging. Got a demo on the collection docs, and as well as a bit of an update on the community docs. Greg will be doing a talk on the stats on Matrix, which obviously, hopefully, a lot more of you are using now. We've got a couple of updates on Galaxy NG, so that's Galaxy Next Generation. So that's where we're going to be moving from from galaxy.ansible.com to the new shared codebase with Automation Hub. For those of you around last Contributor Summit, you may remember we did a really big sort of survey and got a lot of feedback. We had loads of responses, which has really helped sort of shape that. We've got a bit more on Pinakes. We'll have a bit of a longer break, stretch your legs, get some food. And then there'll be, I believe that the last one is an update from the core team about using Ansible Facts on the controller. So that's the machine where you run Ansible Playbook. We're talking about execution environments in AWX. So AWX is the upstream, very active upstream for Ansible controller. The dev tools team, which is fairly new, we'll be talking about the VSCode extension, which I'm quite excited about. I think it's a really cool way of writing better code, better playbooks first time. Someone has also put together an Emacs plugin using the same code, which I think is brilliant. We'll have another short break, and then Cyril from the core team will be talking about what's been happening in Ansible Core, try and get your feedback on the future there, which will lead us nicely into a talk from David and a couple of us from outside of the Ansible team, talking about the future of Ansible packaging, what distributions we should go into, what packaging formats should we use, how should those things be done. We will, I think this might even be a demo, we will give a go on building the new Ansible Alpha, A1 Alpha. The cloud team will be talking a bit about what's been going on their side. Sandra will be giving, DaWGs is the documentation Ansible working group update on what cool stuff's been happening there. I think DaWGs, from a community point, is very interesting. We get a lot of different contributions, especially from people that sort of maybe don't know Python as well. But this is docs and tests are often how I say Ansible sort of development scale, so that's a good one to look into. The networking team will be talking about what cool stuff they've been up to, and then we'll do just a little bit of a wrap up at the end. Carol, I haven't been glancing at chat yet. Do we have many comments so far?
Has been very busy with all the introductions, so it's been going great.
Excellent.
Yeah.
No, I say Ansible sort of development scale. So as we're using Matrix this time, we can do things a little bit more organized. We have a dedicated bot that will help collect your questions and answers, or questions that you may have. They don't necessarily have to be related to the current topic, the current presentation. It could be related to anything to do with Ansible, or maybe a previous talk, or sort of anything on the contributor side. So to do this, just simply say ansibot, that's ANSIBOT, and then just ask your question, and the bot will automatically do its magic stuff, and we'll keep on our nose every so often and go through at the end of the presentations.
And just to mention, if you forget to mention Ansibot, it's okay. We do have our team members checking the channel for questions, and they can mark those questions as well. But it will be preferable if you mention Ansibot, so we know it's a question that you want to ask. Thanks.
Yeah, yeah, thank you for that. But yeah, please do keep the questions in the chat going at all times. It looks like it's going pretty well so far. Just a little bit now about the different communication channels that we have. Again, if we could get the links put in chat, that'd be great. So Bullhorn is now weekly, used to be every 2 weeks. Community newsletter. This is something where we try and find cool stuff that's been going on in the wider Ansible ecosystem and help promote it. We also talk about changes that might impact developers or contributors, any open proposals, bigger things that we want to know. We've got a few thousand people subscribed to that now. We also cross-post that to Reddit. There's often a load of great discussion there. We'd love to see more content coming in there. That you, like with the Q&A bot, you can just put your news in the social channel. Excuse me, and we'll get that included in the next channel. We've had the community topics repo for a while now. One of the things we've really been trying to do is move to more of an asynchronous rather than real-time discussion. We recognize people are busy, people exist in different time zones across the world. The community meetings still do exist, but we don't want to disadvantage anyone that doesn't happen to be around for that time of day. One of the fairly new things we've got is a repo for news for maintainers. So this is a GitHub repository that we suggest any collection maintainer subscribe to and pay attention to. We try and keep the notifications there fairly low, but we wouldn't announce things that may potentially break your collection, such as when Ansible core branches, obviously the new tests, new ignore files needed, or maybe there's changing what operating systems you can test against. So please do subscribe to at least the Bullhorn. That's sort of a summary of the last two. So if you're not on the bleeding edge of development, that should be okay. But if you are maintainers of any collections, be that inside your company or community ones, subscribe to the other two as well. Hopefully, some of you have heard of the steering committee. It's fairly newish thing. I can't quite remember when we launched it, but it seems to be really taking form now and really helping sort of drive those topics and proposals that we were talking about on the previous slide. Recently got two new communities, so non-Red Hat members. So that's Brian and Marcus joined. So thank you very much for everything you've done and for stepping up there. And we're sort of looking also to expand that in terms of just users and contributors. So this is a great way of everyone being able to sort of get their feedback filtered up in a more formal sort of governance structure. Though with people joining, we've also got a couple of people leaving. Tadaboro has moved on to do some different stuff. Jill is still with Ansible, but she's just focusing on some other bits at the moment. But yeah, thank you very much to both of those, especially Tadaboro, who's done a lot of the inclusion reviews before the Ansible package. We've also got a load of new maintainers. We have a lot more than this. This is just the ones that I'm aware of that look after the community packages. So we've got Chris, Roger, and Douglas. If anyone else is interested in what it means to be a maintainer, or if they've got a collection that they're particularly interested in, feel free to shout out in one of the Matrix channels, either the community or the social channel, or just create an issue in the GitHub repository that corresponds to the collection. One thing that we've got that is brand new, I think this is 2 weeks, at least as part of the Ansible, is the awesome list. So you may be aware there's various awesome lists floating around the internet. Keyboard Interrupted has been working on this Ansible awesome list for about the past 2 years. Really excited now that that's moved under the Ansible community repo. Means everyone can sort of help out a bit more with that. We'll get the links put in chat. So we're looking for, please go and take the time to look through this. It isn't just a blanket list. Keyboard Interrupted has done I was about to say awesome, that'd be terrible. A great job at sort of going through and inspecting and reviewing anything, suggestions, checking they're maintained, these sort of projects. Is there an active community? Are they useful? So it is a very well curated list. We'd love, I'm sure there's loads more stuff we could put in there. Feel free to create an issue or pull requests with those in. But also if you notice anything on there where you think maybe that isn't the best project or it's now maybe unmaintained, let us know so we can keep that updated.
I can take this.
Thank you.
All right. So we're actually a bit also running behind time, but the next section is yours anyway, Gandalo. So for the Ansible contributor survey, we usually have it 2 to 3 times a year and after the contributor summit. So watch out for it in your usual channels. We'll share it on Matrix, this channel, this room where you're in, on Reddit and Twitter and the mailing lists. It's really helpful to us to hear from you, the feedback about not just the contributor summit, but overall contribution process to the Ansible project in general. And we really, do go through the feedback in detail and try to act on it and improve on things when we can. And in return, we usually try to send people some little tokens of our appreciation. So please watch out for the surveys coming up after the summit. And with that, that's the intro. We're running a few minutes behind, but the next on the agenda is the future of the Ansible package. And Gandalo, please go ahead.
Cool, thank you, Carol. If we could get a link to the community topic 82 and the Reddit post in chat. Hopefully you have them to hand. So again, please, keep the feedback coming in the Summit channel that we just talked about. So a little bit of history before we talk about what the future. So back in the day of Ansible 2.9, the world was simple. We had one repository and one package, one GitHub repository and one package, corresponding to everything. Now, as hopefully most of you know, we have ansible-core, which is what the GitHub Ansible repository maps to. That's the main program, so Ansible Playbook, Ansible Vault, etc., Ansible Galaxy altogether, and a few, like literally less than 100 modules and plugins in there. We have the new Ansible package, which allows a seamless upgrade from previous versions. That pulls in the Ansible-core package and the collections that contain modules and plugins that used to be in the original Ansible. I think that maps to about just under 100 collections now. We've been trying to get some feedback on what we think, on what people think the future of the Ansible package should be. At this point, I really want to say thank you. I mean, we had, I can't remember the number, but it's probably upwards of 30 people, maybe closer to 50, sort of reach out with feedback, and very detailed feedback about their specific user cases, what things they use, which collections they use, what they don't. And that's been brilliant. It's really sort of helped my understanding and the rest of Red Hat to know how this stuff's used. So to make sure there's no panic, the Ansible package will continue to exist, fairly likely in its current form. So a little bit tight on time, we will share all the slides with the details in. But the summary of the feedback, and these are very common themes, are that the batch is included, so the sort of way of having lots of collections still included is really useful, especially for those that have just started with Ansible. You don't have to think, oh, what other collections might I need to Ansible Galaxy install, or where do these different things come from, or what's a good subset, or why doesn't this example work? We do recognize that it's a motivator to new collection maintainers to sort of get their package into Ansible. I know that was a double-edged sword with the single Ansible repository, as we sort of almost got exponential growth of plugins, going from a few hundred to 1,000 and 2,000 and 4,000 pretty quickly. We got a great point from Brian as well, sort of saying that the more collections we have, the better pool we have to more collections we have, that means the more maintainers we have, and therefore we've got this better pool of potential members that we can pull for the steering committee to help sort of shape the future, because we've seen their proven track record and what they've managed to achieve so far. One of the things that I personally hadn't realised was quite so important, because I just of the companies I worked for before, is the importance of being able to quickly get started on disconnected systems, so those without maybe internet access. There's a lot of people chiming in with that, which I think was great. Really strong feedback there. And Fox Inti said, actually from their point of view, all the things that we listed as negatives were actually positives for their point of view. We talked a lot about how it's a lot of work to review the collections, make sure they're up to standard, go around multiple rounds of feedback, generally 4 or 5 rounds of feedback per collection. While they recognised that was a lot of work, they thought it was better done in a central manner, or to a same high bar, rather than that sort of every group or every company or user having to do that, which I thought was great feedback. To get into the Ansible package, we've got a fairly strict set of requirements that we've got documented here. As I said, we generally have to go through quite a few rounds of feedback. It's quite time consuming. It's very difficult. I'd like to especially call out Felix Fontaine and Tyler Borrow for the amazing work that they've both done. And these are both community folks, they're not Red Hat folks, on all the time that they spend reviewing collections. So we are looking for some extra people to help out with that. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. Some of the concerns people had were that the more collections we have, the bigger the Ansible package gets, and therefore the slower the install gets. David will be talking a little bit later about Python wheels, and if you don't know what that is, stay tuned. But that basically means that we end up with a smaller install package. Also, Felix Fontaine has been doing some work to actually just reduce the number of files that we end up shipping as well. For example, for a user install, you wouldn't need all the integration or unit tests. They can often be larger in terms of number of files on disk space than the Python modules themselves. Also, we're looking at sort of tidying up the collections as well, removing deprecated ones, which will help sort of remove the dead wood there. we're looking for help sort of in reviewing more collections as well. So what are the calls to action? So this is the bit where I look to you to try and help. Please do take the time to have a look through the inclusion review. We really welcome feedback, especially from first-time users, and this is a very common thing we'll hopefully be talking about a lot today, is that sometimes people think, I'm new to this, I don't know anything, I can't contribute, but actually, when you're new to something, you're in the best place to sort of help review documentation, to provide feedback and say, these things are clear, this is confusing. Whereas people that have maybe been around this process a few times, they don't really rely on the docs. They sort of use them more as a guide and reminder than sort of having to follow them specifically through. So how can we improve those requirements, make things clearer? How can we improve my spelling? Would obviously be another one on there. And one thing I'm quite interested in is there anything on this list that we can automate? If we can even add a couple of little automated tests in for certain things, maybe I don't know, certain things, then it makes it a lot easier to reduce the human element, so we can focus on other bits. So yeah, thank you very much for your time. I'm now going to glance over to the chat to see if we've got any questions so far.
There's no questions directly related to this.
Cool. How are we doing schedule-wise? Are there any other questions or bits that we want to?
It is time to move on to Pragash's topic, but yeah, I don't see any questions. Spell check can probably be automated, Felix said. Yeah, but I think we can continue on, and so we don't run behind on time, and there's time for questions later on during the breaks or in Matrix chat. All right, Pragash, we can see your screen, but I don't think I hear you.
Hi, Carol.
Oh, yes, now we hear you. Yep.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So thank you, Carol. Hi, everyone. My name is Om Prakash, and I am part of the Ansible community team. So in this talk, I'm going to give some updates and progress about the new initiative, which we introduced during the last contributor summit, that is Ansible badges. So yeah, before that, let me quickly explain what is digital badges or digital credential. So digital credentials are a powerful tool to recognize, reward, and motivate skills and achievements. And as we all know, Ansible community is active and large. We wanted to recognize community members and their contributions with something solid, and that also validates their achievements, and that can be shared with anyone or on social platforms. And we are going to use Badger platform to issue badges. As you can see here, Badger, it requires the name and email ID of a contributor to award badges, and you can check this link, which is in Ansible Badges GitHub repository for more details. And currently, we'll award badges for the categories listed here. For example, you'll get a first-time contributor badge if you contribute something for the first time, and also if you submit a PR, fix a bug, maintain a module or collection, a review code, fix doc issues, and yeah, when you present something on Ansible or organize Ansible meetups, write blogs, create technical video, complete an Instruct course, or if you face any error while taking the challenges, then submit a PR to fix that error on Ansible Instruct GitHub repo. We'll share this links on a matrix. Also, if you have a new badge idea, then yeah, you can the badge idea to recognize any contributions that is not listed in the categories here, then you can submit that idea by filing an issue in this repository. Also, if you have art design skills and want to design badge icons, then feel free to submit them by filing an issue here, the same repository for Ansible badges. Yeah, so as it's new, we are starting with meetup category and issue badges to organizers and speakers, and we designed badge icons for the same. But as we do everything in a community way, we thought of leaving it to the community to decide on selecting the icons. So here is the link. I think we also shared this in the last edition of Bullhorn. So yeah, check this link and tell us which design you like, and then we'll fix that one and then issue badges to the meetup organizers and speakers. I think, yeah, we have 2 comments. Oh yeah, 4 comments, and I'm expecting more. I think I'll also share this link on Ansible Community Matrix channel. But yeah, so yeah, like I said, as it's a new initiative, we are starting with meetup category. But yeah, in 1-2 months time frame, we'll be covering all the categories, and then we'll try to automate issuing batches. And yeah, I should mention Greg and Carol for also helping me with this. And yeah, these are the updates and progress. If you have any questions, you can ask now.
Let me check the questions. There's no any questions about badges. We have shared the links to the repo and the discussion in the Matrix, the conference room and channel. Let's see. Greg is saying, I'm looking forward to doing data work on how the badge program rolls out.
Yes.
All right. Just by a quick comment in the Matrix room, if you're looking at the Om Prakash's screen right now, do you prefer the first set of badges or the second set? Just answer with badge 1, badge 2, or something like that in IRC or Matrix. Just to get a general feel of which way this will be going. All right. Well, while we, because there's a bit of lag between the live stream and our chat here. So thank you, Om Prakash, for this. I'm personally very excited about this badges program because I hope to get some myself.
Yeah, I think we all will get badges.
Right. Yeah. So thanks for your great work on the badge program, and we look forward to more news on that.
Yep. Thank you, Carol.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, we have some of the badge comments coming. Badge 1. Greg asked, no hexagonal badges because like the stickers, some of them are hexagon shaped. Number 1. So far, I think I've seen mostly ones. I think I like badge 1, but it's pretty close. So, right. Badge 1 is even, but the dynamic shape is good. I'm inclined towards 2 for that reason, from Dave Dunk. So yeah, a lot of badge 1s, but also a couple of votes for 2. Great feedback. Thank y'all. Okay, we are 1 minute before the next presentation, and I believe Sumit and Craig are here.
Yeah, Carol. Hey.
Hi.
How you
Thanks
doing?
for joining us. How are you? Good. I know it's a bit probably early for you, Craig. Oh no, you're in Europe, right?
Correct.
Okay, so not too early for you.
South African in Dublin.
Okay, all right. Okay. Thank you. So whenever you're ready, please go ahead. You can share your screen and get started on. Yes, sorry. This is a security automation update I forgot to mention. So please go ahead, Craig and Sumit.
Let me just share my screen. So I'll be sharing entire screen because I'll be switching between the screens. So it's better to share the entire screen. Let me know if you guys are able to see that.
Yes, we see ourselves in the screen.
Cool. So welcome all this to the first Ansible Contributor Summit of 2022, and we are here to give you a brief update about the security automation. And my name is Sumat, and I am currently working as principal software engineer in the Ansible content team. Basically, I'm focusing more on the security part of things. And with me is Craig Brandt, and he is currently working as principal technical marketing manager, and he's also part of Ansible automation platform, where he's largely focusing on the security part of things. So today we'll be discussing about the Ansible security RM resource module scaffolding tool, and we have a demo prepared for that, so that you guys have an idea that how this scaffolding tool works. And then we'll be discussing about the firewall automation policy overview, and our resource module overview, and the resource module development status. So with that, I'll just quickly jump to the security resource module, the scaffolding tool. So what is scaffolding tool is like, basically it helps. So given by the definition, it's an Ansible collection that helps developers scaffold and output Ansible resource module. So based out of OpenAPI based Swagger JSON files. So if you are aware of security vendors, most of them are REST API based. And if the vendor supports a REST API JSON file, which is OpenAPI based, then using that JSON file, we can quickly come up with the Ansible resource module, and we can directly like the module that will be generated through this particular scaffolding tool will be almost 90% working. So the integration part of the integration with vendors becomes very easy. So yeah, the problem it solves is like swift integration with vendors. And since we are the one who takes care of all the designing part of the tool, so the output module would adhere to all the Ansible best practices. So if you're a vendor who is trying to integrate with Ansible, you need not to take care of you need not to worry about the principles and the best practices what Ansible offers. If you use this tool to generate the module, it will have all those principle and best practices fit in. And so the module generated are the resource module with all the newly supported resource module states. If you're aware of the resource module, it supports newly supported states are merged, replace, override, delete, and gathered. And there are other states which is more relevant to networking team. But yeah, when it comes to security resource module, you'll be seeing more of merge, replace, delete, and gathered state. So yeah, as I said, the modules generated here would be 90% working. There might be few tweakings that would be required from the module side manually to make it work as expected. But yeah, once we output this the module, it will be 90% working. So with that said, I'll quickly jump to the demo part of it because we have short time. And okay, so before that, so this is the GitHub link, and this is checked in code, and this is the Ansible security RM builder collection, and you can find all the relevant document here. You can just browse through this documentation. So at present, it supports 3 vendors. If we go to this roles, scaffold resource tools, and templates. So at present, it supports Checkpoint, Fortinet, and Trend Micro as vendors. So let's say if any new vendor wants to build their work with Ansible security builder, RM builder, then they'll have to do few of the changes for their particular collection, and then this tool would be ready for their use. So at this point, I'll be demoing the with Trend Micro collection. So let's just quickly jump in. Okay, let me open the. I believe I have not opened the Trend Micro instance. Just give me a moment. Okay, maybe different tab. Okay, so I'll quickly open the Trend Micro instance. Open up. Oh God. So yeah, as you can see, this is the web UI of Trend Micro, and in here I'll try to come up with the module for firewall rules. So if I go back to my VS Code, you can see this, right? Is the font visible enough, or shall I increase it?
Looks good for me.
Cool. Thanks, Craig. So yeah, you can see, right? So this is the Swagger JSON file that is available for Trend Micro, and you can see this is Open API based. And as I said, I'll try to come up with a module of firewall rules. Let me search for firewall rules. So yeah, you can see, right? This is the firewall rule for JSON for firewall rule, and this has all the get call and it has post call. So since I'm handling the configuration side of things, so I'll try to do a post. So if I go to the schema, it has all the parameters that this module support. So basically, the tool will take this firewall rail as an input, and then it'll try to parse this entire JSON file and come up with the parameters from this JSON file itself with all the type and description, everything tabbed in. And if you see, currently it's in camel case, right? But Ansible standard is underscore case, right? So the tool takes care of converting this camel case to underscore case, and then taking care of converting things internally while we form the request body. So yeah, so just let me fire this request. Okay.
Sumit, could you maybe just increase the text size a little bit? Thank you.
Yep, sure. Is this visual enough?
Yeah, hopefully that should be good. Thank you.
Okay, cool. So yeah, you can see, right? So I have taken an input as RMJSON, Swagger JSON file destination where I want to store this data, and API object path is basically the input of the firewall rules, and module name, module version, resource, what I am trying to fire, and my collection org is Trend Micro, and the collection name exactly is DeepSec, and unique key. All these parameters are documented in the RM Security Builder GitHub repo. But yeah, so author is Ansible Security Automation at this point. So let me just quickly run this tool. So this running this tool would give me a module and an action logic. So if let me let this run finish. Shouldn't take much of time. Yeah, you can. I can just fire the. So yeah, you can see, right? The tool gave me two files. One of the file is DeepSec firewall rules, and one is the action logic. So module is basically only the documentation side of things. So all this document is coming from the JSON file, and all these parameters and description and type is coming from the JSON file while passing things. And then this is the heart of that module. So basically, this is taking care of all the firing of requests and taking care of all the states. So if let me just quickly copy this file and paste to my Trend Micro collection for this to run. Okay, so I have copied that particular file in the module section, and then I'll fire the action logic and paste it in my Trend Micro collection. So yeah, so these are the two files that I've copied, and let me just quickly go through the playbook that I'll try to run. Okay, so Craig would briefly talk about all the states, but yeah, I'll try to do a merge first, and then I'll try to modify the merge. So modifying by merge is means it is trying internally calling the put call, and then I'll try to gather facts, and then for the last part, I'll fire a replace call where replace is first delete and then apply the configuration. So as you can see, this test firewall 1 is the configuration that will be already applied. So it will try to delete this particular rule first and then try to apply this playbook configurations. And then I'll quickly delete that operation, delete both the firewall rule that have been configured. So let me quickly go back to the console. So as you can see, I am trying to fire the merge of fire operation. So as you see, I haven't changed anything from the module side. I have just run the tool, and the tool output, I'm just running it directly without making any changes. So you can see, right? So it has tried to make a change. And since these two firewall rules were not present, so in this, you are seeing before as empty list, and after is getting populated with the new test firewall 1 and test firewall 2. We can go ahead and confirm this from the Trend Micro web URL as well. So you can see under deny, so both these rules are deny 1. So you can see, right, these two rules are configured now, test firewall 1 and test firewall 2. So if I go ahead and do a modifier, so if I run it again, it should be coming out as changed as false. So this is the Ansible principle, right? That playbook should be idempotence. So running this via scaffolding tool, the module takes care of all the idempotence part as well. So you can see, right? Now after is coming as an empty list, and before, since this two configuration is already applied, it is coming in before. Now I'll go ahead and fire the modify operation. So just to be So as I said, modifier will go ahead and try to check for the existing configuration. And if the configuration is existing, it will try to fire the modify configuration. So in this, I have tried to change the action. So you can see, right, in before the action is deny, but in after the action is changed to allow. And just to confirm that if it's a put call or a post call, you can check the ID, right? So you can see ID is 143 here, and the same ID is in before call as well. So this makes things very clear that, okay, you are not firing any changes from post call, because put is basically taking care of your update of existing config. So yeah. So quickly, I'll run the idempotent part of it as well. Yep, you can see, right? Now I'll fire the gathered operation. So how gathered is helpful? Gathered is basically helps in collecting your entire configuration in structured format, and that structured output can be used directly when you are creating, like when you are trying to fire any particular request. Okay, I believe I have made some error in tag, so I think it was gathered. Yep. So you can see, right, I am trying to gather by name of my firewall rules. So I've given the name as test firewall 1, test firewall 2. For these two firewalls, I want to gather facts. So in this, you can see, right, I have gathered these two facts. So let me quickly run the replace operation as well. Again, I think it would be replaced instead of replace. Okay. So yeah, as I said, in replace operation, so you can see, right, before and after both is populated. So herein, I'm trying to change the existing configuration of test firewall 2 with the replace configuration. So this is my playbook content, and this is what was existing on the instance. So you can see this can be verified that this was exactly a post call. So in here, your ID is 143, but in here, the ID is 145. So you can see, right, in replace operation, we are first deleting the first existing config and then trying to apply the configuration which is provided through playbook. So that this is replace operation, and quickly if I run it again, it should be idempotent. Yep, it is again after and before. And quickly I'll just run the delete operation to go back to 0.0. So delete operation also I'm firing by name. So if you go back to playbook, you can see, right, I am trying to delete these test firewall 1 and test firewall 2. So yeah, things has been deleted. So you can see, right, my after is coming as an empty list and my before is coming as this. And if I run it again, my before should come as empty list because those two configuration is not there on the box. Same can be verified through the Trend Micro instance as well. Yeah, you can see, right, now in under deny there is no test firewall and 1 and test firewall 2. So yeah, so this was the demo, and now I can stop sharing my screen. Yeah, so you saw, right, how quickly we can get things going and how quickly we can like integrate with the security vendors. So this is the tool that we have come up with for basically if someone from the community side wants to run that tool, or basically if a vendor is going ahead and want to come up with the integration, they can quickly do so using the scaffolding tool. So the second part will be taken care by Craig. So Craig, over to you.
Sumit, thank you so much. I think that's so powerful. You know, you just use an API. From that API,
Exactly.
you were able to generate that and use it. I think is absolutely powerful. So to tie it up with what we're hearing from the Ansible BU from a customer point of view and why these resource modules are so powerful, is we're building different types of use cases, one of them being firewall policy automation. Now, Sumit mentioned different states that you could gather, right? So if we look at an example of some of the use cases, policy visibility. So a customer, if they're new to automation, they
Craig,
don't...
I believe I am not able to see the screen.
Oh,
I'm able to see it.
oh.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sorry to interrupt you,
Let me
man.
share that tab again. No problem at all.
Yeah, try sharing again. Yeah.
All right, we good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, excellent. So
yeah, now I can see.
all right. So from a firewall policy automation point of view, these different states are extremely handy if you think about the maturity model of a customer. So a gathered state is only read-only. With a gathered state, they don't change any configuration, but they're able to assess and gather the information of what's happening with their firewall policies, right? So that's where the firewall policy visibility comes into play. When we moved into the merged and replaced use cases, think of a customer who says, okay, I'm a little bit more comfortable with automation, but I don't want to go and change the whole state's desired state. I just want to maybe improve a little bit. So, maybe merge or replace a rule. So as they've got that and they get their policy definitions into the state that they want, then they can move on to the different states, such as override and hopefully not deleted too. So when you move to the override, you're extremely mature. So think about not logging into a console. Think about infrastructure as code and GitOps and having a desired state that you actually update that and then deploy it across the organization. So as a quick example, the beauty of resource modules is also the way it describes and provides the information of the state. So from a security automation perspective, from the Ansible BU, there's been a lot of work that we've been doing, getting the firewall vendors engaged. And also there's been some great work that's been done by the Ansible engineers. So from a state that where we are, Splunk, Fortinet, Checkpoint, and IBM. So these are all the resource modules that we're busy with right now. So Splunk and IBM being a CM type solution. The Ansible, so Sumit is working on the QRadar collection itself to make it more resource modules. And the other engineers are also working on it. So from a Splunk perspective, we're investing the engineering time for that. From a Cisco point of view, congratulations, Sumit. I know you worked on it. The Cisco resource modules are complete. And for Fortinet and for Checkpoint, we actually engaging with the vendors. So that's why that scaffolding tool is so awesome. We give it to the vendors. They're able to go and quickly prototype the resource modules for them. So they are currently busy with it right now. And for Fortinet and for Checkpoint, that should come real soon. And again, congrats to the Ansible engineering team. The Trend Micro collection is complete and ready as resource modules. So think about a customer being able to take from different vendors, get the described state, or mature their automation with those different states that resource modules provide, and then get to the desired state that they want to. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We actually do have a couple of questions.
Sure.
The first one is from Hideki. Are there any plans to extend this resource module builder for other common modules? I think it has the benefit of unifying the module code structure. There's already been some discussions, but if you want to add something to that.
I know there was actually a bigger, broader discussion on the Ansible upstream community with the adoption of resource modules and standard modules, and there is a use case for both of them, especially when it comes to devices such as security devices and networking devices. A lot of organizations really need to get that descriptive, defined information back. They really do see the advantages of having those different states and being able to revert if something goes wrong based on those different states. So I do see it being used more pervasively. I know in the security space, it makes a lot of sense. And I mean, it's so widely used in the networking space too.
Yes, wonderful. The next one is by Greg. Where does the community start if they want to add more supported devices or vendors?
Sumit, you want to tackle that one?
Yeah, sure. So if let's say if you want to support a particular vendor, you can definitely go ahead, and I have already shared the link for so this presentation. I think Carol will be sharing with you later. So at that you have the GitHub repo link, and you can go ahead and create a pull request, and we'll review it. And if everything goes well, then we'll push the changes to the particular repo itself.
And don't forget the badges. Badges are
Yeah.
important. No, I want some of those.
Yes.
Me too.
That's a great point. All right. Thank you so much, Sumit and Craig. And we'll have a 2-minute break before we come back with the next topic. Thank you. We're just going to take a quick break. And the next topic, I believe it's on the new Pinakes Project by John Hardy. Stay tuned.
Carol, is it okay if I just test my screen share?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, not sure. Let's see, window. Try this.
We see the Google search screen.
Is it
Yeah.
correctly sized or working?
It would be great if you enlarge it a little bit, because YouTube tends to shrink everything, and
Is that too big or?
that's too big. I wonder if you can just zoom in. Exactly. Yeah, that's there you go.
Something like that. Okay. All right, we'll go with that. Awesome.
All right.
Thank you. I will stop sharing.
All right, that was a quick break. Next up, we have John Hardy with the new Pinakes Project. And please continue to ask your questions in the conference room and the IRC channel mentioning Ansible. John, please go ahead.
Awesome. Thanks, everybody. So first time at a contributor summit. So forgive me for maybe going a little bit too product. I am a product manager at Red Hat. So I'm here to talk to you about a brand new project that we've been working on for the last 6 months. Actually, we've been working on it for a lot longer than that. But this project really started about 6 months ago with a complete rewrite. It was the automation services catalog that we used to host at our cloud website, but we decided that after a lot of feedback from our customers that they wished to see it on premise. They wanted a private version of it that they could install. So we went through a complete rewrite of it, and we put it into the Django framework. It's a Python application, and it has all of the features that we had before. But it's a lot faster, a lot slicker, and you can now install it on premise, which means for the community, you can now attach this directly to AWX, which is a great thing for us, actually. So we want people to jump on this. We want people to use it, give us feedback, help us iterate it, join the community, contribute to it, do all the great things open source with it. I do have Eric Clarizio coming later on to give you a quick 10 minutes on the community itself and how his engineering works with it. For this little spot here, I'm going to take you through a demonstration of it to show you what they've achieved in 6 months with the rewrite and what it's capable of doing right now. So let me go and start sharing my screen. We are going for this. Okay, so I've already installed this. I've already installed it. The project, by the way, is called Pinakes, and that is a Greek or Latin for the first ever catalog. So that's what it means. Now, the architecture, hopefully Eric will go through later, but one of the great things that Pinakes has is it's able to leverage Keycloak. Well, it's not able to, it's actually mandatory requirement to use Keycloak with it, which brings a lot of value because it means that you can now hook it up to any external authentication, whether that's social auth or whether that's LDAP, SAML, and the likes. You can start authenticating through those third-party IDP systems. So Pinakes is, this is what it looks like when you first log in. Now, I've actually not done anything with this. So if I pray to the demo gods well, we're going to be treated good today. So I really like doing live demos because if you can't do a live demo, what's the point? So here's a live demo of it. I've literally just started it. One of the things I want to draw your attention to is that the group are doing really well with the documentation. So the upstream, you've got the public Ansible Pinakes GitHub repos. And in here, you'll find all the documentation. I'm taking you straight to the Minikube one because this is the setup that I'm running. I did really pressure the group to basically get a operator together. That will come, but for just now, it's about one more command. So basically, you start Minikube, okay? You enable the ingress controller add-on. You get the Minikube IP and put it into your host file. So here's the host entries that I've got, and you could see that where I just first logged in. I'll go back to there in a second. And once you've done that, then all you do is you just clone the repository and set your environment variables for your controller or AWX server, and then start it. And that is it. So like I said, I mean, comparing this to like the AWX operator install is like one more command. So it's really, really easy to get up and running. Once you get it up and running, the first thing that's going to happen is that you're going to log in, probably with fred.sample, which is a seeded user account that we have. Now, it takes you straight to portfolios. We have the 3 Ps. So the 3 Ps are, we have products, and we have portfolios, and we have platforms. You can see them here. So a platform is your AWX server. So here it is here. I can click on this. This is obviously a automation controller. And it gives me some stats under summary as far as, when it last refreshed it, what was brought along as far as workflows and job templates. So the mapping is that your job templates and workflows that exist inside of your AWX server can be represented or presented in Pinakes as products. There's very, very good reason why we don't do direct job template and workflow presentation, because with Pinakes, you can actually create multiple products pointing to the same job template. And a really good example of that would be, say here, for instance, these are job templates because I'm looking at the platform. The rel 8 VM is a all-encompassing, do anything, how many CPUs, how much memory, how much disk do you want, bit of automation. So if I order this inside of AWX, I can choose any amount of CPUs, any amount of memory, and so on. Well, with Pinakes, what you can actually do is you can create a small, medium, and large offering as far as products are concerned, and map them directly to that one single job template. And then you can control the entry that the user has to that small, medium, and large. You can even apply different business governance, so multi-level approval, so that if you order a small, you don't need any approval. If you order a medium or a large, you may need some approval. We're going to go through that in a second. So let's go straight into the demonstration of working with this. So the first thing we need to do is create a portfolio. So a portfolio is a logical grouping of products. Now I'm going to call my portfolio infrastructure as a service. And here we go. So infra as a service. We do have YouTube videos of this to share with you later. So here's my portfolio. It tells me that there's nothing in here at the moment. What would I like to do? All I can do is add. So I'm going to add products. We're going to default to the controller or AWS server you have connected. But I select it here. I can filter if I've got lots and lots and lots of things in my AWS server. Here where you can see, here's the 5 job templates that exist in my server. I'm going to select all of them bar the demo. Like so. Click add. Okay, so these, and it gives me a little toaster message here saying successfully added the products. So I've now got 4 products in my infrastructure as a service portfolio. Now the thing is that they don't look very nice. Okay, so they look pretty, but I can make them look prettier. So we've got a thing called beautifying. If I select CentOS 8 minimal for development, I can click on it and I can click edit. I can then add more name or description. These names and descriptions are coming straight from AWX, but I can override these with new data, new metadata inside of Pinakes itself. So I'm going to upload an image. Let's go to, so what is this? This is CentOS. So let's go straight for here. There we go. And we're going to go back. And now CentOS looks a little bit more prettier. So let's go and do the others while we're here. So click edit, upload image. So this is Windows. And let's do the rel ones. And you can see how quick it is to work with the administration of this. So we've done a lot of things here to help and aid the administrator setting up the catalog. We're quite experienced in catalogs, and we've seen how difficult it is in other vendors' products to work with the administration of it. So here we can change the text here. So let's just change this to virtual. If I can spell virtual machine. Okay, so I've beautified the 4 products. They've got new icons, and one of them's got new text here. Let's just go and order one of these. Let's go and click order. So if I click order on CentOS 8 minimal for development, now it basically quickly warned me there with a default modal saying, look, there's no survey on this. If you order it, it's just going to be ordered. So if I go to orders page now, you can see here that, and actually the order ID is number 1. So that's how untested this demo is. I've actually not actually even tested and deleted it just for you. So very, very first order is fresh in front of you. You can see here that it's currently ordered, and if I refresh, oh, it's changed to completed. So we can get more detail on this. We can see here what the parameters were that were passed through. These are the extra vars. We can see under the approval tab what happened here. It just got system approved. If we go to provision, we can see here the state of the provision. Okay, so there are more things to come here in the future. So life cycle, we're going to give you the ability to be able to return extra vars or stats back to the catalog, so that, for instance, if you provisioned a virtual machine, you could return back to catalog the IP address of the virtual machine, the SSH keys, and then the user would be able to, inside a lifecycle, be able to connect directly to the virtual machine that was just provisioned by Ansible. So that will come. That will come fairly soon because we've done it before. So that's basically our very first order. Let's go back to portfolios. So there's our infrastructure as a service. So we tested an order. Let's go and have a look at RHEL 8 virtual machine, because this one is slightly different. Now, this one actually has a survey attached to it inside of AWX controller. So in here, we can say 2 CPUs, 4 gig of memory, and 20 gig disk. Let's click confirm on there. Okay, order goes in. If we go to the orders page, we can see here, here's the order parameters. There's the extra vars that got sent through to that order. And here's all of the status messages that are coming through on there. If we go back to the top level order page, we can see here, super duper quick, as Ansible is. We've got the RHEL 8 virtual machine. It's completed the provision. So as far as AWX is concerned, or controller, it's done the job, it's executed it. So whilst we're here, why don't we go and have a look at that AWX server so that you can see what's going on there. Now, if I can remember the password, is it that? Try something else. But I'm lucky. Okay, so if we look at jobs, then what are we expecting to see? We're expecting to see today, okay, so 12th of the 4th, that's correct, at 2:09, we did the CentOS deployment or provision, and then we followed that up with a RHEL 8 one. So you can see that my controller is marrying up or exactly with what I've done inside of Pinakes. Okay, so the next thing to do is to show you approval. So out of the box, we're good for time. So out of the box, we have multi-level approval. Now, maybe the first thing to do is to show you what that looks like in Keycloak. So probably just needs to explain to you what the layout of my users are, and I'm doing this to remind myself as well. Okay, so the engineers have been really kind to seed some users and groups in to help you out. So if we go and look at view all users, you can see here, here's thread.sample, and the thread.sample belongs to the infrastructure group, and the infrastructure group has the roles on it that make it a administrator. So you can see here, here's the IT, sorry, not infrastructure, but IT technology group. We also have a finance and a marketing group. So we click on, so we go to users and we click on Wilma, for instance, and have a look at Wilma. Wilma is in finance, and then the other user was Barney, and Barney is in marketing. Now, if I remember correctly, finance is got the roles on it that make it approver, and Barney, who's in the marketing group, is just a standard user, with Fred being the administrator. Okay, so this fairly matches up with most enterprise use of IDPs. So let's go and try some multi-level approval. So the first thing to do is to go into approval. We can see, as an admin, I can see my requests. I can also see all the requests that happened. These requests are here because they just got system approved. If I go and look at this, for instance, when we did the RHEL 8 provision, we could see here that the system notified and it auto-approved. What we wish to do, though, is we wish to create a new approval process. Now, there's no approval process here right now, so I'm going to create a new one. Let's call this finance department. All all finance users to approve. Okay, so what groups are going to be in here? Finance. Okay. Now, don't want to get too deep on this because I want to keep it nice and simple, but you can actually do like multi-dimensional, multi-level approval. In other words, the system can notify one group sequentially at a time, and we don't have limits, I think, on how many groups. Now that would basically equate to multi-level. In other words, you can have the system email the finance group first to say, right, everybody in finance go and approve it or deny it. If they approve it, then it will go on to the next group. And maybe the next group is data center administrators, because they want to be able to check to make sure the data center can actually accommodate the order. At which point, as long as finance approved it, then the data center people will then be notified afterwards to then go and approve it as well. What you're seeing here is the ability to notify all of the groups all at the same time. So if I had more groups here, basically finance and data centers, they would both get notified at the same time, and it would require both groups to approve to be able to get past the approval chain. I'm only going to select one group at the moment, so we're just going to put finance in there. So we've got finance group to approve. Okay. Now, the finance group, we already know that from Keycloak that Wilma is in the finance group. So we go to groups, we can see Wilma's in finance. So going back to Pinakes, we've created the approval process. It was pretty simple, right? You can create more approval processes here. So you could create a data center administrators one, and then you could then apply both of them later. And I'm going to show you how to do that right now. Now, you can apply approval at multiple levels. You can do it here, set approval, and that would mean that the all products inside of this portfolio would require the approval that I set. Or I can actually do it on a per product basis. So we can select this virtual machine here, a RHEL 8 virtual machine job template. I can then click set approval, and from here I can click the approval process that I just created. So there's finance department, click save. There you go. Right, so that's now on there. Now, remember, we did actually order the RHEL 8 virtual machine job template product earlier, and it just went straight through auto approved. I am now, in this case, going to go to 2 CPUs, 4 gig of memory, 50 gig disk space, click confirm, and there's the order. There's gone in. Okay, so with that order in place, let's go and have a look at it and see how it's behaving. You can see here that the RHEL 8 virtual machine has gone in, fred.sample. If we click on approval, it says it's undecided. Okay, so that's interesting, right? So let's go and approve that. Now, I'm deliberately going to log out here because I need to log in as Wilma. So let's go and log in as Wilma. Now, you'll notice with Wilma, there's no portfolios, okay, because the portfolio was created by Fred. It hasn't been shared to any users yet, and I'm going to show you that in my next bit of demo. So there's no portfolios for Wilma to see, but because Wilma is in approval, she can see that there is a approval menu item here for her, and there's something for her to do. Okay, so there's this request for a RHEL 8 virtual machine. Fred.sample is the requester. It's ID number 3. We can approve or deny it straight from here. We can click comment. We can say, hey, can you look at this? So you can actually message between approvers in the system. The requester doesn't see the transcript, but the other approvers will see it. So if they log in, they can click on here. They can go into the request transcript, and you can see here, Wilma just put a message saying, hey, Bobby, can you have a look at it? She hasn't clicked approve or deny. And basically, this transcript can keep growing. You do get to see the extra bars that will pass through, so you can tell whether you actually want to allow this to happen or not. Of course, I want to be kind, and let's go and approve this. I approve. If you deny, you have to give a reason. If you approve, you actually do not. So there you go. So Wilma's approved it. Let's log out and let's go back in as Fred. So under Fred, we go to orders. You can see there's the rel 8 virtual machine 3 minutes ago. It's actually completed already in the time that it took for me to log in, log out. It's the one with the 50 gig disk, if you recall. And if we click on approval, we can see here that's been approved. Can't see the transcript, but all I care about is getting it. And it also does tell me that finance did approve it. So there is a demo of multi-level approval out the box, no coding, no JavaScript, no nothing like you find in quite a lot of other catalogs that you need to do. So we're pretty impressed with what we've been able to achieve there. Now, the other thing that you notice when Wilma logged in, Wilma didn't have any portfolios. Okay, so I'm not really interested in Wilma. I'm going to do this next demo with Barney. So Barney was in, let's go and check. Barney was in a group called marketing. So let's go back to Pinakes. Let's take this. Well, let me first show you a login with Barney and show you what Barney sees. Barney sample. So we log in as Barney. You can see that Barney's a normal user, right? So Barney's not seeing platforms, not seeing approval, just gets to see products, portfolios, and orders by dictation of the role on the group. There's no portfolios for Barney, right? So what we'll do is we'll log back out of Barney, log in as our admin. A lot of logging in and logging out here. Okay, so logged in as Fred again as our admin. Let's click share on the portfolio. We can select the group, so it was marketing, and we've got two types of permissions here because maybe your organization's quite large and you want project leaders to be able to administer the portfolios that you give to them. So imagine that you've got a project, right, that's delivering a whole lot of new new services to the business. That project leader could be assigned the permissions to be able to create products and automation in the services catalog, and then the users could then just have view permissions. So it's a good way of delegation of administrative capabilities. So in this demonstration, we've got can order view. All right, so we're going to add that permission to this portfolio. Click apply. Okay, so now the portfolio has been shared with marketing. How do we know that that has been done? We're going to log out and we're going to log in as barney.sample. Barney. And this time we will now see there's the portfolio. Infrastructure as a service is there. Barney can come along. Barney can order stuff, and off we go with Barney ordering stuff. Okay, so there's Barney's order going through. It's a system approved item. And you'll notice that Barney only gets to see his order, right? Because Fred was an admin, so Fred gets to see everything. Barney only gets to see his orders. Okay, so that we're really getting to the end here. I'm going to try some other things just to show you how easy it is to administer. So Fred.sample Fred. So you've seen multi-level approval. You've seen the ability to share portfolios to different groups of users. The last thing to show you is that imagine that you've gone in and you've set up this portfolio. It looks beautiful. You beautified everything. Everything's great. And you did that for the sales team. If you want to go and create the same amount of stuff but less one item for maybe the marketing group, you don't want to sit there and go and create and beautify everything again. So what you can do is you can just click copy and you get a copy. So now we've got a portfolio called copy of infrastructure as a service. So now we've got copy of. So there's the original with our 4 items. If we go back to portfolios and we click on copy of, we've got the same one. We can now come in here and go, right, let's get rid of these 2 items. And there we go. They're gone. Okay, so we've got rel 8 virtual machine, rel 8 enterprise on AWS. We can then change this to project There you go. Let's do that. So now we've got 2 portfolios. We've got Project Acme and Infrastructure as a Service portfolios, easily copied. Obviously, we can also copy individual items of things. So we can do copy, and then we can. So if I copy just an individual product, I can either copy it to the same portfolio, then it gets a copy of, or I can copy it to a different portfolio. I think that's pretty cool. So that brings us right to the end. It was actually only a 25-minute demo. I don't think there's anything else at the moment to show you. But the roadmap is to add dynamic surveys as soon as humanly possible. So that's high on our list. Dynamic surveys will give us the ability to, and I guess I can show you this actually. If I go into the Relate virtual machine, there's a menu item here called Edit Survey. You can actually set defaults. You can hide menu items. Remember how we got 3 questions? So I can select this number of CPUs, and I can say, right, the initial value is actually 2, and we're going to hide it. And that's it. So that's it. Every time the Relate virtual machine is ordered, it will always have 2 CPUs, and the user will not get the ability to change it, as you can see here. So we've got more survey stuff coming. Okay, so you can put substitution in, you can lock the values, you can hide the questions, you can disable the questions, and then we're going to be able to do the, like I say, the dynamism, where you'll be able to actually populate the values from an external source. The reason why you'd want to do that, you've been to lots of websites where they turn around and say, choose your state, choose your county, your postcode, and so on. Those values can be fed in from an external source. We're most likely probably going to do it from just a REST endpoint. So as long as you conform to our data structure, we will start to we'll populate the dropdown with those values. A real life example would be, I don't know, I'm provisioning into VMware. I want my users to be able to choose which data center, which virtual switch, network, and so on that they're to connect to. So last thing to say about Pinakes, it's a service catalog. So really the whole premise of this project is to, and here's the business mantra, is to extend automation to the business user. So, AWX controller, the interface is not really for the end user, it's for Ansible people. This project is trying to take automation, the great automation that you create inside of AWX controller, and start to get that out into the end user. So instead of them raising tickets in something like ServiceNow, and then that coming through to the Ansible team to run a job template, they can run the job template themselves. Why? Because they've got business governance. You can control what they order, and you can put it through multi-level approval. So that is it. Shall we take some questions?
Yes, thank you, John. There is one question for now. It's from Miroslav. Can you manage Pinakes itself with Ansible playbooks?
So the group, the Eng team, that's probably a question. Come back and ask Eric later. But there is a completely open API on Pinakes. I have, if you search for me on YouTube, you will find demonstrations of this from before when it was a cloud service. And I did demonstrate the ability to integrate catalog into your Jenkins pipelines. So you can call it from an API. Everything you have seen me do today, you can actually do by just calling a REST endpoint. So sort of the answer is yes. We don't have a collection for it just yet. It's a little bit early for that.
You just answered the next question, is will there be a collection to manage this? So we'll wait on that, I suppose.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, that will come. What we're trying to do is we're trying to see, is there community appetite for this project? If there is community appetite for this project, then we will go full guns blazing and deliver this. So really, it's down to the community to jump on.
From Hideki, do we need additional settings on AWX side to communicate with Pinakes?
The only thing you need on AWX is you need to create an application token. That is it. So if you're running AWX, you've got Minikube already, you can just start deploying Pinakes into that Minikube cluster alongside your AWX server. Pinakes will connect to the controller API, and it does that by using an application token.
All right. From Sean, dynamic surveys for workflows in Pinakes? ?
That's what I said right at the end. Yes, that will be coming. It's if I could have it tomorrow, I would. Raise those questions to Eric later in his little session. It's the #1. Okay, it's not even. There's nothing else ahead of any other feature other than dynamic surveys. Like, I need that yesterday. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And as John mentioned, Eric Clarizio will speak at 14:50 UTC, a bit more about contribution and the Pinakes community. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
All right, that was a great demonstration, and we also had really good comments about the demos. And again, this will be recorded, so if you missed anything, please wait for the recordings. We'll share that after the summit. Next, we have a demo on collection docs by Felix. Just one comment that Dave Dunk was so interested that he was installing it during the deployment. Okay, all right. Live demo and live deployments. Sorry, Felix, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Take it away.
Actually, I think my camera is even working, so you can.
Yes. Yes.
So,
hello.
hi, everyone.
Nice T-shirt.
Yeah. Some people might have seen it already, or might have their own copy at home. But yeah, let me share my screen. So today I want to give a small demo on collection documentation. This is mostly about Ansible docs, and which is basically used for the official doc side of Ansible. Ansible Docs project is available via PyPy. You can just install it with pip install Ansible Docs. It has a GitHub repo. It was recently separated from Ansible itself. Ansible is basically, the program which builds the Ansible package. You have to listen carefully because it's not Ansible, but Ansible. Pun intended. I think Toshio came up with it, or at least he was, I think, the person trying to get this pun out. So I hope you kind of enjoy it. Anyway, the doc side of Ansible, I'm sure every one of you knows it. You also know that it has documentation for all the collections included with Ansible. And also, let's pick one like community Docker, for example. You can see that, basically every one of you, I'm sure has seen this. You have documentation for all the modules. You can click on the Docker container module, then you can see which options it takes, which parameters, what the requirements are, some basic information. You can see examples and so on. And Ansible Docs is the tool which creates this part of the doc side. It takes basically a set of collections, runs Ansible doc to extract the documentation in JSON, and then creates REST files out of these. And then as a next step, Sphinx is used to compile this into this beautiful doc site. And of course, you cannot just look at the official doc site, but you can create your own small doc site. For example, I basically as a test for this, and also to document some of my collections which aren't really published, I created my own small doc site, also using Ansible, Ansible Docs now. I also added some extra collections to test out some docs features, so like Sensu Go, and Ansible built-in, and Community General are usually not on there, but instead I have my own collection, Felix Fontaine Acme, for example, for doing some for getting certificates with the Acme protocol, and also I have basically docs for all the collections I'm somehow involved in, I'm maintaining or helping with. Okay, so what I want to show you today is how you can use Ansible Docs to create your own small doc site, just for fun, or also if you are maintaining a collection, you can use it to to look how your collection will look like on the official Ansible doc site, or you can also take a look at how or you can create your own doc site for your collection, like if it's not included in Ansible, for example. I also want to talk about two features of Ansible. One of them is not that new, but the other one is pretty new. The not so new one is the ability to add additional documents. Like in this case, for the Docker collection, there's a scenario guide. It used to be in the official scenario guides list, which is slowly evaporating and moved into the collections. Now, if you click on it, you can see in the URL, I hope you can see it actually, it's inside the collection docs. And there you can basically add any document as restructured text, stick to some simple rules, and then you can integrate it into the official doc site. You can also have multiple docs. For example, if I go to the crypto collection, and you can see that there are two scenario guides. There's one for creating self-signed certificates, one for creating a small CA. And you can have, basically, you can also have multiple sections, and you can have as many documents as you want. And the newer feature is that first, you can also see the description and the author of the collection on the doc site. This is currently only available on the official Devil doc site. Or if you create your own doc site with Ansible with the latest version, it will be available on the Ansible 6 doc site, which should be out in, I think it's less than 2 months from now, if everything goes like planned. Actually, it should be end of May, if I'm not mistaken. And that's where basically you see the description and the author. That's taken from the Galaxy YAML file. You get a link to the issue tracker and repository. That's also taken from the Galaxy YAML file, but you can also add additional links if you want. In this case, I added 2 links, one which goes directly to submit a bug report. You get directly sent to the GitHub page, which you basically just have to fill out the form, and that's it. And another one for request a feature. And it also allows you to add all this information on how to communicate on this collection. In this case, there's a metrics room, there's an IRC channel, and there's a mailing list. I mean, these are just the generic rooms for all users, but it's nice to have them for this collection, especially if you have some rooms which are specialized on this collection. This can be even more helpful. You can direct users directly to this information. And this here is really new, and I want to show you later how this works. Okay, so for now, how to get this running. I prepared a small script or something a live demo, which I will show you how it looks like. I hope the font size is okay, otherwise you have to complain. I try to make it as big as possible. The first step, what I want to do is create a virtual environment, so I don't have to pollute the global namespace by installing it. So in this virtual environment, I'm going to install ansible-core and Ansible docs. Ansible-core is basically needed to extract the documentation from the collections. And Ansible docs will create the REST files, and these will be used together with things to generate the doc site. So it takes a bit to install, but not too long. And also this one, soon Ansible-core will have a wheel for the next version, and Ansible itself will also have a wheel, so it will also be a bit quicker even. Okay, now having that installed, I'll create a subdirectory where I can put the collections. Actually, let me move this one away. And now I want to basically install 2 collections. First, I'll install Community Crypto. I'll do that with Galaxy. And I will install Community Docker. I directly clone it from Git. I have to clone it to the correct path. So into the collection subdirectory, there's a subdirectory Ansible collections. Inside there is a directory community, and inside there's a directory called Docker. Every one of you who worked on collections knows that you have to put collections in such a path so that all the tooling works. Now, also, if I use a ansible doc command to, for example, list all the modules in community Docker, then it should exactly find these ones. Okay, so what I now want to do is create a simple doc site. And for that, Ansible helps a bit. First, I create a new directory where I want to put it in. And since I never remember how to set up a new things doc site, I can use Ansible docs with the command things init. And this basically allows to set up a new things doc site for a few collections. It has a lot of parameters, but the simplest one is to use basically the following. I'm telling it to use the collections which are currently installed. Otherwise, it can also download them and extract the documentation from there. Then I tell it I want this thing in the doc site directory, and I want the doc site to be for the collections community crypto and community docker. Now, if I do that, then it will create a couple of files. Basically, if I look at what's there, there's a small build script. There's a things configuration. There's a requirements text file. And there's a RST subdirectory, which right now just has an index file, which I can customize. And the build script will create the REST files for the documentation for the collections and will rsync everything in there. So if you add other files, you can run the build script, or if you like also modify the collections, delete something, add something, everything will be updated. The first step is I have to install the requirements, otherwise I cannot really do something. This particularly installs things, the Ansible theme for things, and that one is based on the RDT, the read the docs theme. So now if I have everything, I can look at how this build script looks like. Excuse me. This is basically what I said. It goes into the directory where it is. Then it cleans up a temporary directory, temp RST, which is then filled by Ansible docs with the RST files for the collection. These are copied by rsync over into the proper RST directory, and then it calls things build to actually build the doc site. So if I run that, it takes a bit of time. So, of course, things usually takes up the longest of it, at least on the first run, or if everything changes for whatever reason. So now I have to wait a little bit. That's a downside of live demos. It always takes a bit of time. So, and now I can look at what the result is. And you see my small little test doc site, which I just created. It has a collection index. Excuse me. And this contains the documentation for community crypto and community docker. I can look at basically what it generated, and it looks almost the same as pretty much it's identical to what's on the official doc site here. Like if I go, where is it? If I go to the Docker collection, compared with the official doc site, you can see that it looks pretty similar. The version is slightly different. But besides, and also this devil banner isn't there. Actually, I'm getting 2.4.0 here because I cloned the Git repository, and in there the version is already bumped to 2.4.0 instead of 2.3.0, which is the latest published one. The rest basically looks the same. Also, the collection docs look the same and so on. Now, if for some reason I cloned the Git repository, so I can go into this directory. Now I can modify things, for example. Let's say, let me take a look at the Docker container module. Now I just add something like, hello, contributors summit. Now I'm going to call the build script again. And now it goes a bit quicker because also things does a lot of caching or only modifies what's changed. And you can see it got updated already. So now as soon as I modify my page, I can trigger the build again and everything is updated. Also here I can create a Git repository out of this doc site. I can add parts of it. I don't probably want to add all the documentation for the automatically generated documentation for the collections, but I probably want to add some other things, and then I can basically push the config for the doc site somewhere and use it to build it. Okay, so that's basically how I create my own small doc site. Now, I want to show you how these two features worked I mentioned earlier. So let me take a look. Here I'm in the community Docker repository. And as you can see, there's one subdirectory called docs. And if I go in there, there's a subdirectory called docsite. That's similar to the structure how it used to be in the Ansible repository. And there you can see two files, extra docs YAML and links YAML, and a RST subdirectory. In the RST subdirectory, you can see the scenario guide. This extra docs file is linked to, or basically tells Ansible what to do with the files in the RST directory and how to integrate them in the collection index. So here, if I go back to the documentation for the collection, I have the section scenario guide with the Docker guide. And now if I think this one works better. If I open everything here, you can see this is the extra docs file. It basically is a simple YAML file. It tells it's a list of sections. I have one section called scenario guide. And the talk tree inside the section, this is basically things language or RST language, is scenario guide. And this is basically generating this part. And the scenario guide is just a regular RST file. The only special thing is that all labels inside this RST file have to have this prefix here, Ansible collections, then the namespace, and then the name of the collection, and then docsite. This is to ensure that there are no collisions between labels used in the documents included with the collection and anything else on the doc side. And there's also a tool in case you have a problem with this, or if you're not sure whether you did it correctly. There's Ansible docs, and then it has several subcommands. For example, also lint collection docs. I can tell it lint the collection docs for this directory, and in this case, it doesn't say anything. But like, for example, if I forget, let's say I add a new label here, and I forget the doc site. If I run the linting tool again, it tells me that the label does not start with the expected prefix, Ansible collections community Docker docsite. So if you use this linting tool included with Ansible docs, it will tell you if you did something wrong. Basically, if Ansible during the docs build detects that something is wrong, it will simply ignore that file and not build it. So that's basically protection for us that the Ansible docsite build will always work, even if some collection includes some documentation which is broken. Okay, and the second part I wanted to show you is this links YAML file. It's first, it's giving information for these extra link and communication. But one thing it also does is make sure that there is an edit on GitHub button for all the modules and plugins. If you remember, maybe that was available when everything was back in the Ansible repositories. Then you were able to click on this edit on GitHub button for an arbitrary module or plugin, and you were basically sent to GitHub and you were able to edit that plugin on GitHub or this module. And that basically stopped working when everything moved to collections and Ansible 2.10 was released, basically because the doc side build didn't really know where all the things are living. And also, one way to solve this would be that basically we have to maintain a list where all the Git repositories are and how to find all the files in these Git repositories and so on. But instead of doing that, we decided to move that to this new feature. Here you can declare per collection where the GitHub repository is. In this case, it's on github.com/Ansible collections/community docker. The branch where this is found is main. And then there's a path prefix in case the collection root is not the root of the repository, then you can add a path to the root of the collection inside the repository here. And if you provide this information in the links YAML file, then Ansible will create this edit on GitHub link for you. And then about all the communication and the extra links, these are the extra links I have here. You can basically provide a list of links. You can give a description, in this case, submit a bug report together with an URL. And this is basically, I just copied it out of GitHub when you click in the UI on new issue and then select bug report. You can essentially add an arbitrary number of links here, but we suggest to limit it to 2 or 3. And so don't overwhelm your users with a long list of buttons here, please. And then at the bottom, you find this communication section. There you can specify different communication channels. You can have metrics rooms, 1 or multiple, also 0. IRC channels for different networks, 1, 0, or multiple. And or mailing lists. Also here, you can have one, you can not have any, as you like, basically. Also, we recommend to not have too many, because if you have too many, your users will be confused and have no clue where to go. And that usually ends with that the users will give up and not contact you. If that's your aim, that they shouldn't contact you, just don't provide any. That's easier than having too many of them. Okay, so also here, if I do a mistake, like do a typo and run this linting tool, will tell me about here. It says like in the links file, I have an extra field called topic, which is not permitted, and the required field topic is missing. So if I fix that, run it again, then these errors will go away. And if I make sure that label is also fine, then it will accept everything and everything is fine. So if you intend to use any of these features, please use this linting tool as well. Integrate it into your CI so you know that everything is fine. Okay, and that's everything I wanted to show. I'll upload basically the script which I prepared. Well, I already created a gist out of it. I will provide the link later. Also, if you have questions, feel free to ask now, or you can also ask me on IRC or Matrix at any time. Or you can go to the other window. You can go to the repository of Ansible docs, and you can create like an issue with a question if you want. Feel free to ask.
We do have a couple of questions already.
Okay, cool.
All right. So first is Bikoka. How do we get a different look and feel, aka using different Sphinx styles?
That's actually pretty simple. I mean, by default, the tool, the Sphinx init command just picks, or well, if you don't specify one, it just picks one for you. But you can edit the configuration file. and add another one here. You can also basically this is just a template for a doc site. You can modify this file as much as you want. Basically, what you should do is keep this things Ansible extension in there, because that's used for rendering parts of the doc site. If you remove that one, things will break. But you can, if you want, you can replace the theme by any else. I mean, you might need to do some CSS tweaking so everything looks good afterwards, but you can basically do whatever you want and use whatever theme you want.
Great.
What you cannot really do is like change the templates right now.
Right. The next question is from Sean. Is there a link to the commands you used to stand this up for viewing as a website?
Yes, there will be. I'll paste the link very soon into the Matrix Zoom and IC channel.
Great. Yeah, thanks. And we will also share all these links and presentations and slides after the summit. All right. I think there are some basically comments saying, it's a great presentation and very useful thing for the contributors.
A lot.
So thank you, Felix.
You're welcome. And again, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. All right, we'll take a short 5-minute break and come back with Stats and Matrix by Greg. All right, go ahead, Greg. Welcome back to the Ansible Contributor Summit. And now we have Greg Sutcliffe with Stats and Matrix.
Well, thanks very much, Carol. Yeah, this is going well so far. I'm having a lot of fun in the chat room. I hope you're all having a good time as well. But I step away from the chat room briefly to come talk to you here instead, because that's even more fun. So let's see if my screen share is working today, shall we? I haven't had a chance to actually test it. Hopefully that is working fine. So yes, I'm Greg. I'm the data scientist for the community and occasional architect type person as well. And I get to play around with lots of data and try and make head and tail of it to try and help the community understand what's going on. And so today I've got two topics that I really want to talk about. So I'm going to talk first about the community as a whole, where it's at, what's the health of it look like. This is going to be very high level. We generate a lot of data, a huge amount of data, and it can be very tricky to make something useful out of it. So I'm going to basically present to you some stuff that I've been doing internally. There's no internal data, to be clear. This is all like GitHub and so on. But the point is that it's the sort of thing that often doesn't get seen by the community. It's the sort of thing that we have to do internally when we're talking to other people within the business. And so I want you to see the sorts of things that I have to track and understand and try and make a story out of, so you can get a feel for what we do. And then the other thing I'm going to talk about is Matrix specifically. We are now 6 months, or just a little over 6 months, since the vote to bring Matrix alongside IRC as our chat platforms. And I promised then that we would do a review, and I keep my promises. So that's what I'm going to talk about there, and talk about both the data and also some of the feedback that we've had. And then I'm going to bring both of those topics together to talk a little bit about what I think our priorities might look like for the next little while. So I'm going to start with community stats, and I need to start by making sure you are aware that there are two communities in almost any project. There's the contributors, and we're all here. This is the Contributor Summit, right? So lots of us here today. But there's also the users, and they're a lot harder to measure because they don't interact as much. A contributor is by definition someone who contributes. We see that contribution, and so we can get some idea of the breadth and scope of those contributions. Users, less so. And that makes things difficult. So I like to think of them as a dark community. I used to be a physicist, so this is analogous to dark matter. It's people that we know must be there. They have to exist for anything else to make sense, but we can't easily find them or measure them. So we looked at indirect places to get a feel for it. Things like PyPy downloads, things like Twitter, Reddit, Stack Exchange, Stack Overflow, amount of traffic on the docs site. There are many more you could come up with. Number of searches on Google Trends, YouTube video searches, people in Discord. They're all imperfect. They're all just facets of something we can't directly measure. But taken as a whole, we can try and glean something useful from it. Any one of these could be subject to volatility. For example, with PyPy, you might have CI to worry about. Now, those numbers are going to be higher than the number of actual people using it because people are running tests all the time. And likewise, every other metric will have some issues. But taken as a whole, we can get some idea of trends. We can't get raw numbers because they're not directly comparable. But if they're all growing, that's a good thing. If some of them stop growing and other ones aren't, that's a question. And if they all start shrinking, then maybe we should worry, right? So what do we see? I'm just going to pick a few out. So here's some PyPy data. I went and got all the PyPy data for the last 5 years. Turns out all of PyPy is logged to Google BigQuery. So if you are prepared to spend a few dollars, you can make some fairly expensive SQL queries and get lots of data back. David Samard's got tons of this stuff for you later on, but I just want to pick out one slide. This is literally just the totals, the number of downloads for the Ansible package over the last 5 years. Now, I have put the y-axis on, but that caveat I said about CI and so on applies. You shouldn't spend too much time looking at the fact that it's like 60 million downloads because it's not massively relevant. It could be any amount of CI. What I care about here is the trend. It's growing. It grew very sharply. So 2 to 3 years ago and 1 to 2 years ago. And then in the last 12 months, that growth has slowed down, but it is still growing. We're still seeing about a 4-5% growth in the amount of download traffic. That same trend turns out to be exactly true, almost to the same percentages, in the docs traffic. Sandra was very kind to go and get me some data from our analytics. And We see the same thing. If you look at the installer docs, which I think is a reasonable proxy, people might spend a lot of time on various documentation pages, but they're probably only going to hit the installer pages a few times. So this is, I think, a better proxy for the size of the community. And again, you see the same trend. There was a big jump sort of 2 to 3 years ago, 1 to 2 years ago, a smaller jump in the last year, but still there. So very similar trend. That's interesting, useful, perhaps. You can see that trend in other places. This is Reddit. So this is the number of subscribers on Reddit. Now, I have some concerns about using Reddit and Twitter and things like that for anything sensible, because people never unsubscribe, right? It's kind of monotonic, because people just stop looking. They're not unsubscribed, they just stop looking. But we can look and we can see if it's there. And you can see a similar thing around about 2020 going into 21. You can see a quite distinct kink in the graph there, and then okay, that slowdown hasn't happened. It's been relatively steady thereafter, but it's a similar story, right? Now, I don't have enough historical data on Twitter to say if it's there as well. I'm trying to get access to that. You have to pay for that to get that from Twitter. By the way, this graph comes from a fantastic website called Subreddit Stats. This is not my data, and you can do this for any subreddit, so worth having a look. It's fun to play with. We're collecting data on Twitter, Stack Overflow, Google Trends as well. We'll see whether we can replicate any of this information going forward, but you have to start writing it down first, right? What do I get from all this? Community's there. It's pretty large. I mean, it's not 60 million, clearly. That's pie. It's also, sorry, to give some numbers on the social side, Reddit is 48,000 at the moment. Twitter is 60,000. I think the docs traffic is in the millions if you look at the whole thing. For the installer page, I forget, I'd have to go look. So it's definitely there. There's a large number of people using Ansible. That's kind of reassuring. Definitely want to get into more detail looking at engagement. I think engagement is going to be crucial. We know that we get very little feedback compared to the number of people we know must be using Ansible. We get very little feedback percentage-wise. Now, you will argue that quality is better than quantity, and I will agree with you. But you'll get more quality if you get more quantity as well in general, and there'll always be some gems in there, right? So we would want to try and grow that a little bit. We also have a metric that I've been exploring called DAO, which is daily active users divided by monthly active users. This only works, obviously, if you can tell who's using your platform. So this works for something like chat or GitHub. It doesn't work so well for something like Twitter, where it's harder to see who's doing what. But for the places where we can measure it, this gives you an idea of stickiness, how many people are hanging around from one day or 1 week to the next. And I think that's going to be a useful metric. So once I have more of it, I'll be showing that in a future presentation. I can tell you that our community is generally around about 10% for the things that I can measure. So something like chat. And that's not terrible. So that's fine. So what does this tell me? I think I've already covered this. I should have moved the slide on. But we've had strong growth. We've slowed down a bit. It's okay. I'm not too worried, right? It's there. It's large. It's not going away. Good. That's fine. What about contributors? Now, as I said at the start, this is easier to measure, but you have to be really, really careful with your definitions. What is a contributor? Is it code merged? Is it pull request opened? Is it more than that? Is it people running meetups? Is it people answering questions in chat? It's all of those things, and probably more that I haven't mentioned. There's many different ways to define a contributor. For the purposes, and to be clear, what your definition is will obviously affect your interpretation of the data. So for this definition, for this talk, we're going to use a specific definition. I'll come to that in a moment. Likewise, what repos should we count? Clearly more than just Ansible, but there's a lot of repos out there that are Ansible related. And that's before you even go outside the bounds of our own organizations. If I search GitHub for Ansible, I'm going to get thousands, tens of thousands, possibly hundreds of thousands. So I'll have a definition for that. And finally, how do we count things? An issue might have been created 4 years ago and closed last week. So do we use the created at or the closed at? Something about duration? There's lots you can do with that data as well. So for this talk, we're going to have a specific set of definitions. Contributor, I'm going to go very wide. Anyone who's opened an issue or a pull request. That's all they have to do. It doesn't have to be merged. It doesn't have to be successful. It's someone who's taken the time to come and talk to us. Because again, we're talking about the size of the community and the engagement. That's the thing I'm interested in right now. Many other valid definitions, and we could talk about them. We could spend a whole day about that. But today, I'm going to focus on that. And I'm going to separate out staff versus community. That's a fraught area. I've done my best. It won't be perfect. For example, David Samard's contributions to ARA, which I know he does mostly on his own time, will still count as staff because I cannot separate them out. All I can do is look for his username in my data set, right? So it's not perfect, but it's a go. It's a go. For repos, we're going to use 6 GitHub organizations. I have the list somewhere if anyone's interested, but it basically works out to be about 400 or so repositories that we, as the Ansible organization, are in charge of. And the span is going to be anything with a created at date 2 years ago or newer. And then we'll split that into 2 groups between 12 months ago and 12 to 24 months ago. So I can do, again, I'm interested in the trends, right? Like I was with the user community. So what does that show us? Oh, that's not come out. All right, let me make that a bit bigger. So this here, there's a bit of unpacking to do here. This is the total volume. So again, I said I was counting all issues, all pull requests, split by staff, and then I've split it by grouping. This was manually done by myself and Gundalo yesterday. And so just to give you some idea of where things land, anything in Ansible collections is a collection. Anything in Ansible community goes into upstream. That also includes things like AWX and a few others. The product group is things like Galaxy and Navigator, Receptor. Infra is things like Zool. And then there's a whole bunch of ones we just couldn't decide where they were going, and we were down to like the last 10% of data anyway. So we just left those alone. What you're seeing here is the spread of community versus staff in each of those repos. And I think there's a few things to unpack here, but the one I really like to point out is that staff is really evenly spread. And I'm really happy to see that because that's what we should be doing, I think. We should be providing the base for the community to build on. John made a really good point about, he's putting out, John Hardy did a really good demo there, but his key is to say, look, I want to get this into the hands of the community because you're going to build awesome stuff with it. That's exactly where we should be, right? So I'm really happy to see that that is really quite evenly spread in terms of raw numbers. Obviously, the percentages are all over the place. 50, it's like mostly staff here and mostly community over here, and we would expect a lot of community in the collections group. But in terms of the raw numbers, staff is all kind of consistent. Now, the other thing that you can't see so easily from this graph is that if you add all of these bars up, we have shrunk. So while the user base is growing, the contributor base appears to be shrinking. Now it's not, I'm going to come back to that in a minute. Let me show you this graph. This is the same data, but done as a bubble plot now. And really, I only wanted to show you this because I really wanted to drive home that it is not homogeneous. We have got staff and community all over the place. Okay, with the exception of infra mostly, but it's really mixed up. People are interested in all sorts of things, and really the point for me of this plot is to dispel that notion that the community wouldn't care. You'd be surprised what they care about, and you should definitely consider whether something should be open. And as Red Hat, we should always default to open, right? And yeah, the community generally get interested in all sorts of fun things. So this one is just there to show you that same data. But every one of those circles is a repo, right? So just to give you some context, that one there is AWX. Community loves to get involved in stuff, and you'd be surprised what they do or don't get involved in. So keep that in mind. Okay, before I go on to chat, so let's do chat as well. Let's go on off the bottom. There we go. So chat, I'm going to talk about extensively in a moment. So just really quickly here, it's kind of stable. This is messages per day over the last few months, and it's relatively stable. I would always be wary of edges of the graph because it does weird things. But if I look over the last few months, okay, there was a dip for Christmas, but that's pretty consistent. So I'm quite okay with that. So what have I learned from this? Well, we're a massive project. I mean, if I go back to that GitHub data that I showed you, and I just count the number of unique authors, I mean, those graphs were for the issues and pull requests. But if I go one step back and say who wrote them, we got 4.2 thousand unique authors in the last year. That's immense. That's ridiculous. Kubernetes, admittedly just the core Kubernetes repo, because I haven't had time to go and like scrape all of their repos, but just the core repo, 3,000 contributors total. TensorFlow is the same, it's about 3,000. OKD from OpenShift is only 500 contributors, right? We are huge. The amount of stuff that we get done is just immense. And again, you can talk about what's the quality of an issue or the quality of a PR. It doesn't really matter. Someone still had to go and read it and understand it and decide if it was a duplicate, if it was worthwhile, if it just needed to be closed. It's work done, right? Even a small amount. So huge amount going on across the Ansible community, which is immense, but we are shrinking. We have lost about 700 unique authors last year to this year. And that does concern me. It's not terrible because we're still huge, but we would want to think about how we are going to deal with that. And that's where I come on to the plans, which we'll come back to. So Matrix, I'm doing okay for time. I think I'm about halfway through, Carol. Yeah,
yep,
looks about right. Cool, perfect, good. This is what happens when you do a presentation that you haven't rehearsed. So we've had 6 months since the Matrix vote, and we decided to bring this on board. And it was my idea. So either you're welcome or I'm sorry, depending on where you stand with it. But I was arguing it from a community architect position. It was never about individual preference. I don't tell people what to use. I was just arguing that as a community, we needed to make a change. And I think I'm already being borne out. You've already seen from the very high level data that GitHub is dropping, chat has remained stable. So that's interesting. But we need to go deeper. I promised a review, and so let's do that. Firstly, here is all the number of unique authors per day, split by platform. So with Matrix, you get a domain as part of the ID, and I can look for libera.chat, which is the domain of all the IRC people talking over the bridge. And so I can plot that out, which I've done. And so what you can see here is, if I look at so these two are just mirror images, right? They're always going to add up to 100%. But you can see IRC has been slowly dropping, although it has leveled off a little bit in the last few days. But largely, Matrix has been increasing and IRC has been dropping. It's still large, don't get me wrong, but it's going in what I would consider to be the right direction. But it is what it is. And this here is just the total traffic, right? A number of unique authors, just to give you a context for these percentages, right? Because these always add up to 1. So you can get an idea that we get typically around 50 unique authors a day, which is, not terrible. Hang on. I was just checking. I haven't got any more bullet points. So Matrix is increasing. It's increasing slowly. Why is it slow? Well, could be that nobody wants it. Then it wouldn't go up at all. There's some nuance to that, and I'm going to come back to that in a moment. Here's the trend for that. So this is the number of unique users per day that we were just talking about. That has gone off the bottom. There we go. Well, it only says but. Okay, let's zoom back in again. So I want to focus on the y-axis here. This is the trend. So we take some of the volatility out of it. We try and account for day of the week because we know that everything's quiet on a Saturday and Sunday. And we just try and look at the trend. And there's statistical tools for that. And so I've used them. And so what you see here is for all of our rooms, we have about 30 rooms. I've added up all the history. And then I've tried to plot out the trend using these seasonality tools. And what I wanted to draw your attention to is that they're all increasing, sure, but IRC has gone from 2932. That's a net increase of about 3 more people using IRC per day than we had back in December, whereas Matrix is more like 7 or 8. It's gone from, I should have done a better y-axis here, but it's about 11 up to about 18. And as you'd expect, these are additive, so this goes up by both, by about 4. What's that? That's 30. That's about 39.5 up to, yeah, that's what, 12, 13. So they add up, they come together. This is fine. However, there is a devil in the detail. We know that the user help room, #Ansible on IRC, is by far the busiest room, and it's still one of the most heavily used IRC rooms. What happens if I pull that out and do it separately? Well, then we get a very different graph. So at the top is just #Ansible users room, and that is strongly positive for all the trends. Excellent. Whereas if we look at all the other rooms combined, IRC has dropped off quite drastically, actually. I say drastic. I mean, look at the y-axis. It's actually really tiny. It's like 12. It's like 1 less person, but it is negative, and that's worth knowing. What I also want to draw your attention to is the y-axis up here again. Look, that's up by 3. That's up by more like 4 or even 5. So even within the users room, which is still strongly IRC in total, there's an increasing trend towards using Matrix. Now, this is all very interesting. IRC, there we go. IRC is declining. Matrix is proving more popular, I think. And this is all in the context of the fact we haven't actually advertised it very much. The docs changes that Alicia and I did straight after the vote didn't go live until the next release of Ansible, so people weren't even aware of like the changes to the communication page. There's plenty of repos that don't mention Matrix. I just noticed after Craig and Sumit's talk that the security repo doesn't mention it. We could do a whole pass on this, right, of advertising it better. But even without that, even while we're still kind of feeling our way forward, and we have to be, careful, because the last thing I wanted to do was to come on super strong and worry everybody. I mean, I was quite clear back in July, August that this was meant to be a coexistence, not a we're going to replace everything. And if you come on super strong, like 2 days after your vote, that doesn't look good, right? So we've taken our time, and even with that, things are still increasing as a trend. So I think this is interesting. I think it says we're going in the right direction and that we should do more of it. Now, in order to check that, I went and spoke to some people, because data isn't everything. I may be a data scientist, but it's only like some of the picture. You need to talk to people as well. So I've been trying to reach out to people as time allows. I haven't had a chance to speak to more than, 10 or 15 people. But I've tried to reach out to a mix of people, some people from the users channel, which is very IRC based, people who I know are pro Matrix, people who I'm really not sure where they stand, people who have been in interesting situations with it. I've been talking around and seeing what people think. Largely, the feedback is positive. No one has said, this is terrible, we should stop using it, that I have spoken to. And no one has reached out to me directly to say that either. I've definitely heard feedback that the bridge is a source of tension, and there's nothing we can do about that. Matrix and IRC are fundamentally different and have different capabilities. And I know the bridge team to some degree at Element, and they do a really hard job of trying to make it work as best they can. There's a limit, and a lot of that limit is cultural rather than technical, right? We need to get better etiquette documentation in place. And that's a lesson that's definitely heard and something that I'd like to work on. But again, the clear message is that most people like it. One piece of feedback I had, and I'm not going to do attribution because that's not fair, but one person said to me, look, there isn't an alternative for getting the two communities to coexist. The bridge is necessary. So complaining about its limitations is somewhat pointless, because the other alternative is to drop one of the platforms when they're both in use, which seemed like a very wise way of putting it. So definitely ways we can improve the etiquette side. And try and encourage people not to do the single massive post on a very IRC-centric channel. But, it's always going to cause a certain amount of tension. So in terms of future plans, I've already talked a little bit about that etiquette page. I've already talked a bit about more monitoring, about doing engagement for the user community. I definitely think lower barriers for contribution where we can. Again, defining that is important, because there's lots of different types of contribution. So I don't just want to throw that over the wall and say, hey, we should be better at this, because that's not going to work, right? But it's something that we should think about and see if we can figure out where we can make it better. I know there's a lot of discussion about websites at the moment, and I don't want to get into that, but I think that's part of it. I think a consistency pass over our documentation, particularly with respect to Matrix and IRC and where people should come and chat to us, is going to help. I'm particularly excited by what Felix just showed in his talk about the extra links for collections, because again, that allows maintainers to define where people should come and chat with them or raise issues with them, which I think is going to be very helpful. And then there's the Matrix side of it as well. I definitely want to see more around some of the issues that have already been opened on community topics need to be resurrected and discussed further, such as the room history thing. And I think also moderation is something we should probably talk about. I've been very lucky to avoid major spam waves that have hit some other communities, and I'd like to be ready in case it ever happens to us. And that, again, I do feel the moderation tooling is better than it is on IRC, but both sides need to be carefully thought about. So that's, I think, everything I had to say. So I'm happy. We got, I think, 5 minutes if there's been any questions. My Element notifications have been pinging like crazy, but I closed the windows, so I haven't looked at any. What have we got, Carol?
Yes, we actually have quite a few good questions for you. So the first one from Sean is, could the user base be shrinking because the move to collections makes it harder to track who is contributing where? I guess contributor base, not user base.
Sure, that's a fair question. My gut feeling says no. I'd have to go and crunch some numbers to answer the question. My gut feeling is that the answer is no, because collections is the largest area of contribution that we have. And I guess we kind of forced that issue, so you have to kind of unpick what's kind of a network effect versus not. But I think it's okay. I think that was possibly true when we first did it, but it's been 3 years now since the move to collections. I hope that what's happening now is that people are either used to it or they're new and they never knew any other way of doing it. But you're right, we could definitely improve that onboarding.
All right, the next one is about kind of distinguishing between Red Hat contributors and community. So Felix said there are 3 groups: people not related to Red Hat, B, Red Hat employees which officially work on Ansible and related projects, and C, other Red Hat employees.
Right.
In your slides, does it distinguish between B and everyone else?
Very fair. The answer is that it's B. I have a spreadsheet of Ansible employees that was given to me and their GitHub IDs and so on, so that I could pick them out. So yes, if someone from another part of Red Hat has contributed, that would show up as community. And I think that's right, because they're not paid to do that. But equally, there will be the 4th category, which is people who are actually part of Ansible but doing other things on their spare time as well. So it is a minefield. Identity is hard. And the reason identity is hard is because we don't have one identity, right? We are different faces to different people at all times. So yeah, it's really difficult to count that stuff, and you just have to do the best you can. But yeah, to answer your question, it's B. It's a spreadsheet of Ansible employees.
Another question about the Red Hat split from Galen Guy. I'd like to see if you can separate out Red Hat employees from community in the matrix RC split.
Well, so hang on, let me try and get the handle on that. Maybe, Galen, we should have a chat about that, because it sounds like it's interesting, but I need to make sure I understand what you're asking. So we're talking 2-dimensional staff versus platform versus staff, basically. Which, yeah, we could do that. That'd be quite interesting. There's not that many staff when you look at the numbers, and we're a few hundred people, right? So you have to be careful with your y-axis. But yeah, I think we could do that. Let's talk about it.
All right. I don't think there are more questions, at least not from the bot, but there's a comment. Thank you. Very interesting presentation. And there's a discussion about bridging between.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, the bridging, it's hard, right? I mean, Mage's not the only one that provides bridging. It's the best well known, I think. I think Zulip can do bridging now. But you know, it is what it is. There aren't many, and it certainly has the greatest collection of bridges. Now, we wouldn't have the Slack bridge, which I think has been quite the success. It's less well known because it's only in one room. But having Slack users getting answers from IRC via Matrix is, frankly, as a community leader, it's magic. It's like bringing those silos back together. And, you know, the Discord community is very much on my want list. I want to get to know them and see if we can set up a Discord bridge as well, because why shouldn't we all be talking? There's valid stuff going on in there, right? So yeah, they're going to be a source of tension. And if you want other discussions on this, I highly recommend you go and talk to the GNOME community, who had a much worse time because their IRC daemons were ancient and did not support half the things that the Libera bridge does. And they had a really rough time. So yeah, it's very much in the camp of count yourselves lucky sort of thing, because we get to work with Libera, which is fairly modern and supports quite a lot of the things. And I know the Libera team work very closely with Element to try and make it as smooth as they can. But you know, there's things that I hate about it. I hate the fact that it ends up kicking people every 30 days, but there's a limited pool of connections to Libera chat, right? What are you going to do? Element don't have infinite bandwidth. So yeah, it's all compromise. It's all trying to find the best way forward and what's right for the community as a whole. And yeah, I get that some users are going to hate it. And what can you do, right? You can't make everybody happy.
I actually have a very last-minute question. Are there stats about non-Red Hat contributors ratio between companies and individuals? I wonder how much private companies do contribute to each project.
Challenge with that is identifying the company, since a lot of people will contribute to GitHub via their own email addresses. So if you have a good way of identifying who's in what company, I'm happy to do the crunching, but I don't know of one. It's really hard. You can definitely find it out for some things, like, you know, there's an F5 repo, right? So we can probably make some assumptions here, but generally speaking, when you try and do that across the whole data set, it's a really hard problem to solve. Happy to talk more about it in chat though.
Great. Thank you so much, Greg. We are at time, so if you have any more questions for Greg, please continue asking him in Matrix and IRC.
Thanks, folks. I'll see you in the chat.
All right. Next up, we have John Hardy back again, this time with Galaxy NG updates. Go ahead, John.
Thanks, Cal. Okay, so this is a bit of a quick fire round. There's 3 lots of 10 minutes of things. So first 10 minutes is me, Galaxy NG code base. So I am also the product manager for Galaxy NG, or Automation Hub as it's better known. So let me just share my screen. So what I wanted to do is, let's hope that's coming through. So what I wish to do is I really wanted to involve the community in this and make sure that it was all done in full visibility of the community, get community feedback, and even obviously maybe community contributions as well. So we have a few issues in that Galaxy. So galaxy.ansible.com is what we call the V1 code base. Okay, so the API and what it's capable of doing is on a code base that we internally understand as the V1. Now, for argument's sake, we'll call Galaxy NG V2. I actually think it's actually V3 or something, but we can talk to that another time. So the Galaxy NG code base is a completely new code base. It's got very little, overlap with the original Galaxy code base that you see and love and use every day at galaxy.ansible.com. So Galaxy NG serves a couple of places. Well, it serves Galaxy, it serves the community. So for anybody who wishes to run the upstream version of Automation Hub, you're free to go off and use Galaxy NG and play with it to your heart's content. We actually use it in two other places. We use it at a place called console.redat.com, where we serve up certified and supported collection content. So we've got a complete instantiation of it there using the Galaxy NG code base. We also ship it as a product called Automation Hub in the platform. So we've got two places where we really use it, and we want to use it in a third place. That third place we want to use it is Galaxy. The reason why we do is, let's go through the deck so I don't talk too far ahead of the slides. So what we wish to do is we wish to stand up a beta.galaxy.ansible.com site. Okay, so we're not going to take away galaxy.ansible.com. Okay, so that's the first thing I want to make sure that everybody's happy with. Galaxy.ansible.com is going to stay, and it will exist, and it will be no different. It will be the V1 code base, and that's where it will be for the future, foreseeable future. We are going to stand up a new site called beta.galaxy.ansible.com, and that will be the Galaxy NG code base. Why are we doing this? Okay, there's lots of reasons why we're doing it, right? We want to have a single pipeline to our code base that we're maintaining with the core contributors of it. We have stability issues. I'm sure you've seen in the past that galaxy.ansible.com, it can go down. It's very, very rare for it to go down, but when it does go down, it causes us pain. So the console.service, a lot more reliable, newer code base, and so on. So there's lots of reasons why we need to get off the old code base. I said already, want to do this in the upstream, want to do it in the community. So this is hence why I'm speaking to you now today, is this is the first foray into just speaking to the community about this project, let you know what's coming, so that if you want to jump on, help us, either as reviewers or contributors, you're more than welcome. Okay, so I have loaded it up into 3 phases. The first phase I've already touched on. We're going to stand up a beta.galaxy.ansible.com presentation of the Galaxy NG code base. It will be Galaxy NG. It will not be Galaxy. It will be as Galaxy NG is today. Okay, so that will get us our pipelines so that we can iterate fast on be able to add new features to our beta.galaxy.ansible.com website. I envisage that we'll be using something like Reddit or whatever the community prefers to communicate out to the community that, hey, we've done a new deployment, go and check out a new feature, whatever that will be. Phase 2, and now we don't have a lot of timelines around this, and I know that engineering get a little bit stressed when I start talking timelines, but as product manager, I have to. Phase 2, ideally, we would like in some sort of shape for Ansible Fest. So that's not me committing that it's going to be completed by phase 2. That's just saying that some of the phase 2 capabilities we'd like to bring in for around about Ansible Fest time. So what are those capabilities? I have them on the next slide, so I'll go into those in just a second. But in essence, phase 2 is getting the main constructs of Galaxy NG to start becoming to start supporting the features and capabilities that you have at galaxy.ansible.com. And then phase 3 is to add anything missing. Okay, so I think here's the slide I literally added a few minutes ago. Hopefully you can see it. Phase 1, stand up a Galaxy NG presentation as it stands with the code base as it is today. That work is undergoing now. We have SRE teams looking at trying to do this. We don't have a completion date for phase 1 yet. Phase 2 is to start adding some of the minimum features to make it usable by the community so that you can provide feedback. That is, for instance, adding social authentication to it so that you can authenticate through with your GitHub ID as you do with Galaxy. Also be able to add new roles to Galaxy NG, and also then finally to host the old roles. So be able to enumerate and migrate the database that's on galaxy.ansible.com into beta.galaxy.ansible.com. Phase 3, and I did hear this in the previous topic, metric collection. So we want to be able to provide stats back to the community about what people are using, the downloads, and so on, and then also to complete any feature parity between galaxy.ansible.com and beta.galaxy.ansible.com. Now, clearly, there will be the swap over. That has no date at all at the moment. So until we get through phase 3 and the community tell us that it's good, then we'll swap it over. But the swap over will literally just be, as you can guess, beta.galaxy.ansible.com will become galaxy.ansible.com. So that's what will happen. So it's going to be very slowly, catchy monkey, carefully done. Hopefully you'll appreciate the efforts that are going in to maintain the existing presentation, stand up one side by side, get your feedback, and then when it's good, we'll do a little swap over. And of course, if it all goes wrong in the day, we can always just put the old one back. So, but obviously it will all go well because everything's always good. That's me. There's no more on this subject, so I'll take any questions. Otherwise, we'll roll into the next section.
I think that's one question from Galen Guy. In phase 2, will feature to have a URL to ping as a webhook for import be still supported for triggering a role import?
Okay, so that's a great bit of addition I wasn't aware of. So I think when it comes to scoping out phase 2, if Galen Guy is accommodating a meeting, then I would love to get a list of things that he thinks should be in the MVP for phase 2. I don't want to go from phase 2 to phase 3 without having phase 2 somewhat usable. Maybe the feature that he's asking for is a phase 3 item, but we're more than happy to discuss that.
Okay, one more from Greg. When do I get to give input on the metrics the community wants?
I think as we start to approach phase 2, we should arrange something in the community. So I'll work with yourself, Carol, and Gundalo to get a session with those who are interested in participating in this project, whether that's just from a feature request standpoint or contributions. We can kick that off.
Yeah, sounds good. One more question from Sandra. Will beta.galaxy.ansible.com become galaxy.ansible.com at some point in the future, or will both always exist? Both exist?
No. So as I finished off the presentation there, that was the last snippet, is that eventually we will absolutely swap one out for the other. So I'm trying to do it. I use the term slowly catchy monkey. So, I don't want to just like shut down galaxy.ansible.com and then have lots of people complaining. So only when the community turns around and says that beta.galaxy.ansible.com is a complete copy of what they had, but better because it's more stable, faster, everything's great, and it's got more features, then we'll swap it over. One of the good examples, and in fact, this is a good tagline into the next demonstration, is that it's likely that execution environments are probably going to come to the community Galaxy at some point. Okay, it's not been promised. There's no timeline there, but that will never happen on the V1 code base. But it can happen very quickly and easily with the Galaxy NG code base.
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you so much, John. I think we can go on to Chris with the EE with Galaxy NG.
Actually, Chris asked me to do it. So
okay.
You get me again. Hello. So my name is John Hardy. So what I have here is I have a video recording of execution environments by the lead engineer for the Galaxy NG project, which is David Newswanger. So David Newswanger deserves all the credit for this. This video, let's see how long it is. It's 7 minutes and 17 seconds. So I can talk to you for like 60 seconds quickly. So this video is going to take you through execution environments and the value add that you get in Galaxy NG. Okay, so there's a lot of work that's been put into execution environments in Galaxy NG so that you can host them, you can serve them, you can enumerate them. We're going to be doing a lot more stuff with this as well going into the future. A good example would be image introspection in the future will be one of the features that we'll add. But let me share the video and I'll play it back for you guys. I think it's this one. Okay, take it away, David.
Hello, everybody. My name is David from the Galaxy NG team, and I'm going to be giving you a quick demo of the container registry and execution environment functions in Galaxy NG. So one of the new things that we've added is a container registry, Galaxy NG, which can be used to publish execution environments to be used for your automation infrastructure. So if we take a look at our sidebar here, there's a new item on the menu called execution environments. If I click into it, you'll see that at the moment I don't have any listed. But what this is a UI for our container registry where you can push container images. So we'll go ahead and populate this. I'm going to come over to my terminal over here and build a new execution environment with Ansible Builder. So I've got a execution environment file set up here, and I'm going to build a EE called demo EE. So we'll go ahead and get that started. Ansible Builder is going to do its thing, finish pretty quickly. So the next thing I'm going to do is publish this execution environment to Galaxy NG. Go ahead and run podman push, and this will push all of our layers. This should take just a minute. It's about 300 megabytes that we're uploading, but should be done in a couple of seconds here. All right, looks like we're done. So once that's uploaded, I'm going to come back over to Galaxy NG. Go ahead and refresh this page, and we'll see that we've got a new container repository here called demo EE, which we can take a look at. So at the moment, there's not a whole lot here. If I wanted to, I could add a README with some documentation saying how to use this. So this is useful if you want to document how to use your image if it's got any particular quirks. This can also be used for like listing out the collections or whatever that you have in here. So the next thing I want to show is the images tab here. So if we look at this, you can see the latest tag that we just uploaded and the digest for the image. At the moment, this image only has one tag on it, but we can go ahead and add some more. I'm going to click into Manage Tags and add 2 more tags called foo and bar. Go ahead and save that. Galaxy is going to take a moment to think while it adds those new tags to the container images, and it looks like we're done. So we've got this container image with the tags foo, bar, and latest on it. If I hop over to the activity tag, you can see that we created a new EE, we added a new image to it, and then we added 3 new tags to the image. So this gives you kind of an audit log of what's happening with each repository within your container registry. If I wanted to, I could pop back over here, click Manage Tags, and remove foo. So we'll give this a second to think again. And when I come back over to activity, you'll see that there's a message here telling me that the tag was removed from the image. So the next thing that I want to show is using this image in AWX. You may have noticed when I clicked on this before, there's a using controller thing here. So I can go ahead and click on this. I can select the tag that I want. It's selected bar by default, but I'm going to go ahead and click latest. And then I can click on my AWX instance listed here. So we'll go ahead and do that. This will open up a pre-populated execution environment form in AWX for me. So this has my image registry and repository and tag selected for me. I can go ahead and give this a name, select my registry credentials if I need to do that, and go ahead and hit save. So I've got this new execution environment in AWX that I can use for all of my automation. So the next thing I want to show is the ability to sync containers from remote registries. So if we click on this tab, this will allow us to define other registries that we want to pull containers from. At the moment, I don't have anything here, but I can click add a new registry. And we're going to configure Docker Hub. So we'll go ahead and name that Docker Hub, provide a URL. And go ahead and save that. Now that I've added a registry, I can come back over to the execution environments tab here and add a new execution environment. So here I'm going to specify the name of my container locally. We'll call this my Alpine. This is what it will show up as in Galaxy NG, and then I can specify the upstream name as well. We're going to go ahead and sync the Alpine image from Docker Hub because it's a nice small one and it will sync pretty quickly. We have the option to include a set of tags and exclude a set of tags that we don't want. I'm going to just include latest. So we'll go ahead and add that. That means we won't get all of the old tags that are part of the Alpine image. So I'm going to go ahead and save this. Now I've got this Alpine image here. It's labeled as a remote registry for remote image. You can see the one that I pushed earlier is labeled as local because that's a local push. This one is a remote one coming from a remote source. So now I've added this, I can go ahead and sync it from the registry. So we'll kick off a task, and we can come over here and look at the progress. This will take just a couple of minutes. The Alpine image is relatively small, but it still takes a minute for this to spin up and finish. All right, looks like this is finished. If I come back over to my execution environments tab here, you'll see that this was updated a few seconds ago. And I can come in here, take a look at images, and you'll see that we've got the latest tag and then all of the different architectures that this tag supports. You can click on a specific image and take a look at the layers, so you can get kind of a peek into the Docker file that was, or the container file that was used to create this. All right, that's it for my quick demo on the container registry in Galaxy NG. I hope this was useful, and enjoy the rest of the presentations.
Well, thank you.
Hello, everybody.
Start it again. Thanks, David. That was awesome. Do we have any questions? Because I mean, there's a lot shown there. I hope you can see the value and the hard work that went into that over a couple of releases, actually.
There's one question from B. Coca. Is there a way to link collections to EEs that support running them?
I can only answer that in a automation hub standpoint. So, well, there's a couple of, I'm not sure I understand particularly the question. There's a few things that we want to do. We want to be able to enumerate on the collections that are inside of a EE. There are some thoughts on maybe doing that through metadata tags, as well as doing the image introspection that I mentioned. So yeah, there'll be more to come on that in the user interface. As far as collections being pulled into EEs at runtime and stuff like that, there are init phases in controller AWX that you could utilize to do that. And the other thing I should also mention, not that in not necessarily in Galaxy NG, but in the downstream versions, you'll be able to sign the images. So that's coming in a new release, is being able to sign those images with Podman, store the signatures in Galaxy NG, and be able to pull those signatures at builder time. So I think that's that. I've taken up an extra minute of Eric's time, and I don't want to steal that, because Eric is going to talk to you about Pinakes, which is the demo we did earlier, which was amazing. I was so chuffed that worked out very well. So over to Eric, I guess.
All right. Thanks, John. Let me share my screen. All right. So this will just be kind of a quick introduction to the community. So who the Pinakes team is, these are just our GitHub usernames. Not everybody is on IRC right now, so this would be the preferred way to get a hold of us if you need to. So we have Laura Gauss as our lead UI engineer. We have Madhu Kanur, who's our lead API engineer. We have Bill Way, who's one of our API engineers. We have Alex Saperkin, who's our another API engineer, and then we have Hui Song. And then myself, Eric Clarizio, I am the engineering manager for the team. So if you would like to get in contact with us, this is probably the preferred way to do it right now. Just as a quick overview, in case you missed the presentation from John, or you're not quite sure, this is a high-level overview. Basically, we were the catalog team on the cloud.redhat.com or console.redhat.com, but we have moved to an on-premise service. So what Pinakes can do is basically it takes the controller job templates and workflows and represents them as products within Pinakes. They can be organized into portfolios, which can then be shared by an admin to other users, so you can control who has access to which job templates and portfolios. And then those products or portfolios can have business governance attached to them, so that you ensure that playbooks don't run without specific approval from whoever you would like to have them approved by. The surveys can also be edited to be more restrictive. So you can make fields read-only, you can make them hidden, you can have default values, you can, if a field was 1 to 10, you can shrink it down to, 2 to 5 if you want, stuff like that. There's a little bit more information at the GitHub Pages page, which is just ansible.github.io/Pinakes. And you can also view the source code there. The source code is also linked here. Just github.com/ansible/Pinakes for the primary API repo, and then we have Pinakes UI for the UI repository, if you are more interested in looking at the UI stuff. So how to get involved? Well, first, you can try it out. Follow the wiki on the repository. There's also the main README, like when you load up the repository, also is it should be up to date. And that's a good way to look at how you can install it and try it out. You can submit any issues to the previously mentioned repositories if you find a bug or maybe a feature request or something like that. You can also reach out to us via email, pinakes@redhat.com. And we're still working on an IRC channel. As I mentioned before, not everybody currently has IRC, so we're trying to figure out where we want to put that. So we will update the documentation on the contribution page that we have. So if anybody, keep an eye out on that if you would like to have a more real-time chat. And that's pretty much it. I know I kind of sped through that, but I just wanted to be a quick introduction. It wasn't meant to, too much explain what Pinakes is. So I don't know if there's any questions or any kind of comments. But
I think there's one kind of bugging question that is, what's the actual pronunciation of Pinakes?
So when we first figured out this name, it was suggested to us by one of our QE people, and he had found it. It was the first first library in history, or sorry, the first catalog in history meant to categorize the Library of Alexandria. We asked him what the pronunciation was. He had no idea. Wikipedia kind of didn't really have a good pronunciation. So we think that at first we thought it was Pinakes, but I don't think that's it. We've been calling it Pinakes, but I mean, I think the official pronunciation is difficult to find. It's hard to find somebody actually pronouncing it. And when I do, there's multiple different ones. The one that I found on Wikipedia with the IPA pronunciation, I believe, was Pinakes, the emphasis on the first syllable. So, but if you say Pinakes or Pinakes, then we will probably know what you're talking about. So.
It's the Linux versus Linux versus GIF versus GIF debate.
Yes.
Right. Let me see. I don't think I see any other questions in chat.
All right.
Oh yes. Greg mentioned that IRC and Matrix. If you want to, have a communication channel, because we can bridge that in the future if needed. Yeah. Pinakes. Yeah.
Pancakes.
Pancakes. Yes. Yeah. I think Sandra was at some point said, it just reminded us about pancakes. So we need to have Ansible pancakes at the next Ansible Fest or something.
Yeah.
For the Pinakes release or something. All right. If there's no more questions, thank you, Eric, and thank you, John, and as well as the recording from Dave. And yeah, I think it's time for the next break. Gonzalo, do you have anything to add before we go on the longer break? I guess not. Alrighty then, we will take a half an hour, 30-minute break. This time a bit longer. We have had so much great content already in the first half, and there's more coming. So please take some time to relax, grab something to eat, stretch your legs, and then we'll be back at 1/2 the hour. Or depending on the time zone you're in, it could be at the top of the hour. So thanks and see you soon. All right, welcome back to Ansible Contributor Summit. Oh, actually, I'm probably a minute early. I started the timer probably a minute early, but let's see, Sarah, are you on? Yes, you just joined. Great, because we'll have you on in a second. Hope everyone had a nice break. There's too much talk about pancakes in chat. I had a nice snack with meatballs, but I'm still hungry. So that's anyway. Sarah, if you are ready, you can try sharing your screen, and we can kick things off for the second half of the Contributor Summit.
Okay, thank you. Hey, everybody. I'm Sarah. I am a software quality engineer for Ansible Controller UI. And today I'm going to be talking about using Ansible Facts in AWX. Carol, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Great. So this is my catchy little title, Getting the Most Out of a Host. So what are Ansible Facts? So first of all, they are data gathered about target nodes, which are host nodes that need to be configured. And the data is returned back to the controller nodes. Ansible Facts are stored in JSON format and are used to make important decisions about tasks based on their statistics. They can be things like the IP address, the BIOS information, a system's software information, and even hardware information. Ansible Facts enable the system admin to manage a multitude of hosts based on real-time conditions instead of making changes without knowledge of the health of the host. So for demonstration purposes, I went ahead and pre-created an inventory with 10 hosts in it. So this is a list of hosts, and it can be any number of hosts. I just picked 10 as sort of an arbitrary number. Once I've done that, I'm going to go ahead and create a job template. And here is the UI. So the job template is going to have that inventory on it with those 10 hosts inside of it. And you're going to want to use a playbook that's designed to gather the facts. And important is before you save the playbook, the job template, you're going to want to enable fact storage down here. So that's this little checkbox right down here. Then you're going to go ahead and launch that job. And when you've done that, your hosts are going to have in the Facts tab all of the Ansible Facts cached here. So a couple of examples. There's lots of different facts, as you could see through that screenshot that I just scrolled through. A couple for just demonstration purposes. One of them is Ansible OS family. So using Ansible Facts based on distro families allows the system admin to install and upgrade specific packages, run SE Linux rules for the Red Hat family, or run AppArmor rules for the Debian family. And these are just some examples. And the other one I'm going to demonstrate in a minute here is the Ansible BIOS vendor. So using Ansible Facts based on cloud providers allows the system admin to apply security patches based on each cloud provider's recommendations and generate a report about the running process, just as some examples. So for demonstration, in here, this is the inventory, right? There are my 10 hosts. But I've configured these hosts to have some differences. Some of them are in the Red Hat OS family, and some of them are in the Debian family. And then some of them are under the Amazon AWS Cloud Provider, and others are under the Google Cloud Platform. So I'm going to demonstrate how you can create smart inventories using Ansible facts as the smart host filter, which will enable you to perform specific actions when you run job templates against only those hosts.
Sarah, could you zoom in a little bit? Control plus, just a little bit. I think it'll help. Yes, great. Thank you.
Okay, great. Now, one thing about, you'll notice the smart host filter is disabled. That is because you must choose an organization, and that organization has to have the inventories that you're working with. So you're going to go into the modal for the smart host filter, and you're going to choose advanced search. The key you're going to want to choose is all the way at the bottom. It's Ansible facts. And you'll notice that the type field disappears because you don't need it. You're then going to type in the Ansible fact, which you can, I've already got it here, but you can copy and paste it from the facts tab inside the host if you need to. So I have 10 hosts, but here these 5 are fitting inside of this filter. So when I select and save this, any host in this organization that fits the Ansible fact, Ansible OS family equals Red Hat, will be gathered under this smart host filter in this smart inventory. So even if I was to add hosts in the future that have this variable applying to the facts of the host, they will be included in this list. They will be added automatically. So I'm going to go ahead and create a couple more here. Choose the organization, going into the modal, going to the advanced search, selecting the Ansible facts key. And one thing about typing in here, the syntax is extremely important. If you don't type it exactly as I'm showing, where you have the fact not in quotes, so you're not going to use the quotes. You're going to use an equal sign with no spaces, and then you're going to put the value in a string. And just for demonstration, if I was to type it wrong, just so you can see what happens. If I do it not in a string, oh, prove me wrong. Or say leave off the end of the string, you're going to get an error. So again, the syntax is very important. And if you're not sure about the syntax, the documentation link above is going to give you clues so that you know how to write it. So here are my other 5 hosts in this particular smart inventory. And I'm going to do 2 more for the cloud provider. Selecting the organization, and then searching for Ansible facts in the modal. And this Ansible fact is called Ansible BIOS vendor. Here are my first 5 hosts. And then the last smart inventory I'm going to add is Google Cloud Platform. Choose the organization, Ansible facts, and Ansible BIOS vendor. And there's my other 5 hosts. So now I started with a quote unquote regular inventory with all of the hosts here. I then created some smart inventories based on using the smart host filter with Ansible facts as the parameter. And it has now given me 4 other inventories that I am able to run job templates against. So if I come here, I have my demo job template. This is where I gathered the facts against all of the hosts in the demo inventory. And this is important to do so that you can have the facts in there in order to then use the Ansible facts as a smart host filter. But once I've got that done, I could then create a new job template for Amazon AWS Cloud Provider, and I can choose the Amazon AWS Smart Inventory, and I can select a playbook that I've written that does whatever I want it to do against all of the machines that fit that smart host filter of the Ansible BIOS vendor being Amazon AWS. I don't have a specific one set up for right now, but you can then launch it, and when it's done, which should only take a minute here, you'll see that it only ran against those 5 hosts. So it's a very useful tool. There's lots of different ways that you can use it. You know, you saw how many different facts were in the tab of the host. There's a lot of different data here that you can use. So yeah, so I really appreciate your time, and I hope that this was helpful.
All right, thanks, Sarah. There's no questions, but there's a couple of comments. Felix mentioned that he was hoping that you would be able to use arbitrary Jinja 2 expressions. I guess that's in response to the strict syntax. And then, yeah.
You know, there are some changes that we do have coming down the pike, but when is not known. But if he has any suggestions, sending them to the AWX mailing list would be great, or filing an issue. And the other thing to tell you, right now, we don't support the and or operators when you're using the smart host filter in order to add, to add additional, but that is something that we do have planned. I can't tell you exactly when it's going to be implemented, but we are planning to implement that at some point. So right now you can only create a smart inventory with 1 host filter parameter.
All right, at least something to look forward to. The other thing is just a comment about Greg and Louis approve your fruit-based host name scheme. Banana and whatnot. So, all right. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think next up we have John Westcott with Execution Environments and AWX.
All right, are you able to see my screen?
Yep.
All right, so I'm going to talk real quick about execution environments. What are they? And then how do we use them within AWX? So let's start with what is an execution environment and what does it do for me? Let's suppose I'm an Ansible developer and I want to write a playbook like this. And you'll notice that in the first task, I'm using Community General ODBC. And I specifically chose this particular module because it has an interesting set of requirements. It requires the PyODBC Python library. And it also requires an installation of an ODBC driver. In this example, I'm using an MS SQL Server database. So we would need the MS SQL Server driver. So as the developer, if I wanted to test and run my playbook locally, I would have to do a bunch of steps. I would have to make sure I have the right version of Ansible. I would have to install a Community General collection. I have to install Unix ODBC and Python 3 ODBC. And then I have to install the SQL Server driver. And then once all of this is done, I could actually run my playbook. Now, if I want to take that same playbook and I want to run it inside of AWX, the first thing I'm going to do is make a project to point my AWX instance to the playbook. And then I'm going to make a job template. And then when I go to run the job template, it's going to fails. And we'll notice that this first failure message is basically saying it can't find the ODBC module, which is in the community general collection. And if we fix that problem, it would probably be like whack-a-mole, where the next problem would be, hey, I need an ODBC driver, and so forth and so on. So how would we make this run inside of AWX? Well, in the old days, the developer would schedule a meeting with the AWX admin, and he would say, here's what I had to do on my local workstation to make this run. And the admin would do stuff. He would install PyODBC inside the virtual environment, and eventually they'd probably get it to work. But then a second developer might come along, and he may have different requirements, and he would do the same thing with the AWX admin, and most likely it works. Maybe there's a conflict that has to resolve, but if you have a bunch of developers and they're all scheduling meetings with the AWX admin and kind of chewing up his time, and you're most likely going to get a conflict between something, or someone's going to want to upgrade a module, which affects not just them, but other people. So you kind of end up with these collisions. And this is where execution environments come into play. This is from the Ansible website, but essentially an execution environment, also called an EE, is essentially a container with all of the requirements to run your playbook inside of it. For the base EEs, it's going to be based on UBI 8, which is a universal base image. It's going to have a Python version. It's going to have an Ansible version, and it may have some collections inside of it. So going back to our developer, let's go ahead and build an execution environment and test it locally. So the first thing we're going to need is two tools, Ansible Builder and then Ansible Navigator. And we can install these either directly from pip or as RPMs themselves. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to build a YAML file called executionenvironment.yaml. And we're going to say this is version 1. And we're going to tell it what base EE we want to build off. So in this case, we're going to build off an Ansible runner execution environment that's got version 2.9 in it. And then I have dependencies, like I mentioned before. So I'm going to have a Galaxy .yaml file dependency, and inside of that file, we're going to say, hey, we need the community general, and that's going to get us the collection that we need for ODBC. And then for Python requirements, we're going to say we need the actual PyODBC, and specifically, I want version 3.0.4. So that's going to get us the Python library we want. Now, in the previous example, you might have noticed that you could actually install PyODBC from Yum, but in this case, I wanted to show how we could actually build a Python module as well. For system requirements, we're going to need Unix ODBC, and then in order to build PyODBC, it's a compiled module. We need a couple things at compile time. We're going to need GCC, Unix ODBC devel, and Python 3.8 devel. And so finally, after that, at the end, we're going to execute the same curl command to go ahead and get the repo information, and then we're going to yum install the MS SQL ODBC driver as well. So those are all the files that we need to build on our file system. And now we can actually build it as the developer. So again, we're going to use Ansible Builder build, and by default, it's going to look for that specific file name, executionenvironment.yaml. If you wanted to use a different file name, there's command line options where you can point it to a different file. And by default, without any verbosity, it gives us a very simple message, assuming it succeeds, and it'll just go ahead and say, hey, I built your container for you. If you needed more information or you wanted to see what was happening in the build, you can check the man page for Ansible Builder or the help. There's a verbose flag that you can increase that will give you more details. Once we have our container, we're going to push it up to a container registry. So it's kind of almost like a GitHub for containers. You can store containers in a container registry. So you can see I have a podman commit and then a podman push. And so that will take my local image that I built, and I'm using Quay.io in this example. In theory, you could use any container registry you wanted. The two bottom commands, if your container registry requires a login, you might need a third command like a podman login in order to have access to push into your container registry. So the next thing I'm going to do as a developer is I'm going to go ahead and confirm that my playbook works as expected on my local device. And again, for this, I'm going to use Ansible Navigator instead of Ansible Playbook. So here you can see some simple syntax. I'm basically telling Ansible Navigator that I'm going to want to run something, and I'm going to pass it the EEI flag, which is basically saying my execution environment image is going to be this. And then in this case, I did a mode standard out. So Ansible Navigator, if you're not familiar with it, it's like a CLI-based tool where you can actually go in and drill down and see what happened in your playbook and see all sorts of information. But for this purposes, I'm just going to say mode standard out, and that'll just give me standard out, just kind of like Ansible Playbook would. And then I'm going to tell it which playbook I want to run. And we can see here, there's some lines omitted that normally would be there. That's telling you about how it's pulling down your container image and getting it all ready. And then it's going to go ahead and actually execute your playbook. So once we have this working locally, we now want to get this inside of AWX. And this is going to be pretty simple because containers are portable and reusable. So we're going to call up the AWX admin, and we're going to say, hey, we have this new execution environment that we need to be able to execute playbooks against. He's going to log into the AWX instance and then go to administration execution environments. Inside of there, he'll see a list view just like anything else, job templates or projects. He'll be able to say add execution environment. He gives it a name. They give it, they point it to the image. So you can see there's the Quay.io image. And you have to define a pull strategy. There's 3 potential options. Never pull the image. So someone has to manually install the image. Always pull the image every time the job runs, or only pull the image the first time the job runs if the image isn't already installed. You can give it an optional description, put it into an organization. And then if your container registry requires login, in my case it doesn't, but if it did, you could add a credential in order to allow AWX to log into the container registry and pull the image down. After that's done, the AWX admin is all set. He can just inform the developer that the execution environment is there. And then the execution environment, just like the old virtual environment setting, can be applied specifically to a job template or to an entire organization all at once. So here's our job template, and I'm going to go ahead and say add the ODBC execution environment to the job template. Now, once I do this, because I know the playbook ran locally on my device, assuming the AWX server has all the same connectivity, we know that it will run there as well. So when we launch the job template with the execution environment, AWX is now able to completely run the job. So as a quick summary, execution environments provide a consistent environment to execute Ansible content, which are provided by the content developers. So no longer does the AWX admin have to figure out how to install different dependencies for different developers for different playbook execution. The developers themselves can define the environments. You can add some version control. So not only can the packages within the container be version controlled, but you can also version control the containers themselves. It gives you portability. So an execution of your playbook can happen anywhere the container can run. So you could run it on your local workstation. You could give it to another developer to try out. You can run it on AWX. If you had a second AWX instance, you could run it there as well. The setting of the EEs, like we mentioned, can happen at both the org level and a job template level. And the simplicity of requirements on the AWX server side. So again, admins can kind of just focus on keeping the server up and running and only add new EEs as required by the developers, as opposed to trying to manage multiple VEMVs or dealing with upgrades of things, because now the developer can make the upgrades within their own execution environments. And you do get a default execution environment that's called AWX EE. And that particular container has the same things that the old virtual environment that used to ship with AWX had, roughly. So you already have one by default, and if you're using a new version of AWX, you're already using EEs. You just might not have realized it. So with that, are there any questions that I can try to answer?
Okay, let me see. There's no direct questions posed to the bot, but there are comments. Ansible Navigator and EEs are pretty awesome. Need to get off my rear and get a newer AWX that can handle EEs, hopefully this summer. One by Felix. Does anyone have experience with some collection CI job that builds a EE with this collection and runs some tests in it? It's not directed so much to the speaker, but to the room. But if you have comments on that, John, you can go ahead and comment, perhaps. Collection CI job that builds a EE with collection and run tests.
Yeah, I don't personally have any specific experience with that, but you should actually be able to do that. Does someone else want to talk?
Yeah, Soren, please go ahead.
One example is the creator EE, which is used by DevTools, which is an execution environment that contains Ansible lint and molecule with few plugins. I will post a link to the chat for it. That's all.
Thanks, Soren. All right. I don't see any other questions. Thank you, Sarah and John, for the talks and the demos, and we'll share their slides together with the rest of the recording at the end of the summit. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we'll take another 5-minute or 4-minute break. With upcoming, we have two pretty interesting, exciting talks. I mean, all of them are, but these are from our contributors in the community, Tomasz and Frederick, on VSCode extension and Emacs LSP client. So stay tuned. 4 minutes. Yeah, welcome back. I'm sorry I to cut off the timer because I actually started it too late. So we want to keep the schedule going. We're very happy to have Tomasz with a talk about VS Code extension. Tomasz, if you're ready, please go ahead.
Yes, let me just share my screen. There. You should see the presentation now.
Yes.
All right. Okay, so my name is Tomasz Maciążek, and I'll give you a presentation on developing a Visual Studio Code extension. And this is going to be a practical guide. Just before we start, remember this is an interactive session, so use Matrix or IRC to ask questions for the Q&A. And let's get started. So to introduce, well, this is going to be based on my experience on writing the Ansible language support extension. And I started doing that more than 1.5 years ago, when back then I was using Visual Studio Code for like 1 year already. And the extension I was using for Ansible got deprecated. So I was looking for the marketplace to find something else. And there wasn't really much anything there, nothing that would suffice for me, and something with some basic syntax highlighting, some other features maybe. And at the time, I was also I also had some experience with writing some collections for Ansible for the private company, and I figured that there's all the data there in the package, so you can see the documentation of the modules. Why not just use that? Why not try to write an extension? So I started to work on that. And when you're getting started, you should definitely check out the VS Code API documentation. It's really good. It documents all the features that you can extend in Visual Studio Code. And it has examples of how to use different functionalities and code samples, meaning extensions, small extensions that you can actually run, debug, and see how they work. So the first thing you should probably implement if you're looking at language support plugin should be syntax highlighting. And in Visual Studio Code, you don't even need to write any program for that. You're using something called text-made grammars. And these are encoded in property list format. And those are basically something that's developed by Apple. So in TextMate, you can actually see this nicely formatted plist format. You will see this in the next slide. In those grammars, you can use regular expressions. So that's great. These are very powerful, but you can only match one line at a time. So you cannot write an expression that goes over that. And you could use something, you can use something like block matching with begin and end clauses, but still those are limited to one line as well. So this means results in quite complicated and sometimes repetitive grammars. But you can check out the TextMate language grammar manual. Just make sure you're looking at version 1.5 and not 2.0, which I think is still in. I think it's still in beta. So this is what a very simple grammar looks like. We have a matter rule with some regular expression, and we assign it a scope, or the grammar discovers that scope, so that Visual Studio Code, for instance, can identify it as this, which is keyword control untitled. And then we have another rule for this is actually using begin and end clauses. So we're matching something that is between double quotes, and we are giving it the scope named string quoted double untitled. So this is nice when you have TextMate and you have Mac OS, but I don't have a Mac. So I had to figure out some alternative, because the actual format that's compiled to in TextMate, it's XML. But that's way too verbose and really inconvenient to use. So an alternative could be JSON. This is actually natively supported in Visual Studio Code, but then I would have to face regular expression escaping madness, because you have those double quotes and everything inside them has to be escaped. I could also try YAML. It's not natively supported in Visual Studio Code, but there are some conversion plugins. And they produced one of the most ugly, that's where I have seen the ugliest YAML in my life, so not ideal. I ended up actually writing a custom converter for plist to XML and bug. And that's written in Python, and it's available in the Ansible extension codebase, actually. So you can check it out over there. And actually, I've also developed a small extension with syntax highlighting for the plist format itself. But if you have a bug, you don't need either. As for what Visual Studio Code allows you to do, it's not just single text-made grammar that you have to provide. You can provide more of them and combine them. You can combine them using embedding. So you can take, for instance, Jinja expressions and put them as embedded language into YAML. And that's what I did for Ansible. There's also a way to inject grammars. So injecting means that whatever existing grammar has found in a scope, you can inject into that and follow it up with another round of parsing through the grammar. And this is useful if you don't want to change existing grammar and you want to extend it, which is what I did for YAML because it's extremely complex. And it also allows you to solve some more tricky cases like quote escaping in some parentheses. I'm not sure how it's supported in other text editors, but VSCode is doing a really good job here. So once you're done with the language, the syntax highlighting grammar, you would start looking into implementing some code that will actually do some more work for your extension. And when you start doing that, you have a choice. You're facing the first choice, which is between native SDK and language server protocol approach. And with the language server approach, you're basically writing an external program that is then launched by VS Code. And that same program can be launched by any other editor that also supports LSP. And that can be, for instance, Atom and Vim, like on those examples here. So for me, that was a no-brainer. I could write an extension or a simple code, piece of code that could be then reused in other extensions. That was great. I could give my code probably broader audience. So I chose that. And as I said, it's an external program that you're writing. So you can actually choose implementation language. And the LSP, language server protocol, supports multiple. There's actually quite a long list for that. But I would suggest starting with TypeScript. First of all, because it's strongly typed. So you have static code analysis support. This is invaluable when using or starting to use an SDK you have no idea what it does, you have no prior experience with. What else? The runtime, Node.js for TypeScript, or JavaScript actually, is provided by VS Code itself, so you don't have to package it with your extension, which you would have to do otherwise. And all examples and samples meaning executable codes that are in the Microsoft Guide, they are actually written in TypeScript, so it's really beginner friendly. There are some small drawbacks when choosing the language server support approach. One is that if you compare the native SDK to language server SDK, in the native one, all the interfaces have classes that implement them, and those classes have methods, constructors, and everything, some helpers basically, which basically save you time, and you don't have to write them yourself to instantiate some more complex objects. With language server approach, you have to do it on your own. And this also means that there are some misleading similarities between VS Code and native SDK. You can see that the classes and interfaces are named almost the same, but they are not compatible. You should definitely not even include the package that provides the native SDK support in the language server implementation, because if you try to use them, you'll get compile time errors or even runtime errors. And finally, if you look at the documentation, the API docs for Visual Studio Code, not all features are described from the language server approach perspective. So you might want to try and look at the language server protocol documentation for some guidance or some inspiration on what to look for, on what methods would be called or interfaces and so on. And you can also, if you're using something like TypeScript, you can just see on hover documentation. Okay, let's get down to writing the code. And this is going to be a bit opinionated part. So it's not the only way that can be done. It can be done, but it's my way. It's how I have implemented it. So if you're writing anything more complex than a few features like toggle, a menu option or something like that, if you're writing basically a language support plugin, you should definitely think of object-oriented programming. Try to use it everywhere you need to. You should. It will be much easier to understand your code in retrospective. Even for yourself, you'll be able to understand your own code in 3 months from now if it's getting too large. And you don't need to use it everywhere. You can, I mean, this is TypeScript, so basically compiles to JavaScript. You have also the functional approach available for you. So anything you can get away with, anything that's stateless, just put in functions, and that's one way of doing it. When you start out writing your first extension and you are stuck on some problem or you just don't know how to start, explore some other implementations. So the language server protocol site actually has a list of them for any language, and some languages like Python, for instance, have implementations in different implementation languages. So we can pick a language that you know and the implementation language that you're interested in, and just see how it's implemented in that case. And just don't get discouraged by the first pick you take, because sometimes it might be something like server JS or TS that is the only file that implements everything, or you could see some extremely long and incomprehensible functions. If you see that, just don't look back, pick another. Another thing you might want to do is to separate subscription to LSP events from the implementation, or as much as possible at least. So the thing with language server approach is that all the communication starts from the client. So it's initiated by the client, and it's in the form of events, which you have to subscribe to. And there are a lot of events you have to subscribe to. So for instance, to cover completions, you have to subscribe to at least 2. And then you always have to subscribe to things like on document change, on settings change, and so on. So there are a lot of events to subscribe to. If you put them in one file, all those subscriptions, it will be a long file. If you try to put implementation in that file as well, it will be really, really long. As I said, some things can be written as functions, and I would recommend to do that for the providers, which is something where you place the core business logic of your code. So each feature would have a provider, and that provider would call maybe some other helper functions and or services, which are used for state. And the job of those providers would be just to return a response to the LSP event. As I said, services, you just those are objects, so object-oriented programming here, that store and manage your state. And those are not common services you would see in some backend applications. They don't have data access layer. You don't need that. We don't need any persistence here, so we just save it in some objects, maps, lists, and so on, and save it in an object. Those services provide some functionality that's needed by the providers that needs some kind of state. And finally, just keep your code dry. Whenever there's something that's repeated in the code, some common implementations, just extract it out, put it in some libraries. You can also manage libraries in a way that each of categories of helpers has its own file, like here on example. And as you can see here, I've put all those helpers in utils directory. And if you go back, services are in the services directory, and providers are in their own providers directory as well. And last but not least, just document your code. Put some inline comments wherever implementation is not trivial, when it's complex, and you might want to have those comments 3 months from now. And put descriptions on the functions and methods over them, so that you have them available as on-hover documentation in your code. So this is basically for yourself, and if you want to attract more contributors to your project. Okay, this is the end of the opinionated part. So let's jump into multi-root workspace support. First of all, what are multi-root workspaces? So in Visual Studio Code, if you have opened just one folder, then it's the root folder. But if you add more folders to the workspace, and there's a menu option for that, VS Code switches into this multi-root workspace mode. And actually, you can see that it flickers, it changes some layouts and so on. And then you can see separate directories, those root folders you have. But from the language server protocol perspective, nothing changes, actually. There's no main root folder. There's always just a list of folders. Of course, you can, for some reasons, you can take the first folder on the list and use it, for instance, when user opens a file that's not in any of the workspaces. But in general, it's a list. And in the language server protocol specification, that would be called workspace folder. While in VS Code settings, actually in the user interface, you can see folder tab, and then you can select a folder to which the given settings apply. So there are at least 2 approaches to how to handle those multi-root workspaces. One is to separate the server instance per root folder, meaning that whenever the user opens a new root folder, you spawn a new instance as a separate process. And this is actually what's described in the VS Code API guide. But I found out that it's actually harder to develop or debug such an extension if you do it like this, because the different instances of those servers need to run on different ports. And it's actually also against the language server protocol, at least in the recent versions. So for instance, the root URI, which is used in the examples, has been deprecated for 1 year or more now in favor of workspace folders. And it's workspace folders, that's a list. So it's as if you should actually be using just single instance to handle all of them. So then we go to the next approach, which is using some kind of context manager. And that would be a class, or actually something that would keep a list of context objects. Each context object would keep state for a single root folder. And then during the event handling, you would check the URI of the document that triggered the event. You always get that. And based on that, figure out which context manager should be handling that request. So here's an example. We have an on-completion subscription to an event. So on the event, we get some parameters. Using those parameters, we take out the URI of the document. Based on that, we find the context. And then we send it out to the doCompletion, which is a provider. It's a stateless provider, so we must pass everything, like context, the document itself, and some parameters that we discovered. About other tips, those are going to be more like fundamental level of your extension, something like settings. So when you're developing your extension and you make it work in your environment, that might not be the environment the users are running on. So they may have different needs or different preferences. So just try to give them some customization options wherever it makes sense, because you don't want to overwhelm them with too many settings, actually. You should definitely use something called Webpack. This is something that allows you to minify and speed up your language server code and use it for both client and server code. The last thing you want is for your extension to weigh several megabytes and slow down VSCode when it loads. You should definitely write some tests, at least for most complex parts of your algorithms. So unit tests, well, the more coverage, the better. And integration tests for all the features that your extension is providing. And I know I didn't have those, actually. I was testing everything manually, all the features before every release. But the Ansible DevTools team has done a really great job. One of the reasons I didn't have it, because there weren't many examples or any examples of how to do that. And Ansible DevTools team has done that, so we can check out the code in the current extension. And last but not least, I've seen many different extensions fall short in this area. They just provide no description, or it's very lackluster. You can't even figure out what the extension is supposed to do. So make your extension shine in the README. Describe all the features that it's providing. Put some screenshots and ideally some animations showing off the functionality. And if the users are rightfully should believe that your extension should be providing some functionality, but it doesn't, just mention it in the limitations. All right. Any questions?
Right. All right. Thank you so much. I think we have, let me check. One more of a comment than a question from Soren Sparnia. Tomasz, you could mention that language server enables use of remotes, SSH containers, something that classic SDK does not support. That is the main reason for the existence. Would you like to comment, or?
Sorry, I was looking at the controls of the session. Sorry.
No worries. Yeah, sure. Well, it's more of a comment. So you could mention that the language server enables the use of remotes, SSH containers, something that classic SDK does not support. That is the main reason for the existence of the language server.
No, I think you can, even with native SDK, you can just run inside one of the remote workspaces like SSH or Docker or containers. But I'm not 100% sure, but it wasn't the reason.
Okay. Soren, would you like to comment more on that, or?
Yeah, clearly was not the only reason why they made the language server protocol, but yes, writing a language server is much harder than writing an extension in the classic way, but it at the same time is the right way of doing it. It's like, yes, sometimes the good solution is not the easy one.
Mm-hmm. It's not. I mean, don't be afraid. Anyone else thinking about writing such an extension? It's not that much harder. It's just not. There are not so many examples. Like I said in the documentation, that one focuses mostly on the native API. But you can check out different implementations, and for instance, our implementation of Ansible language server.
I know. because I did a lot of research regarding this. There are plenty of examples, but still the documentation is. I don't want to disappoint people. Yes, you can write the extensions, and usually you can do awesome stuff with not so much code. The tricky bit is to find the information and examples from what others did. And a major source of information was look at other extensions, because most of the extensions are open source, which means that if you see something that seems popular, seems to do something correctly, look at the code,
Yes.
dig into it, and learn from there.
Definitely.
And preferably look in multiple places, because we all make mistakes. So it's like
definitely strongly agree. And just this is what I was also facing at the beginning. At the time, and also I think now, not many extensions are actually using the language server approach. But you can check out the list that language server protocol page actually provides, and that's already a lot to start with.
Yes, sounds great. Thank you again very much, Tomasz, for the presentation, and Soren for the questions and discussion. We have to move on because we are at time for the next speaker, which is Frederick Jekyll. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. It's also on the topic of Ansible language server, so this time on Emacs. And Frederick has kindly pre-recorded his presentation and demo, so I will play that right now.
Hi, I'm Frederick Jekyll, and I'm going to talk to you about the Emacs LSP client for Ansible. This talk is organized in 3 main sections. The first is about Ansible support in Emacs without LSP. In the second, I will talk about language server protocol. In the last main part, I will detail my contribution to the Emacs LSP client for Ansible. And I will end the talk with a demo. But before really getting into the subject of this talk, some words about myself. I'm not a developer, I'm a sysadmin. So I'm not able to write complex software from scratch. But I'm able to write some code to make software work together. And we will. But on the other side, Emacs is still actively maintained. A new major version has been released a week ago. Also, some extension packages are really great with unique features. For example, org mode or the Git client Magit. Other strong point, Emacs is an hackable tool that you can craft for your needs. And when we talk about Emacs crafting, we talk about Emacs Lisp. So let's talk a little bit about Lisp. Emacs Lisp is an imperative and functional language. It's a fundamental component of Emacs. It is used to write extension package, but also user configuration. And there's no real difference between the two. It's just a matter of whether the feature is for everyone or left to the user configuration. We will see a practical case in the next slide. And just a little comment to be clear. Despite the similar name, Lisp and LSP are 2 completely different things. Now, let's talk about existing extension of Emacs for Ansible. First, we have a generic Ansible package. It provides some common features for a language in Emacs. Syntax highlighting, completion, and snippets. All these features are based on keywords and regex. An interesting point regarding this package is the activation when you open a YAML file. As an Ansible file is not easily detectable among YAML files, the activation is left to the user. In my use, I always create an ansible.cfg file at the root of an Ansible project. So, in my configuration, I wrote a function that detects if there is an ansible.cfg file in the dominating directory. If true, Ansible mode is activated. Second package, Ansible-doc. As its name suggests, it is a front-end to Ansible-doc command. It is useful to read modules documentation without leaving Emacs, and to copy and paste examples. This package is unmaintained, but still usable. Last useful package is flycheck. It's a generic package for syntax checking. A pull request is open to add an Ansible lint checker, but it is not much. In short, Ansible support in Emacs is pretty good, but there are two drawbacks. First, a classic problem for volunteer projects. Maintenance is not reliable over time. Second, syntax highlighting and code compression is not always relevant. Here comes LSP to improve this. Is the next part of this talk. LSP for Language Server Protocol. The idea behind LSP is to take language knowledge out of the editor in an external software on the same computer. This software is known as the language server. The communication between the editor and the server has been standardized and is based on JSON RPC. A few points to note. A language server is editor agnostic, can be written in any language and provides IDE features. The fact that a language server is editor agnostic leads to this diagram. The IDE features for a language need to be developed only once and not for each editor. So, LSP is not widely adopted. We have more than 30 editors supporting this protocol on more than 150 language servers. For the Ansible language, a server is under development. It is already usable and currently provides smart completion and syntax highlighting based on semantic, as well as diagnostics and access to documentation. We will see it in the demo. On the client side, we have an Emacs extension package called LSP Mode. It's a community effort to implement LSP client in Emacs and to support many languages. An interesting feature of this package, it can download and install the server in some cases, especially npm package. This is the project I contribute to at Ansible support. Now, let's talk how I did it. The process to add a new language support is well documented on the LSP Mod website. It's a high-level process. For example, you do not need to know how JSON RPC communication works. The main work is to define language-specific client in a dedicated file. I will detail this file in the following slides. There are also some minor edits needed to add Ansible to the list of no clients and to generate documentation. So it's time to introduce some Emacs Lisp code. An important remark. To write this code, I was strongly inspired by the definitions of already existing clients. I did not write it from scratch. The first code block just defines the command to launch the server process. And the second block specifies that the server can be installed from an npm package. Then I define a function to specify when it makes sense to use Ansible language server. And it makes sense for YAML files when Ansible mode is enabled. So you may notice that the LSP client relies on existing extension package and does not replace it. The last block is for registering the client and making all the above definitions work together. That's all you need to do to add simple client without settings. But for Ansible client, we have to handle server settings. These settings are well documented on Ansible language server website. As you can see, it's a bit long, but it's just the definition of an Emacs LSP variable for each setting. The last code block is for associating list variables with server settings. Nothing special to say about it. As often with Emacs, some configuration is left to the user. The most important point is that LSP syntax highlighting is not enabled by default with LSP mode. So this code block is used to activate it. And last thing, the user can easily customize server settings. Here is an example. We come to the conclusion of this talk. If you don't know Emacs LSP, all this may seem complicated, but it took me less than a working day and less than 200 lines of code. In fact, the hard work was already done by others. On the server side, for the language knowledge and to provide IDE features. On the client side, LSP mode handles all the low-level part and facilitates the addition of new language support. The Ansible language server can be used by other editors. It's a great project to have good Ansible support in many editors. Thank you for listening to me. Now it's time for the demo.
All right, thanks for the talk. And now we have also a recording for the demo, which I will share.
First part of the demo, the installation of the server. If I open a playbook file, LSP mode asks me which server I want to install. I choose Ansible server. And the download begins. And it's down. The server is downloaded. And now it's started. We can see at the bottom of the screen the name of the process. And if we open the description of the LSP session, we can see the capabilities of the server. Second part of the demo, smart completion. If I want to add a task to this playbook, I can trigger the completion by typing a few characters. Sometimes it's a bit slow, but it works. I can type a few characters of the module name and wait a little bit because there is a lot of candidates, and choose the right modules. Before choosing the modules, I can read a description of each modules. So I choose the built-in service. And I can also manually trigger the completion for the options. For example, I can type the name, SSSD for example, and choose a state. Now some information about documentation. We can use the mouse to see the LSP documentation of different elements. We can also use the ansible doc command it is not LSP related, but it's still useful. For example, can open the whole documentation of the service module and pass an example. Last part of this demo, syntax highlighting. If I open another file, we can see here that the color depends on the type of element. We have same color for modules, same color for options, and it's a consistent highlighting. If I disable highlighting from LSP and use the highlighting based on keywords on regex, you can see that the color depends of keywords and it's not really useful. Syntax highlighting based on semantic is much more better. Another thing to say about this file is that we can see feedback from the syntax checker, and it comes from the Ansible language server. And that's all. Thank you.
All right, that was the talk and demo by Friedrich Dickel. Thank you so much. If you have questions, Friedrich is on Matrix and RRC to answer them directly. I don't see any questions registered by the bot, at least. So, yes, Friedrich is there. So I see there's already some good discussion on whether people are Emacs users, but in any case, the demo was really cool, very impressive. So thank you. With that, we will have another break because we have several more talks coming up and a couple of long ones. So let's go ahead with the break then. But please continue to discuss and chat in the Matrix room and RRC channel because, yeah, just have a relaxing 15-minute break for now, and we'll come back again at the top of the hour. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you all had a good break, even though it's a little bit short. But we're very happy to have Civil next up with us for the ansible-core update. I'll let you have it, Civil. Thanks.
You guys hear me?
Yes.
Sweet. I know that's what you all wanted. All right. So I'm going to wing this like I do every other time. So we're going to start off just talking a little bit about the Ansible core releases. I guess I'll share my screen just so that I can bring up the roadmaps that you guys can see what I'm talking about. Nice. It looks like that's working. And you got to keep seeing my face too. We're not going to hide that. All right, so Ansible Core 2.13 is in the final phases of release. So we just finished all of our feature development and have recently just released beta 1 as of yesterday. So should correct myself. It's actually beta 0. The team that handles doing our builds chooses a 0 indexed build number. So that's up on PyPI right now. The Ansible Devel mailing list has the release announcement as well as like a link to the build artifact. One of the cool things that we're doing now with 2.13 and going forward, and you see it down in the planned work here as well, is that we modernized the Python packaging and installation. So we're now shipping wheel packages for Ansible Core 2.13. So I just kind of wanted to go over some of the work that we were able to complete and just sort of give everyone an update on a couple of the features that we didn't complete. So we made some modifications to Ansible doc. We made a metadata dump flag that was sort of an internal only thing. It's now public and it does a full dump of all of the plugins that you have installed. Can be limited down to like a specific collection, but it gives you basically the full dump that you would see of just even like a single plugin. It can output a giant JSON dump. This was kind of important for the work that the DevTools team is doing with the language server and Ansible Lint and potentially some other
I think we lost Civil. Oh, at least I'm not hearing. Sorry, we lost you for a little bit there. So.
Oh, I apologize. So I use SpaceLink or Starlink for internet service, and they've recently just adjusted all of the satellite trajectories. So I keep losing internet for like a couple of seconds here and there. So I don't know where you guys heard me fall off, but I was just talking about Ansible Galaxy CLI collection verification source and trust. So that's primarily a feature targeted a little bit more towards the automation platform product that we have. In that Galaxy G will be able to deliver GPG detached signatures that can be used to verify a collection. So where we had the verify command before, what it would do is, at least for the community perspective, download the tarball of the collection that you had installed, extract it, verify some files to make sure that they match, and then let you know if it's been modified. But now we also have cryptographic signature verification using GPG. I don't know of a timeline of that appearing on Community Galaxy. You guys heard a little bit about the Galaxy NG work a little bit earlier. The one thing that can be done here, and there's some documentation around it, is dropping a link or a URL to a detached signature in a requirements.yaml. So it's a little bit more of a manual process, but that functionality still exists for use today in the community. In Jinja, so we did an update. It's our first time that we've increased the minimum pinned version of any of our dependencies, really, other than the resolve lib that we use for doing some dependency stuff with Ansible Galaxy. But we've just increased the pin dependency on Jinja 2 to a minimum of 3.0. So I know a number of you have probably already run into that. This gives us the ability to basically use the Jinja 2 native functionality for everything. The one problem that we kind of always had is we had this utility function called safe eval that would basically take the Python repr that historical Jinja was able to output. So Jinja 2 used to only be able to output strings, so we would get a repr of the Python object. Then we would have to say, does this look like a Python object? Run it through a function that would try to safely eval it without doing any dangerous things. James Tanner, who's posting Yay Jinja Native in IRC, wrote pretty much the majority of the Jinja 2 native functionality. And so that's existed for a while, giving Jinja the ability to actually output Python data structures instead of just strings. So we were able to eliminate the safe eval function completely from our code base and switch over to using the Jinja 2 native functionality. If you've used Jinja 2 native, you've probably found that it does change the behavior slightly. So the default mode is kind of like hobbled Jinja 2 native in that it still works the same as it did before, but it's still using the underlying Jinja 2 native classes from Jinja 2 itself. We dropped Python 2.6 support for module execution, basically finally updating to a minimum of Python 2.7. We updated the collection loaders to use the Python 3 loader APIs since the Python 2 loader APIs are going to be removed in Python 3.12. And like I talked about, we modernized the Python packaging so that we can produce wheels reliably now. Two things that slipped off of the planned work into delayed are data tagging. Nitz Mahone had given a demonstration of this functionality at the last contributor summit. The scope of the work is just pretty large, so we ended up slipping that to 2.14, but the plan is that it will actually land. The development is pretty far in progress at this point. And implementing sidecar docs slipped off of the roadmap to 2.14 as well, just surely for the fact that we didn't want to release the functionality without actually being able to update all of the, or write all of the documentation from the plugins that would benefit from it. So anyway, we're still on schedule for that release, which is coming up on May 23rd. When May 23rd rolls around and 2.13 releases, 2.9 will go end of life for upstream, and 2.10 will go end of life completely. 2.10 was never used from a downstream perspective in the product. So switch over to 2.14. I assume the window has updated and shows that now. Yes, looks like it does. So as mentioned, data tagging and sidecar docs are on the 2.14 roadmap. Some new things are, we're kind of changing the way that our display class works a little bit to avoid some deadlocks that we've seen with printing data to standard out. So now any work that happens in a fork from whether it's like a connection plugin or the task executor, those calls to display will automatically and transparently proxy themselves over the queue that we use for callback data and results from tasks. We're going to also create a new play iterator phase. If anyone's ever looked at the code before, you've probably seen some things in the play iterator strategy referencing like iterating tasks, iterating rescue. We're adding a new play iterator phase called iterating handlers, which will allow the strategy to actually handle execution of handlers. As it was, the configured strategy was never really used for executing handlers. It was some functions that were used across all of the strategies that basically made handlers look like they were executing like the linear strategy. So if you use things like the free strategy, going forward, handlers will execute in that strategy. We're going to try to convert the field attributes that describe all of the fields that the playbook objects can have on them, like play, block, includes, tasks, to using Python data descriptors. Right now, we use some really complex meta classes with like generic getters, setters, deleters. So we're going to try to switch to using a data descriptor for that to eliminate some of the complexity. In alignment with something that we announced last time for our plans going forward with Python, we're going to be dropping Python 3.8 support for controller-side code execution. So plugins like filters, inventory plugins, connection plugins, things like that will have to support 3.9 and newer. So effectively, this is a rolling window of the three most recent upstream Python releases. So we're going to be targeting 3.9 through 3.11. And this is a yearly bump that's going to happen in November. So every November, we're going to bump to the three most recent Python versions, assuming that nothing really happens with the life cycle of upstream Python, and that they release in like October. So our November release should be set for including those. One recent, except for modules, module utils, they have their own separate timeline, and hopefully eventually I'll be able to publish the matrix that I've been working on. But there's some things that we need to work through, and I'll talk about that after we get through the roadmap. One other thing that's recently come up is we've always required that the controller be running a locale that was UTF-8, but we've never had a strict check in place. And one of the things that we're going to be doing now that we've fully moved controller code to using Python 3 is we're going to start using pathlib a little bit more. But because so much of our code relies heavily on like the 2text, 2native, and 2bytes functions that basically use UTF-8 encoding for everything, and most of our code expects UTF-8, we're actually going to put an upfront check like we have on some of the Python version checking that will do a Python locale check as well as the get default file system encoding or whatever the method is, but it's what os.fs encode and os.fs decode use by default. So we're going to check those two things up front to let people know that like you're running a encoding that is not inherently compatible with the way that the code has been written. Over time, we might be able to relax this a little bit more. Pathlib gives us some of those benefits in that it automatically uses os.fs encode, but there's some limitations due to sort of some of the data that's coming from remote that we might be using locally, or local data that we might be using remote with like transferring files. So the schedule for 2.14, we're actually getting ready to start development for that coming up here in beginning of May. May 2nd is the beginning of the development phase with the goal of release on November 7th. So that's all pretty standard. I just merged this roadmap yesterday, or actually this morning, to the repository. So the next time that the devel docs are published, it'll be up on docs.ansible.com. Guess I'll go ahead and stop sharing the screen since I don't actually have the next topic on any sort of web page or anything at the moment. But sort of to go over what we've talked about before with our Python plans is that we're going to be, like I said, we're going to be following the 3 most recent upstream Python releases for the Ansible core controller side code. One of the interesting things that's recently come up, and there's still a lot of discussion going on, so nothing has been nailed down at this point, is in relation to Python versions in RHEL. This probably doesn't impact, you know, a large majority of the community, but is definitely going to impact some customers or folks that use CentOS Stream or something like that that are going to be installing from RPMs. The versions of Python that were included in RHEL 8, for example, they had decided that they were going to include every version of Python. So they had 3.8, 3.9 has, you know, recently been released in CentOS 8 and RHEL 8. But they decided at some point they were going to switch to basically packaging the odd releases for now and skipping the even releases. So the next release would be Python 3.11 that would show up. CentOS Stream 9 and RHEL 9 will come with Python 3.9 natively as the default system Python, but 3.9 has a shorter life cycle in RHEL 8. The life cycle of those extra Python versions is going to be 3 years, which is actually shorter than the upstream Python lifecycle. So we're going to have to probably be a little bit aggressive with the way that we do our RPM packages going forward. And maybe it's only aggressive for like the first 2 releases. So every 2 years, we're going to end up making probably a big jump unless we work out a way to get those even number releases back into packaging for CentOS and RHEL. But 2.14 will likely be packaged RPM-wise using Python 3.11. The next 3 releases after that, 2.15, 16, and 17 will also use Python 3.11 unless something changes. And then the next release after that, like Ansible Core 2.18, will then jump to Python 3.13. So some of the, I don't know, interesting things that we're dealing with as far as Python version support and coming up with a very complex matrix to show the versions of Python we're going to support from an upstream perspective, what's going to be required for downstream packaging, what we're going to do from target execution. So we probably are looking at maybe something around 2.16, dropping Python 2 support completely for target execution. That's a little undefined at this point, and it's a little bit dependent on things like the RHEL 7 life cycle. So once we hopefully get all that nailed down in the coming months, I'll work on getting the matrix that we've been working on actually published into like the release and maintenance docs on docs.ansible.com. So it's all a little bit more open to the community to see. Like I said, right now, some of what I've been doing is like ASCII timelines in Vim or something like that, which is not super awesome for sharing with everyone. So I guess before I move on to the next topic, is there any questions about the roadmap or the plans with Python? Haven't really seen any. So people are either tuning out or I'm just good at explaining everything.
I haven't seen any questions either. Just
awesome.
A lot of chatter. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been paying attention while I'm talking. I hadn't seen anything. So the next topic, I'll share my screen again. This time I'm going to be sharing a terminal window. Cool. Let me also bring my video back up because I like watching myself while I'm doing things. Did it get rid of, oh, my share just went away. All right, I think I made my text pretty giant so that everyone should be able to see what's happening in the terminal. So it feels like forever ago that we talked about our plans for a project called Fallible. I mean, I think we had some IRC meetings about it, trying to determine what the name of this project was going to be. I think we talked a little bit about it at a Contrib Summit, and then we've kind of gone radio silent on Fallible, largely somewhat in effect due to not having a lot of features that we kind of aligned with experimental things that we didn't want to just have land directly in Ansible-core for a release, but some things that we might want users to play around with first. So essentially that's what Fallible is here, is that Fallible is a experimental build of Ansible-core. And it doesn't necessarily have to be Devel, or it doesn't necessarily have to be an individual specific version. We can actually build these on demand. So I have a little shell script that I created here just to help me out while I'm going through this. So we're going to talk about two things in this demo. One is Fallible, and then the second thing is one of, or maybe two of these experimental features. One is actually a feature, the other one's just some cool ASCII art that Nitz Mahone has been working on. So we're going to go ahead and just run this shell script, and I'll kind of talk everyone through what's happening. So the first thing is calling this build script that Fallible has. We're telling it --all to pull in all of the Fallible labeled PRs in the Ansible repo. And we're telling it to use Devel as the base of the installation. So it just cleans up the vendor directory, fetches the Fallible tagged PRs. This is taking awesome. I just saw that someone said that GitHub Actions is having a partial outage. It looks like the API is as well. So I'm going to try to run this again. This is going to be sweet if I can't finish the demo. Okay, I got one patch. So it fetches some details about the PRs just so that it knows like what the title is. It's fetching patches. 403 forbidden. Let's go again. So Tanner, the idea behind what Fallible does is Fallible creates an experimental build of Ansible-core with some experimental features, basically patched on top of it, so that we can effectively distribute a version of Fallible that has some of these experimental features that we didn't want to ship inside of Ansible-core to give people the ability to test those out before we merge them. This is exactly what I needed, is a GitHub outage that's giving me a 403 forbidden. Yeah, and the features come from diffs on PRs, and we label those with a Fallible label. And then this is pulling in all of those PRs, downloading the patches. It will eventually, hopefully, okay, now we're downloading the Devel tarball. It's going to extract that tarball into the vendor directory. So it's vendoring a full installation of Ansible-core inside of the Fallible package, and then it will apply the patches over top of those files. Give me the tarball. I'm going to have to blame Felix here. And then after it does all of this work, if I can ever get this to finish, is that it'll create a wheel of Fallible so that I can actually do an install. %, worst time to have a GitHub outage is when I have a script that actually requires GitHub in my demo. I thought I would be cool and I would actually like nuke my disk directory that already had all of the wheels already built in it. All right, I'm going to give this another try, and then maybe I'll try something else here. Yeah. Well, before I even ran the make script, I saw Felix say that there was a GitHub outage, so I'm going to assume that it wasn't me. So we can, yeah, so it looks like Tanner's going to ask a bunch of questions. So I can go ahead and keep running this while I answer some of those questions. So Fallible basically builds a package. We hope that we're going to actually push Fallible to PyPI. It will have versions, and the consumers will be, I guess, anyone who's sort of, anyone who's interested enough to try these out. That may want to try like a combination of these experimental features together. One potential use case would be for like the teams that do QE work against Ansible Runner or Ansible Controller, that we could actually try Fallible and these Fallible experimental features against these other products. So it actually builds two packages, and I'll go ahead and just talk about what they are to, get in front of this in case this, demo ever can finish. And so the two packages are Fallible and then Fallible Compat. The Fallible Compat package actually provides a it doesn't really provide anything except for entry points. So the CLI utilities that Fallible will give you are Fallible prefixed. So for example, the Fallible command would be equivalent to the Ansible ad hoc command. Fallible playbook is the Ansible playbook. And then, so you could install both Fallible and Fallible Compat, and then you would be able to basically run it just as though it was ansible-core under the hood. This is like the most amazing thing ever. So let's, it looks like it's fetching the packages now. So I wonder if I can do some really cool other thing. Yeah, it's really about how reliable GitHub is, which it's been great. You know what I could do? If this fails one more time. Okay, instead of rewriting the code, I'm going to share a different screen here. I recorded a demo, so you guys just get to watch the recorded demo. Oh, okay. I'll just have to talk over the demo because you won't be able to hear the sound. This is going to be fun. Okay. All right, here we go. I think I was probably talking about something here. I can't hear it, so I don't know.
Civil not seeing any video. We're
Oh,
seeing
you're
the
not.
controller.
So you see anything?
I see
so
a
do you-
terminal screen. I do
Okay.
see that. Yeah.
Yeah, I see a terminal screen and the controller. So it's saying 39 seconds, 28 seconds, but no actual player.
Okay, you don't see anything additional output on the screen now?
Oh, sorry, yeah, I see the console, yeah. Yeah.
Awesome, right? So, okay, it did fetch the tarball in the past. We've applied a patch. Unfortunately, this version isn't going to actually have the ASCII art that Nitz worked on that gets also integrated in here. So it's building the Python wheel at the moment. Just gonna let that keep doing its thing. Takes a little bit to build these wheels because it's, you know, basically repackaging the entire Ansible core installation. I'm going to switch over to a new tab. When is that going to happen? Okay, I'm going to create a temporary virtual environment here. Just showing that there's no Ansible installed in this virtual environment. It's going to install Ansible core, hopefully. Yes. See if I can skip forward for just a few seconds. We're installing Fallible over in another temporary virtual environment. Okay, this is just showing that when you run Fallible version, one of the things that this includes is it's showing you that this is Ansible Core 2.14, which is Devel. And then down towards the bottom, it's telling you that this is a Fallible experimental build and includes a couple, well, in this case, one experimental feature, which is called projection. I'll go more into projection once this demo actually gets to that point. This is just showing that there is no Ansible command. I think it's going to switch over here back to the other virtual environment where I'm going to try to run a demo that shows that the experimental feature just doesn't actually work inside of Ansible core itself. Come on past me, type faster. So running the demo playbook that I have, and it just immediately fails, telling you that register is supposed to be a string type, but instead it got a mapping, which is, you know, Python dictionary. Not super special. We're going to run the same command over here, but using Fallible playbook instead of Ansible playbook to show you that it actually works. So to talk a little bit about what projection is, projection effectively in this instance allows you to execute a task, and then when you register it, you can actually specify one or more variables to actually register. So instead of register being a one-to-one relationship, now you can have register n number of variables, and you can actually use Jinja 2 in the registration of that variable to basically project or modify that data and store that in the registered variable. In the video, I just showed basically installing the Fallible compat package, which provides the Ansible CLI utilities. And when you run Ansible, you could see that it output the version for the version information that Fallible provides. So we're going to take a quick look at the demo playbook. And if you see a little bit down, there's a command that says echo 2. And it actually registers two variables, one called result2 and one called standard out2. So result2 is just registering a dot or a period. That means basically register the full result. The dot kind of acts in a way sort of like how JQ operates, where you have a leading dot that sort of indicates what you're modifying. And then standard out to is having the initial dot followed by dot standard out, which says just pull out the standard out key out of the module result and register that to the variable called standard out to. Sure, I'll show this again here in a second, but it's gonna, I think, go ahead and flip over to rerunning it to sort of show the output. We've got about 1.5 minutes running left in this video demo, so I think we'll be fine on time. Just showing now that you can use dot standard out lines, piped into the first filter in Jinja. We also create some implicit variables that can be used inside of conditionals, one called Ansible result and one called Ansible loop result. Kind of moves away from having just the one standard registered variable that's used for both the final result and per loop iterations, but those are not available outside of the task. They're only available inside of conditionals for the individual task. So rerun this playbook again. Okay, so this command towards the top of the screen is actually what happened. It's echoing out the word to, TWO. You see the debug below that of result to, which looks exactly like you would expect as a normal register. And then a little bit below that, we see standard out to, and the only thing registered in that variable is just the word to, which is pulled out of standard out. This has backwards compat as well. It doesn't have to be specified as a dictionary. It would still work the same way it's always worked, using just register and a variable name. And I think that is it. That's the end of my super awesome video that had me talking that you couldn't hear, so I just pretended like I knew what I was saying over top of it. I wasn't watching IRC or Matrix to know if anyone asked any questions. I see that the getting subsets is awesome.
Team Rapno asked about the features, which you already just went through. So I think that's considered answered. And B Coca asked, is the Python version drop hard or soft?
So the Python version drop will be hard. We've now gotten to the point where our the way that we specify and build Python or build Ansible core through like setup tools specifies the versions appropriately. So if you try to do like a pip upgrade or something like that, it would just tell you that you're either on the most recent version or specify the version. It would just tell you that that version doesn't exist. So I don't know if we're going to get to the, so I don't think we're going to do what we did in the past. I mean, 2.13 is releasing now, and it doesn't have a deprecation warning that says Python 3.9 is going to be removed going forward. This is just effectively a thing that we're doing moving forward. Every November, we're going to drop that. And just due to the way that we do packaging, the package just won't be available for the new version. So you won't hopefully run into a situation where you've somehow installed the new version on a version of Python that it's not compatible with, and it just arbitrarily fails. I also, however, can't say that we're necessarily going to update or update the code to make use of some of those newer Python versions. So for example, in Python 3, when we updated for Python 3.8, the one thing that we did specifically is that we used the walrus operator, which is the like assignment operator that you can use in like an if statement or a for loop or whatever. We actually specifically implemented that, even though we didn't need to cause it to fail outside of Python 3.8. I don't know that we'll necessarily implement features that break it on purpose. We very well may, but that's not necessarily a stated goal. Part of it is just trying to keep up with the versions of Python as they come out, with also not bloating our CI matrix and utilizing a whole lot of the time spent by humans, as well as monetary value of CI and testing a larger. So someone just said that GitHub is back.
Yes.
So I'm actually rerunning my make script because I think I've got 5 more minutes, or about 4.5 minutes, and I really want to show this ASCII art, because I think that's even so much cooler than the actual experimental feature. So let's switch back over here because it looks like it's working. So we're building the Python wheel. You can actually see it pulled in additional PR, which is this 77489. I changed the way that the version is being patched as well. So something to note is Fallible's not yet visible to the public, largely because I've rewritten it 2 times in the past couple of months. So it's really not stable, even in a way that I would hope that anyone would even try running it at this point, because seeing as though it's just very early in the development, like I said, I've been rewriting it. So we tried initially with a custom Python loader, which presented some issues with like non-Python files and some other things. So we ended up going with a full-out vendored solution where we actually dropped the entire Ansible install inside of a subdirectory, and then we hacked sys.path to insert that path. So over here in this temporary virtual environment, I'll go ahead and install Fallible real quick. All wheels, all cache stuff. This should be relatively fast. I didn't actually time how long it takes to do a wheel install of Ansible core, but it is definitely much faster. Okay, so here comes some ASCII art. It's going to be, boom, there it is. So you see now that when you run version, we've got this big Ansible logo. And then actually there are a few different types of this ASCII art. So you can actually see down here, this is experimental build, and the protection feature includes the ASCII spot POC. Right, again, we've got Ansible written. I'll try to find my favorite. I run it a couple of times. It's like it's random that it happens. Is this it? Nope, that's just a different color. All right, here it is. It's a bomb with an A in it. So anyway, that's about it. So this does show that the build does still work. Run my playbook one more time. Temp Fallible demo. So you can still see it's all working here. I did actually add an additional debug task that tries to debug the implicit Ansible result outside of the the task that's using it. That's outside of a conditional, and it just does tell you variable is not defined, Ansible result is undefined. So anyway, let me hit the stop sharing button, get my face back on here, look back over at the terminal where I have IRC. Bikoka says I was dropping audio packets, which I don't know, it's just par for the course today, right?
About 30 seconds or so. There is a question from Brian Tist. Is the value provided by projection resolved similar to the result from a set fact? Or does it result in Ginger that will be lazily evaluated?
No, it is not lazily evaluated. The evaluation of the Ginger 2 actually happens in the task executor. And then at that point, it actually will return the resolved value directly back in the registered value. If you go over to the Ansible repository and you go to PRs and you either filter by me or just by the Fallible label, you'll see just these 2 PRs there. So this one, 72553, will give you an idea of the implementation. It has like a little example of how it operates as well. So hopefully maybe in the future, in the 2.14 development time frame, we'll actually get a version of Fallible out there for people to play with, and we'll open up the repository. Honestly, the Fallible is not complicated. I think we've made some complicated things. The most complicated part of Fallible itself is the build script, which is really kind of not important. Everything in Fallible kind of happens inside of a dunder and init file. And all it does is it inserts the path to ansible-core and ansible test in the sys.path at the very front, so that when we execute the entry points or whatever, that's what it finds. We want to do some testing to be able to try to allow our integration test to actually use Fallible, as opposed to the version of Ansible-core that Ansible test lives with. And we haven't really gotten around to playing with that, but hopefully we should be able to play around with that and get a version out to everyone sometime soon. I don't know what the version numbering is going to look like, but anyway, cool things are coming.
All right, thank you so much, Devo. And even with the little demo effect, you managed to do really well, and we got to see the bomb, so that was great.
Yes,
thank you.
Thank you for sticking with me while GitHub was trying to purposefully ruin my demo.
Right, it did try, but it didn't succeed. So, all right, thanks.
All right, thank you all. Talk to you later. Find me on IRC or somewhere.
Yes, 50 on IRC. All right, next we have David with a panel, a great panel, talking about the state of Ansible packaging. So since we're running right on time, I'll just hand it over to David, please.
Yes, hello everyone. Hopefully you can hear me. I had some last minute technical difficulties where somehow my camera was flipped. So the text was backwards. It was kind of weird, but hey, technology. So everything all right? Someone give me a thumbs up and then we can begin.
Looks good, looks good.
Cool. Let's start. We have some folks on here. We will introduce them in a little bit. Let me go over to the slides here. All right, so it looks like it's the right direction. It's flipped from left to right. So thank you for coming to the summit. The presentation will be about the state of Ansible packaging. Need to. All right, here we go. So a little bit about what the scope of this presentation is meant to be.
It looks flipped for me. Sorry to interrupt, but it actually looks flipped for me.
Does it?
Yes.
I see it properly in Jitsi.
Okay.
Do you really see from right to left?
Yes.
Oh no.
Also in the YouTube stream preview.
Oh no, that's terrible. I don't know. It worked earlier, and then for some reason, it did that. Let me send you the link to the slides, and
I'll share it, and then you can just let me know when to forward.
Yeah, sorry about that, everyone. Last minute technical difficulties. Here you go. Actually, I sent you the link anyway, but let me see if I can flip it. How's this? Can you see it properly now?
Yes. Yes, whatever you did, it's fine now.
So it is. So in my Jitsi now, it's backwards.
Okay.
But let's go with that.
Okay.
So back to the presentation, catching up a little bit. We'll look about what are some of the different packages that exist. We have some stats and metrics. So these are interesting to know, who is using the package and for what purpose and where from. Then we'll dig a little bit into how the packages are built and distributed. One of the purposes of the talk is to talk about the challenges also, because, packaging isn't always easy, and it is challenging. So let's put a little bit of visibility on that. But it's not all bad. It's been improving, and there are also opportunities. So we'll talk about that. And then this is meant to be a reference that we can look back into the future. So say we do a similar talk in a year or so, and then we can look, how we've improved since then. On with the intros. I am David Moreau-Samard, or DM Samard on IRC and Matrix. I am part of the Ansible community team at Red Hat. I am joined by, it is in alphabetical order. Please, if you would join me in introducing yourselves. Dimitri, are you around?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Dimitri.
Okay. So I'm Dimitri Savino. I'm a software engineer working at Red Hat and part of the productization team working on the Ansible automation platform product. We do packaging around Ansible as well as doing the upstream release for ansible-core, base, and so on.
Cool. Fabian, are you with us?
Hopefully I am, yes.
I can hear you fine.
Yeah, my name is Fabien Hortin. So I'm from the community platform engineering within Red Hat, and I've focused on CentOS infra, so CentOS infrastructure, and also part of the configuration management SIG within the CentOS ecosystem.
Cool. Kevin.
Hello, everybody. I also am in the community platform engineering team, but I'm on the Fedora side, and I've been packaging Ansible up for a very long time for Fedora and Apple also.
Yeah, many years already. Thanks for your hard work, Kevin. Prakash.
Hey, David. Hi, everyone. Yeah, my name is Om Prakash, and I'm part of Ansible community team. I work with David, and I focus on Ansible Ubuntu PPA packages. Thank you.
And it's very late for Om Prakash. Thank you so much for joining us. Paul.
Hello, Paul Boulanger. I'm on the same team as Dimitri, working on packaging downstream for the Ansible product.
Cool. Thanks, everyone. So we'll come back to them as I end them off. They're a particular area of experience. And so with that, let's move on. We've been talking about Ansible or ansible-core or Ansible base. It's kind of confusing, really. And I don't blame people. So just so we're on the same level here, I'll talk a little bit about the differences between the packages and how they work. And then, as we move on, we'll learn about more. So ansible-core, as you might know, it's the runtime in the language. So it lives at github.com/ansible. And what it does, it provides the CLI commands that you use to run playbooks and things like that. Ansible Galaxy, Ansible Test. And that's also where you'll find a variety of built-in modules and plugins that you get for free when installing ansible-core. The latest release as of this presentation are 2.11 and 2.12. There will be a 2.13 soon, as Civil mentioned. That's next month. The pace of release is about a minor release every month, and then a major release every 6 months. And then we have the Ansible package. So what we so-called batteries included package. It depends on the latest version of ansible-core. And then the only thing that this package does in reality is to include a set of a curated set of Ansible collections, some of which are displayed here. But there's about 100 of them nowadays. It's a lot, and it includes about twice as many modules and plugins as Ansible 2.9. So we've been able to grow, the amount of modules and plugins that we ship through this package, essentially. The latest release, the Ansible package uses semantic versioning since Ansible 3. So since then, there's been Ansible 4, Ansible 5, the latest of which is Ansible 5 today. It depends on Ansible-core 2.12. There will be Ansible 6 next month, which will include or depend on Ansible-core 2.13. The minor release is mostly the same. We do a minor release every 3 weeks. So we're up to Ansible 5.6. Soon there will be Ansible 5.7. and so on until 6.0 releases. I must point out, there's an end of life coming for Ansible 2.9 and Ansible Base 2.10. There is a link here to the announcement. So what this means is, we got to move on to newer releases of Ansible, unless you have, a customer relationship with Red Hat where they provide, extended support and things like that. But otherwise, upstream, the support will cease. So that's the basics. I wanted to talk about some stats. Greg was kind enough to help me dig through an extensive data set that is provided by PyPI. So PyPI sends data to a Google BigQuery database, and then you can do basically SQL queries against that. And it's kind of expensive. Like, I don't know, running a query that is fairly wide can, cost, I don't know, $80 or something. So anyway, moving on with that. So with this table, I was interested in knowing which distributions are the top consumers of the PyPI packages. And here, for the interest of relevancy, I've only included data for Ansible after 2.9 or equal or after 2.9. Because, well, 2.8 and below has ended already, so it wasn't super relevant. So interestingly enough, Amazon Linux is topping the charts here. It's followed by Ubuntu, and then it goes CentOS, Debian, RHEL. There's even some Mac OS and Oracle Linux in there. So these users are not installing from RPM or Debian packages, right? They're installing over PyPI. So these numbers, they include everything, right? So it's mentioned in the documentation here. Obviously there is CI and CD that are inflating those numbers, but averaging all of that out, it's pretty interesting. So I'm not going to draw any conclusion from that, but I'm just sharing the numbers, and you can discuss or draw your own conclusions. I'm just sharing the numbers. Another thing that I was interested in is what Python versions are the most popular. And so when I was looking, there's another website that looks at this data, but only for the past 4 months, I believe. On it's pypistats.org. In this website, you saw a graph where there is a fairly 50-50 proportion of Python 2 and Python 3. So even though Python 2.7 was end of life 2 years ago or so, it still makes up for the majority of the users that are installing from PyPI, which is not what I would have expected, before looking at these numbers. So yes, we see, the vast majority of users are still not up to 3.8. So that's quite interesting. So this was for the Ansible package. So includes 2.9 and then Ansible 3, 4, 5, basically, right? So this is Ansible base, which only ever existed for Ansible 2.10, which will be end of life soon. But we have some numbers here as well, and it's the same pattern where Ansible 2.7 seems to be far more popular than the other Python versions. For Ansible core, it's essentially the same thing. We have a little bit less data because Ansible core was introduced fairly recently compared to the 2 other packages. But again, can't help but notice that Ansible 2.7 is very, very popular here. So we'll see what will happen in the future. I think it will be interesting to look again at this data as we move as we move along over time. So distribution packages. We'll talk about PyPI first. so we have the Ansible package on PyPI. It's the collection included collections that I mentioned about. The package is built with a project called Ansible. It's a pun, because I don't know, we like puns in Ansible. And another project called Ansible Build Data, which tracks which collections are included, what versions of them are included. And I won't talk about it too much here because after the break, I will actually do a live demo where I will build Ansible 6. So we will get to see what these actually look like. So I wanted to highlight some cool things that are coming with the new version 6. Python wheels. So just like Ansible Core 2.13, we will start shipping Python wheels. In addition, we will no longer install unnecessary files. So it turns out that collection release packages are including everything that's in the collection repository when it gets built. So this includes unit tests, this includes integration tests, this includes dot files and directories. So when we build the package, these are still in the source tarball for the package, but when it's installed, we won't install them anymore. So it's going to be pretty significant performance improvements. And I tested it yesterday as I was testing the build for Ansible 6. And I knew what I was expecting, but I was still blown away. So if you install Ansible 5.6 today, which pulls in Ansible Core 2.12, it's 100 seconds. And this is on a fairly fast computer and internet connection. It's pretty slow. Sorry about that. So in Ansible 6, which provides wheels, in addition to Core 2.13, which also provides wheels, we're down to 26 seconds, which I think is, it's still 26 seconds, but it's pretty cool, I think. Pretty good improvement there. So we have Ansible Core and PyPI. In here, I will leave it to Dimitri, who handles the releases of Ansible Core to PyPI. So you can tell us a little bit more about it.
Thanks, David. So Ansible 2.13, we released the first beta yesterday, and we will have maybe other beta RC until the GA during May. So we have now Wigs uploaded on PyPI in addition of source distribution. As mentioned, David, it improved greatly the installation time. There's also other changes for 2.13, and I encourage everyone to look at the changelog, but it has also been mentioned in previous discussion about those changes. The most important thing for packaging is the Jinja 2 change. So we have to keep in mind to have this dependency also packaged for 2.13 in the future. Next slide, please.
Yep. So we'll come back to you, Dimitri, later on. Where we have up next, we'll talk about Fedora a little bit. And here I have Kevin from the Fedora infrastructure team, who will tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, so we do have Ansible packaged up, and actually that's been a team effort. We've had several folks working on it. Traditionally, or until recently, Ansible has been the 2.9 package, but of course that's end-of-lifing. We also do have some individually packaged collections separate from the ones in the main Ansible collection, and those have been cases where people want to maintain their collection at a different rate, perhaps, than the main Ansible version of that collection. So it interoperates fine. You can install that collection. You can install Ansible, and I believe the specific collection will be used before the Ansible version.
Yeah, there is a notion of precedence.
I seem to have lost the slide there. Oh. Oh, okay.
Can you see it?
Yeah, it's back.
Okay.
So we just recently upgraded. Fedora infrastructure uses Ansible really heavily, and we had been stuck on 2.9 for a long time, and we just recently updated to the new stuff, and we have a couple of challenges left, but I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on that. But for the most part, it's been pretty smooth. And Ansible is available on Koji and ready to go. Similarly, ansible-core is available, and we've been trying to, of course, keep that in line with Ansible and the dependencies and so forth. Again, this has been a team effort. There's been lots of folks working on updating and keeping things in line, and it's been a nice community effort.
Thanks, Kevin.
Go ahead.
Something that I want to mention is when we were looking at updating Ansible, the Ansible 2.9 package to 5, one of the questions that we asked ourselves was, should we actually individually package every collection, like all 100 of them, and then have a meta package that would depend on all the collections? And we ended up deciding against that because, well, it was going to be way too much work, in all honesty. So we ended up repackaging the package as it ships on PyPI, and it will ship in Fedora 36, which is in beta already, I think, and it works great. So I'm really happy about that.
Yeah, Fedora 36 is in the final freeze right now, and hopefully will be out in a couple of weeks. So fingers crossed.
Right. So next, I think you can carry on this part, Kevin.
Yeah, so also I've been maintaining EPEL packages. So the plan is to wait until ansible-core lands in RHEL 8.6 and 9, and then bring over the Fedora Ansible package to EPEL 8 and 9. There have been some challenges with that, of course, because of course Ansible in RHEL requires Python 3.8, so we have to make sure that everything is built appropriately against 3.8. But it turns out to be not too much of a problem. The spec changes are relatively minor, so we did manage to get that pretty much going. But those packages are not there yet, waiting for Ansible-core to finally land.
I think this next one is for Fabian. Sorry, I was muted.
Yeah, I was just waiting for you to hand me the mic. So it's more or less what Kevin said, but just from a CentOS ecosystem point of view, because for our own need in the CentOS infra, we wanted to move from Ansible 2.9. So like in Fedora, we were relying on Ansible 2.9, and the end of life date approaching, we had to move to a new version. So we had a ticket where we were tracking all the things that we would need to do, including syntax change, etc., collection requirement. But the first issue was, as Kevin mentioned, the Python 3.8 bump. So we put that aside because we discovered that it would land in RHEL 8.6. But on CentOS Stream Infra, because it's already landed, it's already available. Ansible-core 2.12 is there for CentOS Stream user. We just had to rebuild the dependencies around Ansible-core. So we discovered in our journey that we had to also rebuild our callback plugin that we were using to Python 3.8. And also through the configuration management SIG, we started to work on the Ansible. I call that meta package, but I know that David preferred the battery included package, but as an RPM. We can move to the next slide. So in the configuration management SIG, the plan is obviously, as long as ansible-core 2.12 is maintained by rel maintainer in CentOS 8 stream, we'll just continue to use it. But depending on the plan, it can be that because configuration management SIG is an opt-in repository in a specific interest group, so we can eventually try to bump to 2.13 when it will land and see what will be the requirement. And the goal of the configuration management SIG is also to provide some useful package around Ansible, and so in the end, that can be useful in the Ansible ecosystem. One package that, for example, the CentOS infra is relying on is Ansible role CTL, written by Marc Dequesne from Red Hat OSCI department. It's not built yet because of the dependency on Python 3.8 now, because it imports itself Ansible to fetch the role and collection to specific pin version. So this is work in progress. ARA that we are already providing, but at the moment we just have the small problem of the, again, callback plugin for Python 3.8, because we built ARA completely for Python 3.6, which was the version from the platform in rel 8. And now we just had to, let's say, find a workaround with a pip install of the ARA client package for the callback plugin. But I'd like to work on a compatible Python 3.8 package in that repository. And what is already available now is the Ansible meta package. So it was built today. So 5.6.0 was built today. And the next step is just to rebuild it and provide it for Stream 9 users. Next slide.
And Fabian, is that is new from today? Is that not?
Yeah, the Ansible package was pushed to testing today. So it was rebuilt and pushed off. We had 5.5 last week built, and because I learned that 5.6 was just released, I just bumped. And it was rebuilt just before the during the contributor summit, by the way. I built in parallel and it was pushed to testing. So
that's great.
Yeah, so if you just have a look, what is possible right now, if you are using CentOS Stream 8, you can just install that package that will just set up the GPG key we use for that repository and the .repo file for DNF. At the moment, it's just available in testing, so reason why we just enable that repository. And if you just install Ansible meta package, it will automatically install Ansible-core as a dependency, and plenty of other packages, of course, for Python 3.8. So feedback is wanted. And if people want to join the SIG just to help building other tools around Ansible for the community, that would be really helpful. That's it for me.
Cool. Thank you, Fabian. For this one, we have Dimitri telling us a little bit about Ansible-core and Ansible Stream.
Yeah, so starting rel 8.6 and rel 9.0, Ansible-core is included by default in the distribution. Its support is limited to the rel system role package for managing rel system, basically. And at the moment, we have Ansible-core 2.12.2 targeting for both releases, but in the incoming 8.7 and 9.1, the version will be bumped, and so on. So the workflow is a little bit different between rel 8 and 9. As for rel 9, we are pushing everything to CentOS Stream 9 first, and then everything is synced back to rel by default. And for rel 8, it's the opposite. Everything is done in rel 8 first, and then it's synced back to CentOS Stream 8. Those versions will be available on multiple architecture compared to the Ansible Automation Platform product as example. So there's two different ways to have Ansible-core within Red Hat. One, as I mentioned, within rel directly, and the other one via the Ansible Automation Platform product. So each minor release of AAP will include a specific ansible-core version and using a specific Python runtime. For AAP, this is limited to the x86-64 architecture at the moment. Maybe in the future it will be different, but the whole product is limited to one architecture. So the pace of release between Reg and AAP is different. So if you want to have a more recent version of ansible-core, AAP will provide an up-to-date version very fast compared to Reg, because the development cycle is longer than AAP. And
cool. Thank you, Dimitri. Much appreciated. So with that, another distro that I wanted to talk about was Ubuntu, where we have some. We've historically been maintaining a PPA for Ubuntu, and here I will hand it over to Prakash.
Thanks, David. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Loud and clear.
Perfect. So yeah, Ubuntu PPA is released after the PyPy Ansible release, and it is built using the GitHub repo. Oops. Yeah. So this repo contains all the files that are needed for the PPA build, and it also has branches.
Could you zoom in a little bit, please, Prakash?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So yeah, it also has branches for each major releases of Ansible. So let's check the GitHub branch of Ansible 5. We build 3 PPA binaries, one for resolve-lib, ansible-core, and then Ansible. So yeah, with resolve-lib, it is not available as a deb binary package. So we build it as a dependency for Ansible for Ubuntu. And in the recent release of Ubuntu Jammy, we get resolve-lib version 0.8.1. But unfortunately, this version is not compatible with Ansible, as Ansible only supports resolve-lib version 0.5.4. So for now, the only workaround is to manually install resolve-lib version 0.5.4 if you want to use Ansible Galaxy utility. So yeah, each directory contains a Debian directory inside which there is a file named control. And here we describe the details of the source package from which the binary package is built. I mean, repackaged. So I'm not going to go in deep, but in a nutshell, deb build and dput command is ran to build the PPA binaries with Launchpad as the source. So you can see here. And yeah, click on the release directory. So yeah, if you want to install specific release of Ansible, then yeah, come to this Launchpad source link, and yeah, you can select the release which you want to install and run this commands to add this PPA report to your system software sources. So yeah, if you're interested in contributing, then head over to Ansible community PPA repository, go over this README file, and you can also check this issue to get an overview on the version compatibility matrix. And yeah, I think we recently created a channel for packaging. So if you need help or getting started, join the channel and you can ping us. That's all from me.
Yep. Hey, thank you, Prakash. Prakash mentioned the chat channel. I'll have it at the last slide where you can chat with us about packaging. But it would also provide a channel where we can meet and chat and collaborate across, distributions and whatnot. And so next is Debian, which I'll go over quickly. I wish we would have had the Debian maintainer with us today, but I reached out and it didn't end up working out. But there's a lot of great work going on in Debian. They have an Ansible and an Ansible core package as well. They use a different strategy for packaging. I'm not my Debian packaging is very, very rusty, but there's a lot of good work going on there, and by all means check it out. I'm sure they could use help too. And there's others, but wait, there's more. Ansible is packaged for a lot of distros, and I won't go into the details here, but I just want to provide some example and links to the source packaging if you want to look into, if you're curious. So there's packages in Alpine Linux. There's package in SUSE. It doesn't seem like, at least like last I look, it didn't seem like they have an Ansible core package yet. So we didn't catch up in Fedora until fairly recently, so I don't blame them, right? But this is the current situation. It's packaged for Gentoo as well. They chose not to rename Ansible Base to Ansible Core, so even though there might be a 2.12 package, it's still called Ansible Base, which is fine, I guess. There's a package for Arch too, Ansible and Ansible Core, and there's a package for NixOS as well. And I'm sure there's many others that I might have missed. If you know about them, put them in the chat, and I will write them down so we know about them and can maybe eventually collaborate in the future. This is all I had, and thank you for the guests that came to speak with me today. I will open it up for questions. I know a little bit of our time, so we're bleeding into the break, but hopefully that's not too much of an issue. I did mention the packaging channel, so it's bridged between IRC and Matrix. Do join us there. We can look forward to collaborating more in the future. We want to make people's lives easier, so let's try and make that happen. Otherwise, if you want to stay up to date regarding packaging things, the Bullhorn and the mailing list is a good place to look. And with that, I couldn't keep up with the chat. Were there any questions, Carol?
I think I saw one from Soren. What about Ansible core package on Ubuntu? Ansible core package.
Yes. Ampragash, I'm pretty sure there's an Ansible core package on Ubuntu as well. Do you know?
Ampragash, you're on mute if you're trying to speak.
Yep. But I am pretty confident, without looking, that the Ansible core package is also included in the Ansible PPA. We're not just providing the Ansible package; we're also providing the Ansible core package. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's the case.
All right. Thanks for the great. Thanks for everybody on the panel. It's been so great to hear from all of you and different packaging in the different distributions. We will take a 7-minute break and be back for more David with a live demo of the first alpha release of Ansible 6. So
see you in a few minutes.
Okay, welcome back again. And it was a quick break, but David, are you ready for your live demo of the alpha release of Ansible 6? David? Uh-oh, I hope we didn't lose him. Anybody seen David?
Hello, we're back from break. I think you're still muted, Carol.
Oh, really?
Or I cannot hear you all of a sudden for some reason.
Okay.
Which I guess is not
I can hear Carol and David.
So with a nod of the head, we'll go over with that. Let me turn on camera here. Technology, it's so hard, video conferencing. So I think we're good to go. Sorry about the technical difficulties. So let's play a little game, because this will be a quick talk. I don't have slides prepared or anything. For some reason, I happen to be the current owner of many Ansibles, which are these little guys. It's a stress ball. It's a stress ball. I have many of those for a local meetup that will be running soon. So there's many of those hidden behind me somewhere. If you can guess the correct number of Ansibles that are hidden, you win something. So go crazy over chat. I don't know. Maybe it will be a badge. Maybe it will be something else. Who knows? Go ahead and try a guess. So with that, let's begin. I will tell you about Ansible 6. So it turns out that, where's the window? This one? All right. So it turns out that we planned the release of Ansible 6 today, the first alpha of Ansible 6 today. Let me zoom in here a little bit. And we didn't know that Contributor Summit will be today, but I was like, why should we delay the release? Let's just do it today, and I can do it live. What could go wrong? So let's do that. In my previous talk, I told you about Ansible, which is on GitHub here, which I'll be using for this demo. And we have Ansible build data, which is here, where the versions of collections are stored, so we know what to build. So we have, in Ansible, we have a role here that's called build release. So we are actually building the Ansible package with Ansible. Because, well, why not? I love Ansible. It's simple and it allows you to get stuff done. So let's build a release with Ansible. Let me switch to my shell here. Where's it? This one? All right. So I have Ansible here checked out, and you could do this yourself locally. There is. I'll be running it locally on my laptop, but it could run in CI, it could run on server. It doesn't matter. There's no special requirement, for building an Ansible release. Publishing by PI, requires credentials and GPG signature, so you won't be able to do that part. But you could, in theory, at least build your own package with your own collections if you really wanted to. So I told you about a role that I had here. I went ahead and edited the defaults of the role because they're currently pointing to Ansible 5. So we're just going to change from Ansible 5 to Ansible 6, the data directory from Ansible 5 to Ansible 6. we'll be testing the release against the stable 213 release branch, which was cut a while back. And then we're going to be building 6.0.0 Alpha 1. So how does it work? Well, I have a virtual environment in which I've installed Ansible. And I'm just going to run a playbook. And as this playbook runs, well, I'll kind of explain what it's doing. So it's, in a nutshell, what it will do is it will prepare dependencies file based on the current versions of the collections that are currently published. So since we use semantic versioning, we know that for a given release, we won't include a major version bump of a collection. So for example, actually, while this builds, let me switch over to the Git repo here, which is flipped on my screen, but I think it's okay on your end. So I have, well, there's nothing for Ansible 6 yet. But if I look at, for example, the Ansible 5 build file, zoom in a little bit more. So for Amazon.AWS, we will never get a version higher than 3.0 for Ansible 5. But then for Ansible 6, if AWS happens to do a 3.0 release, I don't know if it actually exists. We can find out later. It will lift the boundary from Ansible 3 or AWS 3, and then won't go above 4. So this is what allows us to pin the dependencies in such a way that there are no introduction of breaking changes between minor releases of the Ansible package. At least, there's some trust involved with the collection of maintainers. But in a nutshell, that's what it does. And then for each release, if we look at Ansible 5.6, the depths, we have the exact release numbers that were shipped as part of that release. So if we want, we can go and rebuild that version for whatever purpose. And then something new that we added a while back was a Galaxy requirements.yaml file. So this is basically the dependencies file, or the latest one, in fact, but in a format that you can install with the Ansible Galaxy CLI. This came as a request from users that wanted to use the collections from Ansible 5, but with ansible-core 2.11 due to the Python 3.8 bump. So in theory, in most cases, it should just work. But that's that. Going back to the shell here. So far, so good. So this is Ansible output. You've probably seen something like this before. So it just automates steps that would have otherwise been manual, right? So it clones the Ansible build data Git repo. It sets up the version ranges. It detects that this is an alpha release, so we are relaxing, let's say, some requirements for alpha and beta releases. We do a release prepare. This is a command in Ansible. And then we do a release. We actually build the release, which will do the source tarball that we eventually upload to PyPI. And it will build the wheel now that we're with Ansible 6. This is also what templates the Galaxy requirements file. And then what follows are basically a variety of sanity and integration testing. So basically, we want to know the package that we just built. Is it horribly broken for some reason? We cannot just... there are opportunities for improving the testing even further, but we want to know, are every collections the versions that they should be at? Is every collection that should be in the package actually there at the right version? And then, there's a couple of those now. Let me scroll down. It should be down by now. And then, at the end, that's it. We have built a package. It's in the build directory here. So I have a source tarball. I have a wheel. And then if I were to publish those to PyPI, I would use the Twine CLI, which I don't have on this machine. But with Twine, you would do Twine upload, and then those files put in the PyPI credentials, and that's it. Now there is some. If we go in the checked out, oops, sorry, wrong directory. Ansible build the data. So this is the Git repo that we were looking at earlier. So we see there are some changes here. So it checked out the fresh copy of the repo through Ansible and the role. It updated these files. Oops, wrong command. Wrong. Get def head, something like that. No. Oh, it's because I didn't add them. Okay. Get def. Here you go. No. Oh no. Why? I don't know why it's not doing that. So I'm confused. So I have shell aliases on my laptop, but they didn't carry over to this machine. So I use a command that does this for me usually. Let me go to a backup plan. Like a cooking show, when you say you're going to cook a pie and you already have a pie prepared. So I do have a pie already prepared where I sent a PR to add these files to the repo. So looking at the diff here, we see there's the full changelog since Ansible 5. So we can load this here, but it's for end users to tell what versions have changed, what are the new features, what are the breaking changes, and so on. There's a lot of those. We cannot manage them manually, so thankfully there's tooling that automates that. Going down further, oh, there's so many lines. Oh, there we go. So then we have the Ansible 6.build file, and so, oh, there you go. AWS did bump to release higher than 3, but we didn't raise the requirement until Ansible 6. So the next version of Ansible 6 will ship, newer version of it, Amazon to AWS, but no later than 4.0. What else? There are the Galaxy requirements that are updated, and there's also a porting guide. So whenever to help users port from a version to the other, there's a porting guide that gets merged all the way back to the Ansible repo, so it lands on docs.ansible.com. So that is it. Oh, and one thing I should mention, because this is all Ansible, I tend to record these with Ara, so that I can look at them in the future. This is not a demo of Ara, but it allows us to tell how long the builds are taking, what are the errors that are occurred, and so on. So that's what I had. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to hear them. And I think I know why my sound is no longer working. So let me fix that.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I don't think David hears me.
Oh, I heard you through the speakers. That's the issue. Hang on.
Okay.
Work. Come on.
So if I say speak now, can you hear me? Fine. Okay.
I can hear you.
That's all right. There's no questions. Thanks for the demo. It's great that you can do it even with your screen flipped or something, and it's great that you bake the pie first, so we can see the end result. There's a lot of guesses for the number of bools that you have and the bools that you have behind you. So maybe we can go through that.
Up in the chat, I cannot get the sound working properly. I Bluetooth and sound devices and Pipewire. Oh no. So let's catch up in chat. Thanks everyone.
All right. Thank you, David. And we are also at time for the next presentation, which is on the new AWS Cloud Control collection. And with that, we have Mike and Alina. Are you both ready?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, please go ahead.
Let me... Okay, so you should be hearing me and seeing slides, hopefully.
Yes, I see you and hear you fine.
Okay, and the slides are pointed in the right direction.
Yes.
Right.
Perfect.
Great. So my name is Mike Graves. I'm an engineer on the cloud content team, and I'm going to be co-presenting today with my colleague Alina, who is also on the team. And what we're going to talk about today is a new collection that we've been working on for the last few months. And this collection is based on the AWS Cloud Control API. So what is the Cloud Control API? For those who are not familiar with it, this was announced at reInvent last year. And the goal with this new API was to provide a more simplified interaction with the plethora of various AWS services. So if you've ever worked much with the AWS API, you will be familiar with the variety of in interacting across a range of different services. Each service provides its own API, and those APIs may differ considerably from one service to another. The Cloud Control API defines a standardized uniform interface to interact with all the various AWS services. So this API supports the typical create, read, update, delete, and list actions, but in a uniform way across all the services that support it. The API currently supports hundreds of resources across a wide array of different AWS services. Not everything is supported yet, but they continue to add more regularly. So how are we using this new API? So today we are releasing a new Amazon.cloud collection. And I want to go ahead and state up front here that this is very much an alpha release. It is not intended for any sort of production use at this point. One of the things that's interesting about this new collection is that we are auto-generating it from the JSON schema definitions that are provided by the Cloud Control API. We want to be clear that this is not intended to replace the existing Amazon collections. This is, while there may be some overlap, it should be thought more of as augmenting these collections. Why we're doing this is that there are several benefits to using the Cloud Control API. The first is that it enables a faster introduction of new AWS services. Because the modules are auto-generated from the JSON schema, when a new service comes online that supports the Cloud Control API, we can just generate a new module from the JSON schema, the published JSON schema for that service. There's also less effort, hopefully, involved in adding support for a new service through modules. We're able to more easily expand our coverage of existing AWS services. And one of the other benefits of this is that there are third-party vendors can enable their services to support the Cloud Control API, which in turn would allow us in the future to potentially support third-party services through this same API. So the main benefits to this really are that it expands our ability to support a wider range of AWS services and to do it in a more timely manner so that we can publish modules much sooner after the service is released. So that sort of covers it for the overview of what this is and what we're doing. I'm going to go ahead and hand things off to Alina now, who will walk us through a more detailed description of how this new collection works.
Thank you, Mike. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. So let's deep dive into this alpha release of the Amazon Cloud Collection. So basically, the modules contained in this collection are generating using a tool called Amazon Cloud Code Generator, and developed and open source by the Ansible Cloud team. So the collection generation flow is shown in this diagram here. So as you can see in the figure, the collection can be easily deployed using docs-c refresh modules, and it is generated in the cloud subdirectory by default. And the collection generation process leverages some Python utility scripts that wrap the AWS Cloud Formation client to scrape resource type definition schema or meta schema for each Amazon-supported resource and performs the necessary processing to generate the module documentation. Additional processing logic generates all utilities, including modules, module utils, and tests. For example, module utils contains a base class that can be used by all the resource modules to provide all the necessary methods to create, update, delete, describe, and list resources with the appropriate logic to wait, paginate, and gracefully handle boto-core errors. Next one, please. So all the modules in this collection use Boto3 and the AWS Cloud Control API client. In addition, Python 3.9 or higher is required. Next one, please. Broadly speaking, the modules in this collection cover either discovery or doing actions rather than Cradle operations model. Think of the discover action as a read operator. So we can discover facts using get and list states and report against them or use them in our place to make judgments for our to-do task. We can then use do actions, which are equivalent to present and absent states, to automate what we need, like create, update, and destroy resources. Next one, please. So now let's take a look at a practical example of how to use the Amazon.Cloud collection. So the following task create a simple AWS S3 bucket with an access block configuration and then describe it. So if you already are using Amazon.AWS and community.AWS collections, you can see that the task syntax is pretty much similar. You may notice that we no longer have the info modules in this collection, but the get or describe and list features that the info modules were doing are handled in the main module. This centrally simplifies the collection usage and improves the user experience. So next one, please. So as you can see here, the result returned by all the available operations, present, absent, list, get, or describe, is well structured and uniform across all the modules. It always contains the identifier of the resource and the dictionary of resource-specific properties. In this way, we can straightforwardly get the identifier of each resource and reuse it in multiple dependent resources. This feature has definitely a positive impact on the user experience. Next one, please. So AWS Cloud Control API looks like a step in the right direction, but there are still some API limitations and shortcomings, and we made our best to address some of them in the alpha release, and a few of them are listed here. So I will list a few of them. For example, modules are only as good as the API and its schema. So actually the documentation may not be complete for all the module options. Missing supportability for important AWS resources like EC2 instance, volume, and snapshot, RDS instance and snapshot, and elastic load balancer, to name a few. Then idempotency is a function of the API and may not be fully supported. So for example, in the Cloud Control API, the idempotency is a shift using the client token. a client token is valid for 36 hours once used. After that, a resource request with the same client token is treated as a new request. So to overcome this limitation, the modules present in this collection handle the idempotency by performing first get resource call using the resource identifier instead of using the client token. And another limitation is the missing server-side pagination. So as you know, some AWS operations return results that are incomplete and require subsequent requests in order to attain the entire result set. So paginators are a feature of both S3 and act as an abstraction over the process of iterating over an entire result set of a truncated API operation. Cloud Control API lacks this functionality at this moment. So this limitation is handled in this collection by implementing a manual client-side paginators. This may have a severe impact on performance. And another one is that filtering making name-based identification to support desired state logic like idempotency is absent. So in practice, this means that you cannot list all the resources and then filter the result on the server side. For example, several modules do not allow to set the primary identifier at creation time. So one possible solution would be to allow the user to identify a resource name and use that name to set a tag. But the API does not allow server-side resource filtering at the moment, and we can only implement the client-side filtering using the tag information. But of course, this approach would definitely have severe impact on the performance. And the last one for now is that not all the resources in this collection support the available states. So in practice, it means that some resources cannot be updated or listed. So next one, please. So that said, the new Amazon.Cloud auto-generated collection, beside the fact that it can be easily generated using the generator tool and has a pretty abstract set of APIs for all the modules, it is very straightforward to be used and to reuse resources across multiple dependent resources. We continuously strive to improve the collection resource supportability and performance. We invite you to give a try to the Amazon.Cloud collection and provide us some feedback. Next one, please. So you can provide feedback by reporting any issue on the Amazon.Cloud GitHub project. And because the modules are auto-generated, you can contribute with GitHub requests by opening them against the Amazon Cloud Code Generator project. Next one, please. Then you can also join us on LiberaChat and Matrix. And also the Amazon Web Services Working Group is also holding a monthly community meeting and on LiberaChat and Matrix every 4th Thursday of the month. And you can also join us there. Next one, please. So that's it. Thank you for watching. And if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask.
I don't see any questions. There was one, but Jill has already answered it in chat about making the module from JSON schema published to be useful for other services, and Jill pointed to the Amazon Cloud Code Generator.
Oh, I do see one question. What's the testing situation for AWS modules these days? So we are, right now for this collection, we are only going to be doing integration testing for a select number of modules, just because I think that I don't know the full list of what resources we'll be supporting, but it will be quite a few. And I don't think there's any easy way for us to really automate the testing for this for each module. So we're just going to do a few modules and sort of see how that goes.
That's one. Yeah, you go ahead.
Yeah, another
you see
question.
it as well.
Is the Google Cloud modules is the implementation similar? I do not know. I have not looked at that. I don't know if Alina has or not.
No, me neither. Sorry.
Okay, well, that looks like it's it. Thanks, and let us know what you think.
Thank you.
Thank you, both of you, Mike and Alina. And yes, as Alina mentioned, they have a monthly meeting every fourth Thursday on the AWS channel and Matrix Room. So please join them. We have time now for a bit of a longer break. Let's see. We do have 3 more sessions left. Well, actually 2 more, and then a wrap up. So it is the last stretch of the Ansible Contributor Summit. Would people mind just taking a short 10-minute break and then continue on with the sessions? I'm just talking to myself here, probably. I'm going to set a 10-minute break, and then we'll see how it goes from here on. Okay, have a quick break, and we'll be back soon. Hello, everyone. Welcome back once again. We're in the final stretch of the Ansible Contributor Summit. It's been a long day, and I really appreciate all of you being with us throughout the day. We have 2 more sessions, and definitely saving some of the best for last. Next, we have Sandra with the documentation working group update. Sandra, please go ahead.
Okay, can you all see it all now?
We see your screen share. Yep.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm just going to give a brief update on where we've been going in the documentation, the community documentation for Ansible. So we're going to talk about some changes on the module plugin tables, the installation guide. We've got enhanced contributor docs for collection contributors. And the last thing we're going to do is edit on GitHub. Okay, so on the module tables, what we did, and thanks to Felix, because he did actually do this work, we had some pretty rough raw HTML in the code that generated the module docs. So he converted that to RST and also allowed us to have better ability to produce the tables on smaller form factors so that they'll automatically be responsive and convert to lists. So just kind of quickly to show what this looks like, you can see on the top, we just have 2 columns now, parameters and comments. It still has all the information, but on the screenshot below that is what it looks like when you put it down on a tablet or a phone. It kind of converts down to a list instead, so you can still actually see everything without trying to do horizontal scrolling. The installation guide updates, this was mentioned earlier where we've kind of trimmed it down so that we're focusing on pip install now. Based on the packaging discussions that have been going on, we may add a second page off of that links over to a subset of install options for some of the packages. We still haven't decided which ones we're going to do, but we hope to have that resolved and available when 2.13 becomes latest. Hopefully these slides are available, but if you look at Devel, you can see the installation guide now, and we have a discussion topic over on community topics that talks about where else or what else we need to add back to the installation as a separate page. The contributor guides, there was a bunch of stuff that Andre wrote over on a separate repository, and we've now brought almost all of those over into docs.ansible.com. Again, it's only on Devel, but it'll be there on latest when 2.13 releases and when Ansible 6 releases. Information like creating your first PR on a collection, how to test your collection, becoming a maintainer, and what is this steering committee, and how do people get on it. So it kind of tries to show a flow of how you can become more and more active in the community. So it's some great stuff that he wrote. And you can kind of see it here. There's still duplicated information. It's kind of a first cut at this. We have some work to do, but definitely looking for your feedback as you start to use these docs. Felix talked about this earlier, but again, I want to emphasize we've got the edit on GitHub back on most all the pages at this point. It is an opt-in for each collection owner. So if you get to a collection page or a module and you don't see edit on GitHub, please go ahead and open an issue at that collection to say, hey, can you start doing this? It's the links.yaml file that they add into that collection that feeds all of this. So it gives you, besides the edit on GitHub, you also get the ability for having more links. Issue tracker and repository come from galaxy.yaml, but the submit bug report request feature used in this example is in the links.yaml file. The only thing we ask is that you don't put too many links, because as you can see, you'll eventually run out of space and it'll start to wrap. You can't see it on this screen capture, but also you've got links for any kind of mailing list you might have, or forums, or things like the IRC matrix rooms dedicated to your collection. And this is probably too small to see. I apologize for that, but this is a very simple format for the YAML file that controls all those links. So where are we headed next? We'll talk a bit about the priorities that we figure we should focus on. And again, we always want feedback in case we're missing something. Also, what we're going to do with EOL docs. And I just kind of briefly want to mention, we've been talking about semantic markup for a while now. And while on the community side, we're pretty good and set on what we want to do, it does impact a number of other Ansible projects, and we haven't gotten it on their roadmaps yet. Things like Galaxy NG. I can't remember if VSCode or Navigator. I don't think those two did. But anything that depends on Ansible doc, SS.json is impacted by this. So we've got some more work to do before we can release it. So our documentation priorities, what we've started was the contributors guide for collection contributions, but we need to clean those up now that we've moved them over and kind of trim down any repeat information. Overall, we want to get better getting started guides. We've got a few here and there, but we kind of want to, I think someone mentioned this earlier, we want to make it easier to contribute to Ansible. And a part of that is making sure our guides focus on sort of an easy path to start and not removing all the details that we've already got, but putting up supplemental, if you're new, start here and try to make that easier. The last thing we want to do is we know we have findability problems. We know it was mentioned in chat earlier. We've got search problems, and we do want to focus on that so that people can find all the glorious information we've got in the docs. In terms of one of the ways we want to improve the search results is we're thinking about moving EOL docs to an archive site. So right now, it's probably not a big secret. If you hack the URL, you can get all the way down to Ansible 2.3 in the docs. And again, as was mentioned in chat, some people are finding that when they do a Google search. Some of the top hits are coming back on these really old versions. So we talked to our search expert to try to find out what ways we have around this. And one of the things we can do is if we move them all over to an archive site, it still makes them available for people who are who are still on 2.5 for some reason, or 2.7, but it should remove them from the Google search results. So people on more recent versions will get what they expect out of Google. Lastly, a plug, we have our meetings on Tuesdays. We're always in the docs channel here on Matrix and IRC. We have issues that we always welcome PRs. If you are new to Ansible, this is a very easy way to ease into the whole process of contributing is by making some doc fixes. Doesn't require coding. We label them as easy fix, and you can always move on to coding fixes after that, if that's what you're in for. And as always, PRs, any kind of technical review on the PR really helps move it along. And that's it. Thanks.
All right. Thanks, Sandra. Any questions? I don't see any on chat. Sorry that we have to cancel this week's docs meeting for Ansible Contributor Summit, but we will be back weekly from next week. Okay. I don't see Brad or Nate on yet. All right, I think. Yes, Brad. Great that you're here. You can start. Is Nate joining?
Yeah, he should be here someplace.
Brad or Nate
Can you hear me?
on yet? Yes, and I also hear the playback of the YouTube stream.
Hold on, let me kill that. Sorry.
Yeah, it's all right. There's a delay, so.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
Yeah, let me ping Nate. Where are you, Nate? It's a long day for you all. Gundalo, what? It's late over there, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's 8:30.
It's only 8:30. It's a good day though. No jet lag involved. But I don't get to see everyone, so mixed emotions.
Nate is typing, so we'll give him just a second. He says,
Yeah, I noticed that too. At least he's around. Does he need the link, perhaps? Let me send it to him.
Yeah, I think that's. I don't know if he got the calendar invite. Ah, he says yes. Lots of cool stuff today. I love. There's a theme, right? And it's such a perfect day to talk about it, right? Between resource module generation in the security space, language server, VSCode extension, the AWS stuff, right? I mean, there's just so much focus on content creator and development in Docs. It's great. I love seeing it all come together. Not that it hasn't come together before. I'm just saying,
It has been a great day, and that's the thing. Like, we have so much going on, and yeah, I'm looking forward to going through all these again and really absorbing the content.
Ansible Builder and execution environments and collections. Like it kind of all it's making more sense, right? Like,
right.
All
right, Nate is with us now, and we'll be having the networking update by Brad and Nate. Please go ahead.
Sure. Let me just start with, oh gosh, this is going to be wild. Hopefully that did the right thing, because I only have one screen. Is the roadmap coming up right?
No.
No? What is? Am I showing anything?
You are a big orange red dot with an N in the middle.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Could you just zoom that in a couple of notches, please, Nate?
Sorry. Oh, yes.
Thank you. That was good.
I'm just gonna quickly go over some of the stuff that we've done in the beginning of this year, and there's one pretty big thing, but we've got some new resource modules on the platform collection side. This is the planned first half roadmap. So we've gotten done hostname and SNMP server, and Banner Global is still in the works for future work at this point. And the fact gathering logic, I believe, is still planned. I think that's supposed to come up soon, but
yeah, there's a POC with Juniper.
Okay.
The goal there is to shift the fact gathering logic to the resource modules and let the fact subsystem call the individual resource modules. Right now, it's kind of split halfway.
Yeah. On to Netcom, and this is the stuff that I actually know what I'm talking about, and probably some of the biggest changes we've had in a while. This first one, the base plugins for terminal and CLI conf and those sorts of things live in ansible-core, or at least they did until recently. We've managed to pull copies of those into Netcommon, so that we're no longer reliant, so we can actually move with. So we don't have to wait for the lowest supported version of Ansible that we support, which is still 2.9, to get new features into there and bug fixes. We have an upcoming major release this month that should move all of the terminal and CLI conf plugins in the various collections to those new locations so they can start getting fixes from that. And anybody else who has one of those plugins is free to use those copies in Netcommon right now. It just means that you need a new minimum version of Netcommon 2.5.1, I believe, is the one where we made everything work. The other two really big things, so network CLI will default to using libssh instead of Paramiko as of the major release this month. I believe it should now sensibly fall back if you don't have Ansible libssh installed. That should hopefully get merged any day now. And we're also enabling the import modules option by default with this release. Both of those features have been in Netcommon for a while as optional add-ons, but they're going to be the default as of Netcommon 3.0. So that's super exciting.
Hey, Nate, can I explain the import module thing real quick?
Absolutely, because you can do it better than I can.
So when Ansible networking was first, I don't know, the very first modules that were built, they were built as Ansible modules, and the flow followed the classic Ansible flow of module code. They were running on the execution node. So what would happen is they would get bundled, packaged as a zip vatar, copied to the temp directory, and unpacked. And run from the temp directory using the same module interface, using standard out and JSON. What we found was there's overhead in that process. So what the import modules code does is, rather than copying the module code into the temp directory and running it with subprocess, the corresponding action plugin does a direct Python import of the module code base, and it runs in the same fork that was built for the host. Know a little less about the forks. But there's a huge speed improvement here. It makes debugging these modules much easier. And there's a lot less overhead having to do with the packaging of the module, right? Because with the network modules and the network plugins, they're going to run on the execution node anyway. They don't run on the network device. We had looked at converting the modules to pure action plugins. This was a much shorter path than rewriting, hundreds of modules. So this, like Nate said, this is on by default. People have been using it. It was added, I think, about a year and a half ago as an opt-in. And some of the largest, we've gotten some really good feedback from some of the larger users of the Ansible networking code base, that there's some good performance improvements here. So we're excited about that one.
Yeah. The other stuff in this section, the gRPC and the logging changes are still planned. I don't know. I honestly don't know what the status of gRPC is at the moment. And unfortunately, some of the log messages stuff is had to be shelved for a little bit, but it's something I super want to do. So the Ansible utils collection picked up a number of different plugins. We now have the validate plugin. I need to get this right because I'm going to confuse myself probably. The validate plugin already existed. It did validation for various things. It had a couple of different sub-plugins to do different sorts of arbitrary validation on input. What it does now is it has a plugin that can validate your network config. So you give it a list of regexes that you wish to validate your configuration against, and it will consume your config and let you know what passed and what didn't, and give you an idea of where there might be drift in your config versus what you expect to see there, or if you're mixing up capitalized and lowercase names in your config for Ethernet versus Eth1 versus E2 or something. All of the IP adder plugins moved from netcommon into utils. They're now split into their own plugin files. They all have tests, which is amazing, which they didn't really have beforehand. And they all have individual documentation, which is great. That was a huge amount of work that I believe Ashwini did that I'm super happy with. I do not know what recursive plugins means.
There is, I can answer that one real quick.
Sure.
There are two, I believe it was two different plugins that went into the utils collection. One was, actually three. One was keep keys, one was remove keys, and one was replace key. And they will recursively go through dictionaries of dictionaries of dictionaries of any depth and modify, remove, or keep certain keys. They're great plugins if you know you have a very complex data structure and you only want to extract a few keys and they're deeply buried. Or if you have a complex data structure coming from a source of truth and you need to rename keys at a certain depth. They operate recursively through dictionaries of dictionaries of dictionaries. They're pretty cool.
Yeah. And I do not believe factdiff has made it in yet.
Factdiff has not.
Yeah. This is the repository where the actual pylibsh Python wrapper around the libssh C library lives. This is just a placeholder for all the various improvements that we've been doing to it. There should be a new release of that, hopefully soon. I believe we should have a couple of things that should be ready to go for that. And I don't know that anything has happened to Community Yang yet. I genuinely don't remember this section from when we put this together originally.
Yeah, the goal there is to move the Community Yang collection to a fully supported collection. I don't know how far along it is.
Yeah.
I know there was some work with tests and documentation, and there were questions of whether or not we were going to fork it and rename it. It will become ansible.yang. I think the goal is to make that transition pretty smooth. So there may be an overlap with redirects in Community Yang that point to Ansible Yang. But like I said, I don't have an update on the progress there.
Yeah. So that's the things that we've done so far. Brad, you want to tell us where we're going?
Yeah.
Oh gosh, no.
Oh, that is really cool.
Yeah, I only have the one screen, so I had to do it.
Yeah, I don't have this written down. It's not on the roadmap yet. We're going through roadmap planning sessions right now, but some of the things, I think there's some themes that keep getting talked about. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about some of the things that are coming, are most likely going to come. The team is going to start working on some higher level content. So right now, the focus has been for the past couple of years on resource modules. We're going to do some work in the roles space and the collection space to make the resource modules a little easier to consume. There is work happening for operational state assessment. So probably using small filter plugins or tests to validate a certain operational state or a JSON schema. The higher level content, a good example of that is, let's say you were deploying a BGP configuration and at the same time you wanted to ensure all BGP neighbors are up. You'll probably see us develop a BGP collection at some point that has hooks into both the resource modules as well as operational state assessment. There'll probably be one for interfaces, maybe OSPF. We don't have that list yet. So that is all very likely going to happen. The Ansible plugin builder, there's still some work to happen there for the network resource modules, and we're going to work with Sumit to move the security resource module builder into the plugin builder as well. So that the Ansible plugin builder will be security, network, filter, action, lookup, and test plugins. It's a really cool project. So if you haven't checked that one out, I would. We can paste a link in there when I'm done. There's some low-level POC work going on. There is an Ansible SNMP collection now that we're testing. We're not exactly sure where it's going to go. I can point a link to that one as well. That was done a couple months ago. Probably going to do some POC work working with the CIP protocol for PLCs. That will probably involve some connection plugin work as well as some pulling in some other Python libraries. And again, that's a lot of that is just POC work. We're not exactly sure if it'll become a community collection or a supported collection, or if it'll just get thrown away when it's done. Ongoing work for Ansible utils. There was one I wanted to mention was Sager just merged, I think yesterday morning, a really cool filter plugin into Ansible utils that will merge n lists of dictionaries given a common key. So if you've got 4 different lists of dictionaries and you want to join them, it's a lot like the rekey on member filter plugin, except it will work on 5, 6, as many lists that you have. It'll combine them. It puts a sub key in there so you can take them back out. So you will be able to go round trip to consolidated to kind of put back together in a lossless fashion. That was really cool because when you're working with, let's say, the interfaces resource module or the L2 interfaces resource module or the L3 interfaces, ACL interfaces, OSPF interfaces, as you're building your source of truth or you want to do some reporting, it's much easier if you can combine the output from all of those modules into a single data structure and then template on that or store that where you need to. That filter plugin is called Consolidate, and it, like I said, it was merged yesterday. It's a really cool one. And I think that's it. That's everything I have on my list. We should have the next roadmap out, I think, within a month or 2 months, the next month or so. But that's the theme is really edge, higher level content, continue to work in Ansible utils, contributions back to the developer community in the form of the plugin builder. I think we're probably going to get some involvement from the networking team and Ansible Lint as well as they start developing higher level content. We've identified some additional rules that may get written into Ansible Lint. So exciting stuff there. And that's it. That's all I got. I wasn't paying attention to time. Happy to take any questions. I don't know if I went over or under.
No, we're good on time. Actually,
okay.
right on the what you were.
That's all I got.
Yeah, planned for. But there's no questions. But just to confirm that the roadmap will be shared in the same wiki as the current. Yeah.
Yep.
So okay, please keep an eye out for that if you're interested to follow that. Yeah, thank you so much. Both Brad and Nate for your network update. And Gundlo, can you come back up so we can wrap this up for everyone?
Hey folks. Oh, excuse me. There we go. There's been a lot of great chat today, both on the topics presented, as well as like people sort of saying what they're. Sorry, excuse me 1 second. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, it's been a lot of great discussion, both about the topics on hand, people sort of sharing ideas and experience, and I can see people slowly trickling into the other Matrix chat rooms as they've been signposted there. So I think this has been a great day, and it looks like people have got a lot out of it. So what happens next? We will do a write-up. That'll be shared in Bullhorn. It'll obviously be pinged around in the Matrix channels as well. Hopefully beginning or mid next week, we'll send out a survey link, which we really do want your feedback on. Please take just barely 5 minutes it is to complete that. Go subscribe to repositories, go have a dig around, just keep on talking to us, keep on talking to people. That's probably the main takeaway from today. There's a lot of great stuff going on, so find something you're interested in and get involved. Thanks. Carol, anything else from you?
Yeah, just to repeat what you said, the Contributor Summit is one full day of content and presentations and discussions, but it is not the only time that we want to hear from you and interact. So it's an ongoing thing. So please continue the conversations in Matrix and IRC. Subscribe to the Bullhorn so you can get updates regularly about all the development. And speaking of the Bullhorn, we also encourage all the speakers from today, as well as even if you didn't speak today, like any updates, any development that you have on your different projects, language server, network, security, anything, please go share any news that you have. We publish every week. So just drop into the social room on Ansible social room on Matrix, Ansible-social on IRC, and mention NewsSpot, and we can include your updates in the next Bullhorn. What else? Yes, the survey will be coming shortly in the next week or so. Please take some time to give your feedback. And I think that's about it. We actually don't have, we mentioned that there will be a social after this. We don't actually have anything planned in terms of program, but we'll open up this Jitsi. I'll stop the recording, and then we'll open up this Jitsi for people to just come in and chat for a bit if you want. Even though it has been a long day, so but we'll keep it kind of light for a while until we crash the Jitsi instance or something. So let's see. I think that's about it. It's almost sad to wrap things up. It's been such a great day. So shall we call this officially the end of the Contributor Summit?
Yeah, we can stop recording. That'll be great.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, thank you everyone, and I'll share the Jitsi link in Matrix and IRC, and then we'll end this officially, the live stream. Bye-bye.